All right. Today is Saturday, November, I want to say 22nd, yes, November 22nd, 2025. Today I'm gonna continue playing Night with Timber, you know, the freaking like sex game, you know, the sex game from Nom Nom Nami, which not the only sex game, I'm pretty sure, but this is the latest one. I don't know, but you know, I'm not here for the sex. I just want to know about the dark themes, you know, that's all. Literally, like actually, you know, see the dark themes. Oh, that's what I want to know. But yeah, also playing some Disgaea music. That's how you pronounce that, like Disgaea? It's a funny name because it just makes me think, well, it's like this guy, you know, as in like this guy. But no, it's Disgaea. Anyway, I'm only playing this because I'm reminded that I think Nom Nom Nami likes Disgaea. Like, it's one of their, I think it's one of her favorite game series as far as I remember. I don't know if she likes the whole thing. In fact, I've never really played the whole thing. I've only ever played the first one, actually. And I knew about it because of the anime, you know, the anime I watched. And as far as I remember, apparently the anime is like truncated, I guess, or like it's, you know, it's a weird thing where like they try to adapt the game into an anime, so they just kind of like mix up all the plot points together and just mash them up, you know, so like it kind of doesn't really match what happens in the game. But that's how I found out about the game, and that's how I play. I got it I actually got it, like the physical disc for the PlayStation Portable, I think. No, that was in the original, right? But where did it come out? Did it come out on the PlayStation 2, technically? I can't remember, but I played it on the PSP. Never finished it, though, because it's like, it's a lot of grinding, you know? I mean, you don't have to grind, but it gets really hard, you know, at the later levels if you don't grind, you know? Anyway. Disgaea. Also, is Nom Nom Nami a her? You know, I don't know. I was just thinking about it. Like, it's I keep misgendering everybody. Though I don't really like to think of developers as people. You know, that's a controversial quote. I don't know. I like to see them as like faceless entities. You know, they're like not real people. They're just like a machine that makes games. You know, that's how I like to view things, and I don't like to think of it as like a real person. I don't know. Anyway. Let's see. Also got locked out of Renshu, by the way. I don't know if I'll return to Renshu because now I have to log in. I'm like, I don't want to log in. I'll just delete this. I was thinking of, like, you know, I was doing a thing, you know, where I like learn Japanese a little bit every single day. Well, not every single day, every stream anyway. But then I got too busy, you know? And I was like, I don't want to do it anymore, you know? It was around when well, again, I don't want to dox too much stuff, but like, it's right around where, you know, I have like a full-time job and everything, you know? I just feel like I have less time. Anyway, I don't know, I don't want to yap too much because there's not much to talk about, but I did notice when I open up Steam, apparently there's an update for Phoenix Wright, you know, the Ace Attorney trilogy, the first one. I think there's like a few, was it like, well, there's the second trilogy, I think, that I never got. And there's also the Grand Ace Attorney, which I did get, but I never played it. I was hoping to stream it someday, but like, I don't know. Anyway, but apparently this got updated. Like a free title update, you know? I was like, oh, you know, it's like they add some extra features like gallery and the music player. I was like, whatever, you know? But then I noticed that they have a scene creator, you know? What does that mean, I wonder? That's what I wonder, you know? Have fun creating different scenes with character models and animations. Can I mean, I think it's like a thing somewhere online where someone could just make custom Phoenix Wright cases, and often they just make silly ones where, like, you know, Phoenix Wright says objection and he says skibbity riz, you know, whatever. But I wonder if you can just do it in the game now, you know, or at least in the Steam, you know, pack, whatever, Steam trilogy thing. I don't know. The story mode? Oh, they introduced easy mode. Easy mode, though. Easy mode is for babies. No, apparently there's easy mode where you can solve cases automatically, so you don't even have to play the game. You know, you can treat it as a kinetic novel. You don't do anything, as it turns out. Literally the same thing as watching a YouTube playthrough, I guess. And then autoplay and language support. Interesting. I do wonder what that is, though. I don't know. Maybe I'll just explore that off screen, maybe. Because I don't know if it's like any, you know, I don't know, it's interesting enough to show. It depends on how, like, interactive it is, you know? Can you actually make entirely new cases from the scene creator, or is it just like a one-off meme thing, you know? Where you just make Phoenix Wright yell objection like 10 times and then you're bored. I don't know. Anyway. But I noticed that when you open up Steam, it just says that you can do that now. Crazy. A lot of stuff I haven't, like, these are all on a backlog. Sometimes I just put it on here and like I just never play it. There's a lot of demos, by the way. I know I'm playing, like, was it this one? This one's like an old one, I guess, but it looks interesting. Anime girl with bloody knife, and it's like a hardcore. I don't know, it's hardcore, but you know, it seems like a type of, you know, action game to show. Did I show this before? I don't remember. Apparently, you're like Red Riding Hood. And then like you fight things, you know? Kind of like, I guess it's kind of like freaking Supergiant games, you know? Like, what's it called? Hades, Bastion, Transistor, you know, that kind of thing. Top-down action game, which I don't really like that much, to be honest. I don't know, for some reason I don't like top-down action games. But, you know, this one looks kind of cool, actually, and has like a lot of horror elements. Horror-like elements, and apparently it's a Souls-like, you know, of course I would play it if it's a Souls-like. But apparently demos were like available last year, I think. That's what I said. And hasn't come out yet. I was planning on playing the demo eventually, though. Even though it's kind of old news. I only found out about it like recently. Yeah, this game I haven't played. This is kind of like a flavor of the week, really. I was gonna say flavor of the month, flavor of the week, really. The amount of games that come out all the time. I feel like this was like YouTuber/streamer bait for a little bit. I guess it's just a demo. I guess when the full game comes out, I don't know, maybe more people will play it. I did want to play it though, because it's like typing. I actually like typing, you know, the typing thing. I'm hoping, well, I don't know, I'm not the fastest typer, but I'm just hoping that everyone else just forgets how to type, you know? Because everyone just uses phones and tablets. Like most people, I don't know, like most younger generation people just don't type on a computer anymore, right? They just kind of like use phones and use like freaking autocorrect or whatever. And so they forget how to type, which makes me by default faster, you know, than most. Would be nice, because it used to be that like the older generation didn't know how to type that fast because, you know, they weren't used to using computers. But now it's the younger generation that's not used to using computers, you know? I don't know. That's how it feels like. That, you know, it's my chance to shine, maybe. Even though the typers look way faster than you. They're freaking like 200 words per minute. How do you do that? That's crazy. I can't reach that fast. Mine's like about 90 on a good day. Anyway. I don't know, I'm just browsing stuff. I don't know, for some reason I just don't want to like start immediately. I just want to like talk about random things first. There's also this demo. Again, these are just things that I'm planning on playing eventually, maybe. But I saw this. This is interesting. It's like a martial arts type game. You know, pixel art, martial arts. But the idea is that you're allowed to practice, you know, before every stage. And then you do it for real, I guess, is the idea. Which is an interesting concept. Apparently it's compared to like Katana Zero, I think. It's also like a similar genre, I believe. But that one is like a little bit different, where you can like keep retrying. But this one you actually have to like choose your last attempt, I guess. And if you fail, you fail. As far as I know. I mean, reading from all the descriptions and all that. And the reviews. I mean, it looks interesting. I don't know. Also reminds me of, what's it called? Sifu, I guess? Or Shifu. I don't know, you pronounce in Chinese, I think it's Shifu. I think Shifu means, well, similar to like sensei, you know, in Japanese, like teacher or master. Like often what you call like your teacher if you're like learning a martial arts, as far as I know. I've never learned martial arts, so I wouldn't know. I mean, I did a little bit of kendo, I guess, but I don't know if that counts. Actually, I was gonna say that, I mean, this is like very similar theming, you know, like a martial arts person going through a bunch of stages, but this one's like 3D and everything. I actually did play this off screen, actually. I don't know if I want to stream it. I don't know. I did play a little bit of it off screen. It was fun. I think it's because, was it free? I can't remember. Or was it on sale? I don't remember. But it was on sale or it was free at some point. I think on Epic Games, you know. I have a freaking Epic Games account just so I can get free games. I never buy anything from Epic Games. You know, the Epic Games Store or whatever. Which, by the way, is such a dumb name. I don't know. What a dumb name. What do you mean Epic Games? The word epic is so... I don't know. It's so... overused, I guess, you know. This is epic, you know. It's like silly now. It used to mean something like really awesome, right, and dramatic, right? This is an epic, you know. But now it's just silly because everyone uses it all the time. Hello, Koiba. You like how I always have Monica watching? Yeah, it's yeah. I can't remember when I made this. I say made. It's not that hard. You just freaking put a PNG there. I think it's a Firefox theme. You know, Firefox theme, Monica. I literally made it. Is it this one? I can't remember. Yeah, I literally made... Well, I made the one... This one's not as popular, by the way. Which, to be fair, I also used the other version. But this one was the one with the polka dots background, you know, that I made at some point. And then... Yeah, and there's the dark version, which is slightly more popular. Well, I say popular, 22 users, but yeah, you know, it's something. I don't know. I just decided to like put Monica up there at some point. Ironically, I actually don't like... Oh, I didn't update my freaking Firefox profile thing. I don't know. Anyway, there's a Firefox profile? I didn't even know that. I don't remember. I was gonna say, like, in DDLC, Monica's actually not even my favorite character. You know? I actually like Sayori the best, I guess. Well, comparatively, I guess. You know, if you had to, like, make a tier list. I actually like her story the best. But... you know, I decided Monica because obviously the whole theme of DDLC, right? The freaking fourth wall breaking stuff. So I was like, it's just thematic, right? It makes more sense. So I don't know. I just like the idea of putting Monica up there. I think it's funny. Yeah, I made it. I again made it, quote unquote, made it. You know, as in like just literally just downloaded the PNG of Monica from the game files and just slapped it on. It's not really that hard. In fact, I don't know. Am I allowed? I mean, I don't like Dan Salvato, right? That's the developer's name. I don't think Dan Salvato minds. Which, by the way, he also made like Frankerface Z. By the way, he made Frankerface Z. Did you know that the developer of Doki Doki Literature Club also made the freaking like third-party add-on for Twitch? You know? Oh, this is a random thing. Does it say if it's made by Dan or whatever? Isn't that like... Oh yeah, here you go. See, Dan Salvato. Made by him. Crazy. I think he's made other things too. I don't know, just like random stuff. People just randomly just make stuff. You know, there are people in the world that just randomly make stuff. And sometimes... I don't know, they just... It's just like really... I don't know what the word is, but like it pops off, you know, like randomly. And they just do things. Crazy. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, they also made like a Smash thing. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Smash because it has, I don't know how popular it is, but apparently like people still play like the Smash, like the old Smash, you know, for the longest time. You know, Fox only Final Destination. That's like a whole meme. Logic M. Salvato. Smash Wiki. I don't know. Also, is that? I don't know, I can't tell. I feel like sometimes Google mixes up the profile pictures of people. This is like a very small snippet, but like Dan Salvato, previously known for his modding work as part of Project M. But when I think of Project M, though, I think of Metroid for some reason, you know? Project Metroid? But that's not correct, right? There wasn't anything like Project M Metroid. Well, there was Metroid the other M, right? Or something like that? I can't remember. It was like apparently really bad. Anyway. Smash. Not really a Smash fan, though, to be honest. I always like the idea of Super Smash Brothers. I don't like fighting games in general, I guess, but like, the idea is fun though, because it's like, all these characters that come from different, you know, franchises, they all come together and they do stuff. Like, oh no, this is a big reveal. Phoenix Wright is in Smash, you know, or whatever, even though he's not, but like, you know, it's like the idea is like everyone wants these characters to be in Smash randomly. Even though sometimes it doesn't even make sense. Which reminds me, isn't like freaking like another guy that's like, you know, I don't know how to categorize these people. Don Salvato, and Toby Fox, right? Toby Fox also kind of technically got Sans into like Smash, I think. Not the full character, but like kind of like a reference to Sans, because freaking like Mii costumes, something like that. Like these people, you know, Toby Fox, Don Salvato, Yoko Taro, by the way, which is a crazy guy. I don't know how to categorize these people, but like they're just crazy people, I guess. Oh, they're just crazy. These are like developers or creators that just make stuff. They just make stuff and like just put it up there. You know, I don't know how to describe it. Like in contrast to like I guess corporations. You know, like just make stuff to like make money. You know, these guys, they just make stuff because it's good. If that makes sense. Not to make money. At least that's not the main reason anyway. That's all I'm saying. I mean, kind of like indie developers, I guess. They're just indie developers at heart. I guess, well, I don't know. I mean, some of them are still categorized as indie developers. But they're just way more famous, I feel like. I don't know. Suda51, yeah, Suda51... Did he make No More Heroes? He made No More Heroes. He made Killer 7, I think, right? Is it Killer 7? I don't know, I'm just, again, yapping in the beginning of a stream. Did he make this one? Grasshopper Manufacturing Capcom. Directed by Suda, right? I think that's correct. I actually did play Suda, or I played Suda? No, I played Killer 7 also off screen. By the way, there's like a scene where like a woman. But the one thing I remember from Killer 7, by the way, is that there's a scene where a woman like pretends to have sex with an old man, and then she moans the whole time. That was like really awkward, isn't it? Nobody remember. Does anyone remember that? That was just really weird. I didn't like it. It was very strange. But that's the one thing I remember from Killer 7. I don't remember anything else about Killer 7. I guess other than like the fact that it's like a on-rail shooter, I guess. But that's one cutscene I remember. It's like so weird. Why? But I guess that's Suda 51, right? Because even No More Heroes, right? No More Heroes also had like freaking sex references. It's like, by the way, there's sex in my game. Sort of. You know? No More Heroes. I actually didn't like, well, I'm gonna go on a whole rant now, but like, I actually don't like No More Heroes. That's probably like a controversial statement, and I guess I'm just a contrarian for a lot of things, actually. I just don't like many games, I guess. But No More Heroes, I mean, the gameplay is like whatever, it's cool and everything. I don't like the main character. It's the one thing, he reminds me of Denji. And also, I don't like Chainsaw Man, by the way, for the same reasons. Freaking Denji from Chainsaw Man, the protagonist, by the way, because they're both like horn dogs, they're like, I'm fucking horny, I guess, that's like their main character trait, and they want to get laid, and that for some reason pisses me off. And maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm just projecting, I guess, but like, I guess the main reason is like I don't know, like he just has that personality the whole game, I guess. He doesn't grow from it or anything, and it's like, it just kind of irks me for some reason. I don't know why. I guess the idea is like he's supposed to be like a pathetic loser, He's like, oh, I'm just a loser guy. But like, it kind of contrasts with the game though, because he's not a loser, actually. He has a freaking lightsaber and he kills everyone really easily, actually. And often a lot of the cutscenes are him like being super cool. It's like, I'm awesome, whatever. So it contrasts, right? If you're gonna have a pathetic character, they need to be actually pathetic and be punished by the universe, okay? Anyway. I don't know. Anyway, basically his personality just rubs me the wrong way. Like, he's rewarded for being like the typical... What was the other character? Here's another... I never watched it, but apparently there's, was it Mineta? What's his name? Mineta from another hero thing, I guess. Hero anime. What's it called? My Hero Academia. Yeah. This guy apparently is like... Everyone hates this guy. As far as I know, anyway. Again, this is all, I guess, from secondhand sources, I guess. Reading random comments on Reddit, but apparently, apparently this way everyone hates this guy because he's also kind of like a horn dog, like perv, like actual sex offender. But what's his name? I forgot. Travis gets away with it, and then Denji gets away with it. I guess the only difference is that these guys are the protagonists. I guess you're supposed to sympathize with them, and this guy's just a side character. But like, they're all the same to me. I don't like these characters. They need to be sent to prison. I don't know, or at least, be called out on it. I don't know. Is it just me? Anyway, I don't like them being creeps, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like loser nerds. It depends. I mean, he has his moments, though. I mean, obviously, there's the infamous, like, Moe, like, scene. That was kind of funny. Oh. They don't assault anyone, just Minata? Well, I don't know. I don't know the context of Minata, actually. Anyway. I don't know. I don't like him, I guess. I just don't like him. I don't like Denji either. I should probably give it a chance, though. Like, I literally, the only reason I didn't watch Chainsaw Man is because I read the manga, by the way. Like, before it was an anime. Like, I was on the ground floor. I knew about Chainsaw Man. And in fact, I think I read some other manga from Fujimoto. And I actually liked those. I forget which ones. It was like I think it was like a one-shot thing. I think it was one about the, making a movie and then the punchlines that explodes or something. It was like really kind of surreal, actually. I kind of like that. But, I gotta read Fire Punch at some point. Apparently, people really like that one. Like, I gotta... It's a really dumb name, though. Like, what do you mean Fire Punch? I guess Chainsaw Man's the same thing, too. What do you mean Chainsaw Man? Why is he a chainsaw? Anyway, apparently this one's really good, too. I have to read this one later. At some point, obviously, it's on a backlog for, like, 20 years from now. Maybe I'll get to it. But, Also, what's this? Tragedy of Marionette. What was I trying to say? Oh yeah, I gotta give Chainsaw Man a chance, I guess, because there are other characters in the series that seem cool. I probably want to like watch it and everything. It's not like the main character again. When he was first introduced, I remember he was like, "Oh, I'm just a poor boy, you know, like I'm homeless and I have my dog with me, you know. It's so sad. Also, I want to touch boobs." It's like, what? And I get it. It's supposed to be like he's supposed to be pathetic and he's supposed to be like having his priorities wrong and and everything. He's like, you know, yada yada yada. He's like a teenager with hormones or whatever, you know. It's like, I don't know. For some reason, it just I don't know why, but like it irks me. Don't you have other priorities? Well, it's supposed to be like he's relatable, right? It's like, he's just like me, for real, for real. He also wants to touch boobs, you know? It's like, I don't know. Maybe I just don't like, I just don't love boobs as much, I guess. I don't know. Am I wrong or is society wrong? Anyway, also, hello, hello, Peep, by the way. Fire Punch is awesome. Yeah, I mean, apparently I hear it's very good. Did I try La Pasille yet? I have not. I've heard about it. It's also made by the same developer, right? So it's also a tactics game. It's an old game, right, though? Yeah, it's an old one. In fact, I was thinking of, like, well, emulating it, you know, basically, at some point. Which is totally legal, by the way. Emulation is legal. It's technically illegal to copy ROMs, though. You're not supposed to, like, distribute like ROMs of the game itself, but you're okay to emulate technically, you know. But as long as you don't tell anyone that where you got your ROMs from, you know. That's all I'm saying. Pasille Tactics. I mean, there's a lot of like tactics games, I guess. I don't know. I never want to stream it. I streamed Final Fantasy Tactics actually at some point, and I think I streamed like Fire Emblem, the GameCube version. Something I've learned is that tactics games, I like them, but they take a million years to stream, actually, because every stage, unless you play like really fast, I guess, but the way I play tactics games, I play very methodically, actually. I clear the level, you know, I kill all the enemies, like I take a billion turns to finish like one stage, and it takes a million years to finish. So that's something I've learned, that maybe I shouldn't play tactics games on stream. At least not as much, I don't know, but like they take so long to complete. Oh yeah, that reminds me. It's funny. The freaking Google thing says Joan the Arc. Is that actually, I don't know, is that a reference to Joan the Arc? Because I know there's also a literal game called Joan of Arc. Like game. It's a Joan of Arc game. Oh no, this one, Jean the Arc. This one. Is that this one? I need to see screenshots. Minus 2. Jean the Arc. Yeah, I think it's this one. I don't know. I've heard like there's another tactics game that's also like this. Apparently it's kind of good. I don't know. Not sure. Anyway. It's a re-release? Not really. Also, hello, Zinx. And hello, people. You love it. Oh, you mean from My Hero Academia, right? Again, never watched it. Never watched My Hero. I only know about it because it's popular and people like keep referencing. I don't watch anime, I guess. I don't know. I like anime. I haven't really watched a lot of modern anime, really. I really want to watch. Well, speaking of anime, I really want to watch. Which one was it? Because I read the manga. What's it called? There's the theme song. Original Takopi's Original Sin. There you go. Just search Original Sin, I guess. Takopi's Original Sin. Apparently it's got good ratings on IMDb. I don't know what IMDb means or what it stands for, but apparently it's really good. So I really want. It's on my you know, to-do list, I guess. And again, I already know the plot and everything. I already read the manga. And, you know, it's really good, I gotta say. Again, I don't know, I'm really into, like, tragedy, I guess, because, by the way, even though it looks cute and everything, it has a lot of tragedy. How do we call it? Tragedy or, like, I mean, tragedy porn, you know? But, like, not porn in the, like, traditional sense. again, like the meme use of the word, I guess, you know, like earth porn. If you search earth porn, you're not gonna see like sexual content. You're gonna see like pictures of earth. You know, that's where it comes from. It's just like something that's really like excessive or something, you know. So yeah, basically this is like anime's tragedy porn. And I really want to watch it. I don't know. It's like the freaking girl being bullied, I guess, basically. But like, there's more to that, you know. And I guess it's like the best way to describe it is kind of like a satire, I guess, like a satire of Doraemon, you know, like Doraemon anime. It's like an old anime, or like some alien. Was it alien or a robot or something? You know, it comes in. They're like, hey, you know, it's like a what's it called? Like every episode, you know, the person gives the child, you know, some kind of device or something that, you know, allows them to like save the day or whatever. They learn a lesson or something. I don't know. It's a children's cartoon show, basically. But like Takopi is like a freaking satire of that. So what happens if you actually give like these like scientific, like reality altering devices to children? You can guess, you can probably guess what happens, but you know, but that's what's interesting about it anyway. Takopi's good. You want to regret everything and cry for 10 hours. Yeah. It's really good. Again, I read the manga, so I already know the story. You don't really get sold on Takopi, but you're also really emotional sometimes. I don't know. I don't know. I'm dead on the inside, you know, but I like really dark stories, I guess. For Doraemon satire, you're like dead demons a lot. I don't know what that is actually. What do you mean? Dead? This one? Oh, I think I've heard of this one. I think? Hold on. Right, yeah. It's the freaking... I only know about this one because there's a panel, I think. What was it? It was like a meme panel someone posted on Reddit. Again, everything I know is from Reddit, I guess. Something about like freaking jerking off or something. I don't know. I can't remember. Something like that. I think I read the manga, yeah. Well, I haven't finished it. I think at some point I stopped. Is there like an anime? Or there's an official trailer, apparently. Has an anime been announced or something? Anime. 2 films, apparently. And 18 episodes. Oh, is it already a thing? I didn't even know it came out. I just remember reading the manga for a little bit. It was like kind of weird. Also, there was like a weird flashback thing. I mean, spoilers. Well, maybe I shouldn't spoil it, but, you know, it got to the point where, like, there were, like, shenanigans about, like, timelines, essentially. And then I kind of stopped after that. Only because at the time, you know, there wasn't any more. Usually I just binge stuff, and then stuff that, you know, I don't really keep up, usually. If, like, a manga is, like, ongoing, I just kind of stop at some point, and then I forget to go back, so... anyway. You haven't seen the movie. There's an anime series. Oh, is there? Let's click on Crunchyroll. Oh, I got an error. Never mind. I've been banned. I think I've been banned because I'm using a VPN. Oh well. I never really use Crunchyroll anyway. Apparently Crunchyroll is being... I don't know. As far as I understand, Crunchyroll is like getting worse. Apparently. It's not as good. Have I played Dispatch? Yeah, I've heard about it. I don't think I'll play it, though. I don't think I'll play Dispatch. To be honest, I actually watched a streamer play it, you know? Because I don't think I was going to play it myself. And to be honest, how I felt about it was like, it's a Telltale game, you know? Typical Telltale game. It's one of those things... I don't know. Where's the thing? How do I showcase this? How long have I been yapping? Half an hour? Well, I'll try to be quick, I guess. Basically... It's the BioWare. It's the BioWare. How do I do this? You know, it starts. It's like it starts here, right? I don't know. Nice. It starts here, and then it goes like this. This is the story, by the way. How do you choices? That's too big. Whatever. Choices. It always goes like this. There's a story that starts from here. It's a bad arrow. This. And then there's a split path where you make a choice where you go and there's like plenty of choices you make in the game itself or any kind of like Telltale game or BioWare game, whatever. But there's always like a split choice. It's like it's very important. You go like this. If you pick this one, you go this way, and then you go like that. That's a branching path, right? But guess what? At some point, it goes back to the same plot point, and then your choice didn't even matter, and then it goes again, and then this is an important choice. You sacrifice this person or you sacrifice that person. Oh no, you sacrifice the other person, and then whatever, it goes to a different timeline, but then it goes to a different plot point, and then it goes back. And then at the end, it just all ends the same anyway, and the choices didn't really matter that much. Like, it seemed important when you first picked it, but then if you actually replay the game, it goes the same way mostly anyway. Maybe the one of the guys died and maybe the other guy didn't, but then the other guy doesn't even get any more screen time because they didn't even program the other guy to be alive because it's got a waste of resources for the other timeline where the guy's dead. That kind of thing. Basically. Don't matter. Also looks like glasses, I guess. I don't know. I could probably do a better diagram, but that's what I feel about Telltale games. And it's not called Telltale games anymore. It's a different studio, I guess. But that's how I feel about Dispatch. Dispatch, Walking Dead, any of the spin-off, like what's it called? Wolf Among Us or something. Wolf Among Us and BioWare games, like Mass Effect and all that. It don't matter, and that's what kind of like makes me not want to play it. It's like if it doesn't, it's all fake. It's illusion of choice. I don't like those. Anyway, but that's why I'm not gonna play Dispatch because it's the same old, same old. It's nothing new, at least in my opinion. Anyway, even the genre is like nothing new really. It's just another like superhero thing. It's just hero slop. I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's not like a bad game, but like it's kind of for me. It's like been there but done that. Nothing interesting for me. Anyway, but yeah, that's how I feel about that, I guess. Banned. Who got banned? Did I ban someone? I don't know. Or was I talking about something else? Anyway, Crunchyroll keeps getting. How can Crunchyroll keep getting worse? I don't know. That's what I heard from, again, Reddit. I gotta like. I don't know. I don't have any social media to go to anymore. I only have Reddit, I guess, because Twitter. Well, I don't know. Twitter is kind of worse because I mean, sometimes it's okay when I see like just art memes, but like other than that, I don't really use Twitter for anything. There's nowhere else. What other social media am I supposed to go? If there's like a forum, because I like forums. Isn't there like a forum? Yeah, see, it's you can search forums. It's just Reddit. I go to GameFAQs, I guess. Do I go to GameFAQs for my information now? I don't know. I want forums. I want actual forums. And there's nowhere else to go. It's Facebook. Anime News Network. That's more like an article thing. I feel I don't know. Anyway, when you search forums, you get Reddit. So like that's all I go to. Anyway, choice timeline, have a point system, shut off people. Twitter is a hellhole for commentary. Yeah, sometimes it's just drama on Twitter. Ironically, my timeline, maybe I don't know if I should show my timeline because sometimes there's this not safe for work stuff in there, even though I literally enabled this not safe for work filter, by the way. Like, I literally don't want to see not safe for work, actually. I don't know, I'm a weirdo. But sometimes boobs show up anyway. I'm like, what? Like, you can report it, but like, it doesn't do anything, because it's like, it's allowed technically, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I was gonna say, oh yeah, well, another thing is that my Twitter is like, hold on, what's the button again? What's my button for like, forget, is it this one? No, that one, I forget, this one? Oh, there you go. I want to double check just to be sure there's no boobs that show up randomly in my timeline. No, I mean, sort of. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, like, basically, like, my Twitter is just Japanese now. For some reason. I think it's because I follow some Japanese accounts. So all I get is Japanese memes. randomly for some reason, or Japanese pulses. Also VTubers. But I don't know. But there's no like discussion, you know? I don't know. It's not good for discussion is the thing, right? It's not the same as a forum. Because when people comment on Twitter, nobody reads it. You know, maybe like 5 people read it. But like sometimes they argue, like 2 people are arguing maybe. Well, it's not the same thing, you know? Like forums to me, like there's more discussion, you know? Even though this, I don't know, it's not the same. Anyway. It's just not the same, okay? Discord servers are like that. I don't like Discord. I know that's like a bad opinion too, but like I don't like Discord because Discord is like more like a live chat. It's more like what's it called? I forget what it's called. Is it called IRC? Yeah, IRC. It was really old school actually, but I never used it to be honest. But like Internet Relay Chat, I think it was called IRC chat, whatever. I think that's what it is, or I could be wrong. Anyway, it's kind of like that, where it's like it's a live chat, you know? Which is fine for like Twitch, I guess, for like a streaming thing, but like, I don't know, for me, like when people just talk, again, I mentioned this like 100 times, but like when people have like 10 different conversations at once, I don't like that. I like it when it's like more like a focused topic, when discussing one thing, instead of having like 10 million different conversations all at once happening. I can't keep up, you know? It feels chaotic. Anyway, what's this song? Etna Boogie. Oh, it's her theme song, I guess. Anyway, it's been about like 40 minutes. Hold on. Let me just play the goddamn game now. Where is it? Let's play the freaking sex game. Even though it's... You know, it's not explicit or anything, as far as I understand. Hopefully not. Otherwise, I get banned. No more boogieing. Boogieing. Time to play video games. Crazy, I know. Unpopular, yeah. One way to say it, unpopular opinions. Again, I'm such a contrarian, I don't know. So display capture, you know, I've noticed that display capture does like kind of glitch out a little bit when I full screen up. Why is it doing that? Stop it! I'm not pressing anything. Hold on, let me turn it off. Turn it on. Oh no, it's still doing that for some reason. Hello? Also, there's no sound, apparently. Why is there no sound? Volume mixer. It's muted, that's why. Because I did mute it before, pretty sure. You like my sidetrack yapping? Yeah, I mean, I've been doing that more recently. Also, let me quit the game actually and try to reopen it. It's like flashing for some reason. It's weird. I'm trying to do that more in the beginning. I was kind of just doing Renshu first in the beginning. Now I'm just yapping in the beginning. I mean, it helps because I'm trying to warm up my voice, you know. That's the idea. That's the wolf game. Alright, see ya, goodbye by the way. No boobies. Well, it's more likely you'll like see penis. Because that's what the game is about. Anyway, also, why is it doing this? That's actually really annoying. It was working before, huh? Let me put windowed. Okay. Looks okay. And then full screen. I mean, this is fine. I prefer using display capture only because then I can use the little like, you know, so I can alt tab and I can like do the zoom feature thing. But I can also all just capture the window itself. I mean, that's normally how I did it before in the past anyway. Yeah, I don't like, why is it doing that? It's weird. I'm not sure why it's doing that. RBL is called eroge? I thought that's just, I don't know actually. Oh, hold on. Well, it's called, well, I call it, the title by the way, I mentioned it's an eroge because it's tagged as eroge, you know? That's why. Not BL and yaoi are the same, hold on. Like literally boys love or whatever. What's the Wikipedia say? Just men kissing. It's a genre of fictional media originating in Japan. It depicts homoerotic relationships. Did I get banned for that? I mean, that's historical art. It's fine. Typically created by women for a female audience, right? Specifically for women, by the way. If you want like real gay men, you would like search Bara. Now that's the part that's the real stuff. I guess, I don't know. Mostly just Muslim men though. I mean, as far as demographic, I guess. Anyway, I'm trying to fix this. Not that I can do much about fixing it. Yeah, I don't like the fact that it hasn't been doing that last time, right? I don't think so. Hasn't been, yeah. For some reason, it keeps doing this. Hold on, let me... Can't do that? No, that doesn't help. I think I'll just use window capture or something instead. Again, that's fine. It's just now I can't do my thing where I zoom in and stuff. You know, I want to zoom in sometimes. I can't do the thing where I zoom in. I can also do window. Oh, now my mouse is missing. Where's my mouse? I don't see my mouse. My mouse is missing. Why is my mouse missing? Hold on, I put a windowed. My mouse is missing on full screen. Why is that happening? That's annoying. And that's only when I window capture for some reason. I wonder if there's an update. I wonder if there's an update to the game that would help. Update 3 days ago. No, it's still 1.0, so nothing's changed there. Why is it doing this now? I'm not sure why. That's how genre tagging works with manhwa and manga? No. Anyway, I guess I'll just, again, I don't know why it's doing that. You see that, right? Like, it keeps flashing? It's not supposed to do that. Turn off the stuff we emo. No. Oh no, it's gone again. It's not just me, right? It's flashing, I think, right? Because on the OBS preview, it keeps like flashing. Off and off, or off and on. I'm assuming so anyway. If that's the case, I guess, okay, windowed. Would game capture work? Let's see. Full screen. Oh, that looks weird. Why is it do that? Hold on, let me reset. Okay. Okay, is it working? Sometimes the game capture is janky sometimes on OBS because it freezes on like a screenshot sometimes because it doesn't capture it properly. Pink wolf. Seems alright. So I guess I'll just use game capture in that case. Because when I was using window capture, my mouse was missing. At least on my end anyway. I couldn't see my mouse, you know? It's weird. Alright. Okay. Let me drink some water. Oh, and let me turn off the screen one more time because I want to... Oops, not that one. Oh, that's what display capture actually. Because I want to update my things. Let me update, I guess, timestamp. And then, I guess 4950 night with Timber. I like to put a little timestamp on my YouTube description, even though, well, people are not reading the description, but it does add like a little like marker on the actual video itself, which is nice. So it shows when I actually start playing the game, you know? Oh, you didn't know it was a Nom Nom Nami game? Oh, it is. It says right there, Nom Nom Nami. Did you see? Alright, so what are we doing? So we're returning back to Night with Timber. It's the game where the dude comes in his pants. You know, that's what I remember anyway. I'm gonna use that as a thumbnail for this video. Even though, well, like it happened like last time. It didn't happen this time, or I don't know if it happens this time. But the way we're streams, you know, I can't really, you know, like I'm too lazy to make a thumbnail like after I'm done streaming, so I usually make the thumbnail before. You know? But that's what I remember from this game. Him like jizzing in his pants. You know, there's that song. Jizz in my pants. Alright. We've done the rabbit route. Rabbit route was kind of, I don't know, it's just a setup, I guess, but it's just to show like what's been happening with the rabbits. They just kind of like, the wolf people, you know, they just kind of like scavenge the dead bodies. And they're like, yum yum, rabbit food. There's a human route. A little bit of flirting, a little bit of sex, or whatever. Witch route is mostly the same. The only difference with the witch route is that they take a shower, I guess, you know, because they have a magic tent. And then there's the wolf route that we were doing last time. And we've done one ending. It's kind of like a normal ending. Or like, we just hang out and they're like, yeah, okay. You know, you're cool. And then we leave. And now, I guess today, I'm going to explore more of the route and see what these ones are. Because there's apparently 3 routes left. I don't know how substantial they are. Because it, you know, it seems substantial, but is it like similar to the rabbit route where it's like just actually not that much? But I don't know, I guess we'll see. And apparently, I don't think we ever reached the dark themes yet. I mean, sort of dark themes. Like an inkling of it when they were talking about them scavenging the rabbit food, right? Like, I don't know, I guess it's kind of like a weird ethical thing where like they're eating rabbit people, but you know, they're not killing the rabbit people. They're just using the corpses. And it feels like a cannibalism cult or something, you know? But like they're also wolves, so it's fine, right? It's normal. It's simply nature. Anyway, so that was around over here. So, you know, I kind of wish you could just click on this and just go to the scene, but I guess I should go back there. So let's go back. Which one is it, actually? This is like when we're talking to him. Which one was this one? Okay, here you go. All right, again, we're returning to Night with Timber. Ironically, we're not talking to Timber right now because I want to talk to his mother. And this time, after she explains all about the thing about eating rabbit, you know, people, we can choose the other option and say it's flawed. To be like, wow, that's weird. You know, eating meat is weird, I guess, sort of. Well, I don't know. It's like, it's weird. I feel like this is kind of weird allegory of like, you know, like being vegan or something. Sort of. I mean, they're eating chicken, you know, and it's fine apparently. Like, it's fine to eat chicken, I guess. Like, it's fine when the animals are not comparable to people, I guess. Apparently, it's not okay when they are. I don't know. But there's also some kind of lore thing, right? Where, hold on, the lore thing about how like chickens are cursed, right? So like they are technically humans, but they can never turn into humans, and we eat them anyway, or something. I don't know, it's weird. But we can say like, no, I don't want to eat your people meat. That's weird. You feel like if they're okay with relying on corpses for food, doesn't that kind of... It creates an incentive to kill, doesn't it? It's controversial, I know. Whether I tell you we've never killed anyone or not, you have no reason to believe me without proof. If they're killing people, it isn't scavenging, it's hunting. Chasing someone down with the intention to kill and eat them. That's when you realize it. You ask her to tell you if Timber was hunting you tonight. He can answer that himself. She glances behind you. Timber is standing in the doorway. Your doorway? Doorway. Your corner now. You gotta stop asking questions, Camellia. Camellia? Same pronounce? Is it Camila? Camellia? That was just the name that we were using last time. Can't you just forget all this? Learning that he planned on eating you if you hadn't been a wolf? How could you forget something like that? Does the rest of the pack know what they're doing? Does Juniper? You demand to know if they think someone like Juniper will be happy to learn people are being murdered for her to be able to eat. Keep your voice down. It was totally messed up. How could he act like everything's normal after trying to hunt you? And was that even chicken that he fed you earlier? You know, soylent green as people. You feel like you're gonna be sick. Timber steps inside, still standing between you and the only exit. I already told you I haven't been able to scavenge. Come on, you can tell by the taste it was regular chicken. You know how they say how, you know, people taste like chicken or something? It tastes like chicken? You don't know what to believe. All you know for sure is that Timber was chasing you, and that only makes sense if he was out scavenging. Timber, I know you would never intend to make anyone think you were hunting them. But what do you plan to do about this? Camellia is surely going to rush to report this to the authorities. They're not going to do that. Come on, you wouldn't, right, Camellia? Someone absolutely needs to report this. They're murderers. It's a simple misunderstanding, but we can't afford the consequences. You were already captured once. This will give them the probable cause they need. Timber, you'll be taken away from us again. Is that why you got the bandages? Being non-vegetarian, weirdo. It's different because this game has similar level of intelligence. Yeah, I was saying about how like it's weird. You know, when you introduce furries, you know, how does that work? And, like the animal kingdom and all that. They're not gonna let you leave here alive, are they? This isn't fair. It's because of wolves like these that dogs have a bad reputation. Again, I feel like this is like some kind of racism allegory as well. I don't know. There's a lot of allegories I feel like could exist. I don't know. Is that the right word, by the way? Allegory, metaphor, symbolism? I don't know if these words are correct. But, you know, it's because of the bad ones. You know, they're ruining it for the rest. It's because of wolves that you've been bullied and feared your whole life. You thought it would make you stronger to call yourself a wolf, but now you want nothing to do with them. They're gonna kill you as if it's their only option, as if they have no choice. I'm not gonna kill a wolf. Tundra scoffs. Camelia's not a wolf, Timber. Camellia is a dog. Stop panicking, you have to defend yourself. Your hands fumble through your pocket searching for your knife. It isn't there. Also, for you knife? For you knife. You do understand what has to be done, yes? It's the pack leader. Why isn't it there? You know you put it there. Timber. He takes one of his hands out of his pockets and pulls out the knife. It's unmistakably yours. He hands it to Tundra. I'm not killing a wolf. He turns his back to you, and before you can try to make a run for it, his mother expertly drives the blade into your throat. Murdered by Tundra! He could just do that. Sneak attack. Critical hit. 3 times damage. You know, as it turns out, if you don't agree with the wolf mommy, she kills you. And then you're dinner, I guess. You know? Never say no to wolf mommy. Now, alright, well, that's an ending, of course. So, a dead end. I mean, yeah. Dead ending. Again, dark themes or whatever. It's still kind of like a walk in the park for me, though, you know, because I play indie horror games on the regular. So it was like whatever. And I guess there's nothing. It wasn't anything visually, you know, explicit, right? He just kind of died. All right. So I was just wondering. So is there any other paths I should explore? Well, I guess we can start from the very beginning and try maybe using this option. I don't know if this one matters. I don't know. Obviously, there's a flirt option. I just want to save the flirt option for later. Yeah. To be honest, that's not the part that I'm interested in. But you know, well, you know, it reminds me of freaking Fate Stay Night. You know, and funnily enough, I did play the censored version of Fate Stay Night. Literally, that's on my channel. Also, XD. That's just silly. Nettle? Sure, Nettle. But I do know all about the memes and the jokes about the actual uncensored version, which is the original version, of course. Like I know about like the freaking like apparently there's a sex scene with like Tosakarin, and there's a line where was it Shiro? Yeah, Shiro says like her anus is defenseless or something. I don't know. It might be a translation thing. In fact, I think there's a retranslation, like official retranslations. I don't know. No, I think that's censored too, though. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't remember, but I do wonder how much of it is like a weird translation thing where people didn't know how to translate Japanese erotica. So like it just comes off as just really silly. But that was like a meme for a long time, you know, about her like defenseless anus for some reason. I don't know. What do you mean? Anyway. Yeah, I gotta make a good impression of the mom. You know, Wattpad? Wattpad writing. I don't know what Wattpad is. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it was really. I mean, I find most erotica kind of silly. In fact, I mean, I don't really read erotica, so like, I don't know. I guess I just find it all silly, really. I don't know. But let's see. So we're back in the very beginning. Again, we're stalked by what's his name? Timber, of course. Literally, his name is in the title. But and then he asks, like, what are you doing here? Let's say this time, escapism. I play video games for escapism. Apparently, Nettle goes to like a really, really cold mountain in the wilderness for escapism, I guess. You wanted to get far, far away from home. The wilderness seemed like a good place for that. There's no way you can tell him all of this, but you quit your job recently after the strain of it was causing you so much anxiety you could barely function. You can't tell him because then he'll think of you as a stranger with mental health issues, which might make him uncomfortable. Okay. And if he did that, he'd change his mind about taking you to meet the other wolves. He'd have to leave you all in the cold. But then you might feel bad that he did that to you, and then it'd be all your fault for making him feel like a horrible person. You can't tell him any of what actually came to mind when he asked you that question. So instead, you just said you wanted to get away from it all and come out to a place where there's nobody else around. Huh. Well, sorry to say it, there are actually people living out here. Right, of course, that's not what you meant. Now he thinks you're an ignorant jerk. Okay. You quit your job, your savings are dwindling, and now you've come out here just to be rude to a kind stranger. We keep kind of a low profile though, so can't blame you for thinking otherwise. Huh? Things can get a little rowdy sometimes in Glaze, but I'm sure they'll all welcome you. Nothing you gotta worry about. He reassured you. How nice of him. Maybe you don't really need to worry about anything. You can just let yourself be taken care of as a guest. Your pounding heart calms a little as your anxiety melts away. You're starting to relax. Okay, and that's kind of it, and then it's mostly the same. And they beat the wolves at the end. That's okay. I wish the wolves, to be honest, I wish the wolves were like a little bit more visually different, besides the colors, I don't know, because they all look the same. Again, I feel like that sounds racist, I feel like, but I always say that, ironically, they all look the same. They actually do all look the same, though. I don't know. Like, that's kind of like with dogs in general, I guess. Like, I feel like a dog within the same species anyway, is kind of like how humans are, right? Technically, all humans are from Homo sapiens. We're all from the same species. So we're not even from a different breed or whatever, We're actually from, like, if we were dogs to, like, another entirely different being, or just from different animals, I guess, we also all look the same, really. You only tell a difference if you really knew, for example, if you have like a pet or whatever, like if you know your own dog, I guess. Otherwise, dogs within the same breed or same species will just all look the same. Anyway, I don't know, Wattpad is like fanfic. I mean, I don't really read fanfiction, I'm trying to think. There's like one maybe. I don't remember what it was though. I remember it was really good. And it wasn't porn, it was like actual fan fiction, like alternate, universe thing with the characters and everything. Because I don't like the idea of fan fiction usually, because it feels, it usually comes off as what's the word, like self-indulgent, like usually someone just puts a self-insert or whatever, or like, oh, these characters, they do these things, they're so happy, usually it's like a freaking like slice of life thing where it's like, I don't know, like everything that made the original story interesting of like a particular franchise is just not there, I guess, or like the characters are mischaracterized or something. I don't know. I generally, I don't really like fanfiction actually, but there are some exceptions, definitely. Like you basically, if they're like a good writer, they would just make a story, I guess, that's just really good. But I guess that's another thing too. I mean, it reminds me of what was it? I think it was the Mario horror game or something. Well, I guess there's a lot of Mario horror games. Was it RPG Maker or something? Oh yeah, the music box or whatever. I think it was this one. And to be fair, I never played it, but it reminds me of this, where it's like, and this is different from fanfiction, but like, this is another reason why I don't like fanfiction, where basically they're using the characters from a popular franchise to tell their own story, but like the original characters have nothing to do, or the original universe has nothing to do with the story. So it's kind of like that, where like for some reason this game, and I only saw a few clips, but for some reason Mario is in like some kind of like horror game thing, you know, like kind of like it mentions here, kind of like Witch's House or like Corpse Party, Mad Father, you know, classic RPG Maker horror games. But none of the characterizations, you know, of Mario is really there. So like you can swap this sprite with just a different character and it wouldn't matter, you know? So that's also what I feel about fanfiction, is kind of like they're just kind of like riding the coattails of like some popular thing, but like it doesn't matter though, you know? Just make your own story then in that case, right? Like, I don't know. It just makes the whole experience like unimmersive, you know? Because then it just feels like a freaking character skin, like from Fortnite. Yeah, I don't know. That's what it feels like. Anyway, but that's just a random rant, I guess, about this game. It looks, by the way, it looks good though. Like actually, like visually speaking, it looks good and everything. The art is well done, but like, why is Mario here? You know, like unless it's some kind of parody, I guess. Really like 4D chess, like parody. Maybe, I don't know. Like it's meant to be funny, I guess. I'm not sure, but as far as I can tell, like it takes itself seriously, actually. But then why Mario? You know? I mean, I know why Mario, because Mario is a well-known character. But like, then it makes the game, like, overall, not as interesting, because there's no reason that it's Mario, right? There's no reason that character needs to be in that game then, in that case. Also, I'm not using display capture. Whoops. I went on a whole rant. I'm not even showing it. Oops. Anyway, this is what I was talking about. Mario. I forgot that I wasn't using... I'm so used to having display capture. I forgot that I wasn't using display capture. Anyway, I was talking about this. There's no reason to have Mario in this game. Even though... it's like... I don't know. Anyway. Man, I wish I was using display capture, to be honest. It made things easier, actually. I don't know why there's some kind of glitch where it keeps glitching and all that. Is it because is there like an update? Or is it because I updated it? OBS? I don't know. I don't know what happened. I'm just looking at the OBS Studio version I have. It's 32.0.2, 64-bit. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't happen when I play Void Stranger. Because, that'll be annoying. Sometimes I feel like a part of the experience is, you know, the Void Strangers, like the fourth wall breaking, so like I wonder... I don't know, I guess it doesn't matter that much. I was gonna say, like, sometimes when the game crashes and all of that, you know, that kind of thing. Sometimes there's effects that maybe don't show up. Because I know when I play fourth wall breaking type games, there's some effects that don't show up in game capture or window capture. It only shows up if you're using display capture. And sometimes effects just happen on your desktop, you know? Anyway, alright. We're back all the way, by the way, we're all the way back here. We're at the little village, I guess, with the wolves. And, I remember having 3 choices. I guess we don't have 3 choices for this one. This time, let's help him cook, I guess. Well, hold on, let me save, actually. In-game. Look at that timeline, actually. I'm here. So, help him cook, or stare longingly. That's a different... we don't have that option. Alright, we're gonna help him cook. Just say... just say, we need to cook. You offer to help him out. You can't let him do all this alone. Here, chop this into thin strips. He hands you a cabbage and gestures to the cutting board. You ask what kind of dish he's making. Carriage. He says it with a smirk, but you have no idea what that is. You'll see. The meat's already marinating. You remove your gloves and start chopping the cabbage as instructed. Keeping the sizes even turns out to be a struggle. Your fingers are trembling from the cold. You move slowly, careful not to accidentally cut yourself. You hope Timber won't mind you're not doing a great job at this. When you look back over to him, he's got a pan full of oil sitting on the cooktop, and he's holding a bag of marinated chicken. He drops the pieces of meat into what you assume is flour, flipping them with a pair of metal chopsticks. Once coated, he sets them in oil one at a time. As they sizzle, you realize, is he making karage? Karage. That's Japanese, you know. That just means fried chicken. It's like fried, like usually it's like fried chicken pieces. It's like chopped up, you know. What? No, it's carriage. A little doubtful, you ask him where he got the recipe. A cookbook. Here, I'll show you. Take over, alright? He shoves the chopsticks into your hands and dashes off towards one of the ice houses. You're not sure you'll even need to do anything, the meat is still cooking. I don't know. To be honest, I'm not really an expert at cooking. Well, I was gonna say the best I could cook for the longest time is a sandwich, which is not cooking. It's just putting stuff in between bread. But yeah, recently, I've and this is not really something to brag about, but like I've learned how to make scrambled eggs. Initially, I was trying to make like sunny side up eggs, but then I found it annoying because every time I try to like crack the egg, I mean it works like half the time, but like the yolk freaking breaks, you know. So instead, I was just make scrambled eggs instead, you know. And I like scrambled eggs better anyway. So I've been doing that. But Timber returns, stumbling through the pages of a mildly tattered book. See, here it is. The only thing that sucks is that we don't have any mayo. In full confidence, he holds up the page of the book that clearly says karage. You let him know it's pronounced karaage. Karaage. Not carriage. Karaage. Well, is it in Japanese it's karage, right? It's not karaage. 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 Maybe, I don't know actually. How do you pronounce karage? Because I say karage. Like karage. How do you pronounce karage? Hold on. Display capture. This is very important. This time I remember. Karage. The karage. Karage. Where's the Japanese? Karage. Karage. Is it karaage? Or is it karage? I don't know actually. I'm gonna go Google Translate because that's the only place I can find like a text to speech, to be honest. I don't know where else to go.
Karage.
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 I don't know. Google text to speech says karage.
Karage.
Well, the best I can say it anyway. Karage. Karage. You say age, you know? Karage. Because ka, ra, and I don't know what this word is. It's kanji, I'm assuming. Karage.
Karage.
Karage. Not karaage. I feel like, I mean, I maybe that's what Nom Nom Nami meant, I guess, the developer of this game, but I don't know. If you separate it like that, it makes me think it makes me want to say like karaage. Age. Isn't that a Miku song? Anyway, I think it's pronounced karage. You let him know it's pronounced karage because you're a fucking weeb, not carriage. What? Nani? He flips the book back over, holding it close to his face in the low light. That's how you say it? I've been calling it carriage this whole time. You hand the chopsticks back to him, snickering a little. Damn, that's embarrassing. How'd you know about this? Well, you see, I watch anime. Have you ever heard of anime? It's not something you eat often, but in some places, it's served even in convenience stores. Ah yes, it's like Japan America, apparently. You know, it's a very common setting for some reason, you know, for indie games. Like, it's like Japan, but also it's America, Japan America. Timber runs a hand through his hair in absolute despair. Boop, 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 boop. Thanks. Now I feel like an idiot. He says that, but he's laughing along with you. The food smells really good. You joke that he can still call it carriage if he wants to. Maybe he put a unique spin on it. Karage, karage, karage. He's muttering to himself, making sure he remembers the pronunciation right. Hearing him do this makes you laugh even more at the absurdity of the situation. Stop. Hey, do you want me to feed you or not? He's pointing the chopsticks at you, but you can't stop laughing either. Soon enough, the food is ready. And it gives you some food, and yum yum yum, tender and delicious. Can't really get like karaage. Well, it's kind of expensive. At least here in Canada, like chicken is expensive. So I never really get karaage by itself. Because like, it's like $10 or something for like a few pieces. You know, I feel like it's not worth it. Anyway, let's see. So now we're over here. So this time I think it's a different thing, right? Right. Because last time we had an option to talk to Tundra, I think. But now we can stay with Timber, or we can just head inside. I'm assuming heading inside just skips to the normal ending, right? At least I think so. I mean, let's see. So this is before... So this is when we were like getting a place to sleep. Sure, let's just head inside the ice house. Well, now that your stomach's full, all you want to do is relax. You thank you for the meal and go inside. There isn't much inside Timber's house, just a couple of baskets of supplies and a large blanket. A large blanket laid out over the icy floor. Would have been kind of funny if you had some snow furniture. Yada yada. We saw that before, I feel like. You aren't sure what to do with yourself now that you're in here. It's not like you can just climb into a sleeping bag. You look around absentmindedly. It's not long before Timber walks through the door to join you. We got a bed ready. Okay, so before it was like side by side. Let's be like personal space, bro. I guess I don't know how to say it like that. I don't know. You know, no homo. You know, we gotta like sleep further away, I guess. You ask if you can move it a little further away. You've been known to toss and turn your sleep and would rather not disturb him. Alright, but don't blame me if you get cold. Timber strips off his coat and climbs into his sleeping bag, and you do the same. Maybe you're more tired than you realize, so you fall asleep almost as soon as you close your eyes. It's the next day. You felt so welcome here, you never want to leave. Pull out some snacks. Travel safely, Nettle. And they get some food. And you promise to come back and visit someday. Okay, so same ending, it's just a normal ending. That's just a normal ending. That's not very interesting because we already seen that. So, instead of just going inside early, I guess we'll just stay with Timber instead. You won't let him get rid of you that easily. Maybe you can offer to help him clean up. Thanks, but there's not much left to do. What exactly cooking a 5-course meal out here? You ask him why he went through all the trouble of cooking you something to begin with. Who would have been happy even with a can of beans for dinner? Nah, that's too sad. We have to have something a little special for the occasion. Oh, what occasion exactly? Seem to be in a particularly good mood all night. Well, yeah. I was supposed to be scavenging, but I found you instead. He scratches at the bandages on his neck. You're not sure what he means. You feel kinda glad, though, that meeting you made his night a little better. No one's really said that kind of thing to you before. Timber wraps up his cleaning and pats you on the shoulder as he walks by. Come here, I'll take you someplace quieter. You follow behind him past some trees into a somewhat secluded hill. The starry night sky is much brighter out here than it is back home. When you look up, you're a little afraid it will swallow you whole. You can't help but stare up at it, though. There's not much to block your view of the horizon this high up in the mountains. It's just you and Timber out here in the snow. You comment on how beautiful this place is. Yeah, you think so too? Wouldn't anyone? It's cold, but you have your scarf and a belly full of warm food. You feel perfectly content. Hey Nettle, what's your impression of our pack? I'm curious. I saved the game, immediately before I say the wrong thing. I like what's the word? Like I obsessively look at the timeline to see what choice I can make. Of course, there's a flirt option, but we haven't unlocked that path yet. It's like this one too. Alright, well, what do you think of glaze? It's nice. Despite the cold, you kind of love it here. The food's good and the other worlds are nice. It's completely different from what you're used to, but for that reason by itself, glaze is a huge breath of fresh air. Yeah, I love it too. Can't imagine living anywhere else, even if there's some unsavory parts. But that's life, huh? Gotta make the best of what you got. You try opening up to him. You explain that you come from a town where witches and cats are in the majority. Cats are a favorite type of familiar for witches, and dogs like you tend to be feared by them. Witches never take your side when it comes to this stuff, because why would they? You're just some stray pet. Compared to back home, where you're constantly nervous about accidentally intimidating others, a place like Glaze is perfect. Perfect's a bit of a stretch, maybe it used to be. Like when I was a kid, shit was normal back then. You ask what he means by that. Timber takes a big breath, then exhales through his nose. He turns his gaze to the snow at his feet, kicking it lightly. A couple of decades back, a group of rabbits set up a little township in our territory. It's a big mountain, right? Can't hurt to share. You nod reflexively. Except rabbits don't like to share. They just eat everything. Clearing out trees to build their houses, plucking so much out of the ground it doesn't get a chance to grow back. Ah yes, industrialization. They take whatever they want, and they'll keep taking until nothing's left. There ain't shit we can do about it either. There were negotiations, and violence, and colonialism, and now we just stay far the fuck away. His tone is grave. You're a little taken aback by the intensity. What I'm trying to say is, if all those cats do is avoid you, consider yourself lucky. Could always be worse. Could send your children to residential schools and, like, abuse them. And then, you know, force them to, like, abandon their old culture. Anyway, what am I talking about? Is this an allegory for, like, Native Americans? I don't know. Unsure of how to respond, you look up at the stars. At least it's pretty out here. Timber smiles at you. Sure is. You head back into Glaze together. Again, I feel like there's so many allegories you can make, you know? So many metaphors you can make. There isn't much inside Timber's house, yada yada yada, blah blah blah. Let me get your bed ready, sorry for keeping you late, blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Normal ending. The normal honorary wolf ending. Alright, so let's go back over here just to see the other option. It's probably nothing too different. You can say, what do you think of Glaze? Must be tough. Living out here like this sounds like it'd be tough. You can't imagine it for yourself. But they seem to be making the best of it. Everyone looks pretty happy here. They better be happy. I'm working damn hard to make sure of that. The hard work is what scares you. Life in the city isn't easy either, but at least you're used to it. You really couldn't see yourself living in a place like this, Nettle? Itching to get back home already. That isn't it. You just don't have the confidence to live like a real wolf. You try opening up to him, blah blah blah, and he explains all things again, yada yada yada. Yada 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 yada. Okay, same ending. So nothing new there, for the most part. It's a slightly different like path, I guess. We learn about the whole rabbit thing, taking over the territory and all that. That's kind of it, though. There's that option too. Okay, well, it's time for the sex, I guess. I don't know. I'm dreading it. Quince? Nettle? Popcorn. Sure, popcorn. We're now popcorn. We were popcorn before? I don't remember. I remember talking about popcorn though, but maybe that's a different thing. I just remember saying, like, you know, popcorn only tastes good with like a bunch of butter on it, you know? Like normal popcorn kind of sucks. You know, I don't know. It's like the texture is kind of like, I don't know, just gets stuck in your teeth. I don't really like normal popcorn without, you know, the horribly like unhealthy part of like the butter. You know, because I feel like people always say how popcorn is healthy for you, right? But that's only if you don't put butter on it. Otherwise, it's bad for you. Anyway. Alright, well, brings us here. Well, guess what? We're looking for love. We're gonna transform this entire visual novel back into a dating sim, I guess. You tell him, jokingly, that you came here looking for love. Not a lot of hot singles in the area. What, is your dating pool back home even worse? You ask him if he's a hot single. Guess that'll depend on whether you think I'm hot. You stutter something about everyone being comparatively hot when the weather's this cold. You hope he doesn't notice your cheeks have gotten flushed. He snickers and thankfully changes the subject. Well, winters used to be colder here, or at least it felt like it. Maybe it's just that I haven't been out at night in a while. Temperature always plummets after sundown. If you'd known it'd be this freezing, you probably would have stayed home. Don't worry, me and the other wolves warm you up. More wolves to flirt with. You're too shy to say, but you feel pretty excited to meet them. Well, we know what the wolves are. They're gonna be like four-legged wolves. Is that what is that? Is that legal? All right, skip ahead. I skip. Flirting with the other wolves would have been too awkward after all. You guess you'll stick to Timber, despite Crystal's warning. Despite Crystal, oh yeah, she mentioned something like, don't get too cozy with Timber. Well, this is the timeline where we do, I guess. Any legitimate? No, okay, all right. I saved the game. I stare longingly, like awkwardly, just like saying nothing. You're content to sit there and watch Timber in action. You're not a great cook yourself, so you assume you just get in his way. Timber cheerfully chops up some cabbage and gets a pan of oil ready on the cooktop. You don't want to bother him, so you continue to watch in silence as he gets the food ready. The lighting reminds you of being around a campfire. It sort of is one. It feels a little romantic, does it? The smell of greasy fried chicken is very romantic, I guess. You can't see his face perfectly, but he's wearing the same grin as always. His tail wags lazily behind him. You guess he enjoys cooking. He offered to do it for you without hesitation. You rest your cheek in your hand, feeling the wave of exhaustion hit you after sitting idly for a moment. Good food and someplace warm to sleep. It's more than you could have asked for when you showed up here. Timber is so nice, you love getting to feel taken care of. And them take care of you in other ways too. Okay. The sizzling oil in the pan brings you back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity. I don't know. You shake your head to wake yourself up a little more. Timber suddenly speaks up. You do eat meat, don't you? I guess I should have asked first. You like to eat his meat? Literally. You chop it off? Blood everywhere? It's horrible. No, like why is that like a... By the way, why is eating a euphemism for like oral sex? It's like, I don't know, it just sounds violent, doesn't it? Like eating, the act of like chewing, it's like that doesn't, I don't know, it's not one-to-one, I feel like. Anyway, what are you thinking? You're getting way too distracted by the appeal of a man who cooks for you. I mean, I guess you would love Shiro, I guess. Emiya Shiro, like for some reason one of his main character traits is that he cooks food. You smile and let him know fried chicken is one of your favorite foods. Good to hear. Start to worry a little with you being so quiet. You admit that you are enjoying watching him cook. It looks like he's having fun. Yep, I live to serve. You feel like your heart's gonna melt. Literally. You get a heart attack. No, you want him to cook your every meal for the rest of your life. And live in luxury, I guess. It's like a 5-star Michelin chef, I guess, forever. Your food's ready when it feels like no time. Smells amazing. You eat the food, you go yum yum. And then you can see my place popcorn, the hour of you, and you nod enthusiastically. You were hoping things would develop in this direction. Head inside if you want to, just be a sec. Okay. Save the game. Let's see. I mean, obviously you can go, you stay with Timber, and then we'll just end up in this situation, and I don't know, it kind of looks back anyway, so it's better to just stay with Timber then. Skip. He words like an arrow through your heart. Doesn't notice that you're blushing. Ooh woo, I guess. Some alone time. What do you think of Glaze? I guess you're the best part. Say that, I guess. Can't stop yourself from saying Timber is the best thing about Glaze. He snickers at you. Yeah? What makes you say that? When he cocks his eyebrow, you can't just say the C word like that. Your heart skips a beat. You kind of wish he'd just start kissing you right here. Instead, you stammer something about never meeting anyone like him before. Of course not. One of a kind. You hope you can be a one of a kind for him too. Try opening up to him, then you go Doki Doki. Okay, mostly the same though. Alright, well, I mean, this is the part where it matters, I guess. Because it's pink. Yeah. Alright, so this is where the timelines diverge. So there's this, and then there's this one. I mean, obviously we can get a little closer. It's very forward. Which one should I explore for? I mean, this one has more scenes apparently for some reason. I don't know. I guess, well, it's the usual thing where like, oh, you know, time for sex, but like, nah, never mind. And then it's like, he's okay, and then you just, I don't know, and then you just move forward. Fine. Let's just see what this one is. You can move it closer. The gap between them is already small, but you suggest closing that gap completely. He slides it all the way over, then looks back at you for confirmation. Here, you're not keeping eye contact. You plan to snuggle up to me during the night? You kind of want to get to that part as soon as possible. You give him a vague answer. Timber strips off his coat, tosses it aside. You follow suit, tie your boots, and then you're both comfortably into your sleeping bags. Timber lies his arms folded behind his head, and you stare at him, unsure what to say. He glances over to you and then smiles. I know what you're thinking. You know, when he's gonna have sexual intercourse with me, right? That's not what you were thinking at all. You know, it didn't appear on the Xbox as far as I know. You protest, feeling your cheeks get hot. You keep making eyes at me. Tell me if you got the wrong idea, or tell me if I got the wrong idea. He isn't wrong by saying like that. You roll over in embarrassment and bury your face in a sleeping bag. You're shy. Well, don't worry. I won't do anything you don't ask for. So if you do ask for something, he'll do it? Okay. And of course, we choose the boring option. And never mind. You're fine, actually. You just want to snuggle. Okay. And then you're too nervous. No one cares. You care a little. It says goodnight. Okay. And then the boring ending. The boring stuff that nobody cares about. I just want to get it anyway. You know, I gotta get the check marks, okay? It's important. Alright, well, time for fan service, I guess. Just drink some water. Anyway, sex. Again, hopefully, it's not, as far as I understand, there's no explicit visuals, so it should be okay, right? I hope so. I hope there's no explicit visuals, even though literally the game literally has sex in it. And it's literally like, you know, that's like, I was saying half of the game. Is it half of the game? Sort of. I mean, it's like a selling point, I guess. But you stumble over your words. You find a way to express that you would like to mess around. Too embarrassed. Timber wraps his arms around a transparent ghost. By the way, we're always a weird transparent ghost. You know, literally, like I don't know. Like I feel like, yeah, the whole point is like it's a self-insert, right? But we're like literally transparent though. You know, like we're not. Like I don't know. Like it's funny how that's drawn. Like we can literally see through our own body. I don't know. I guess maybe it's the idea is to show off more of the drawing. You know, the art. I think it's just kind of funny to think that we're literally transparent. Anyway, he poses and goes to you. You gotta be covert about it. Ain't got any doors. Pulls your shirt up a little. It's gonna actually have sex with you? What? How could I have expected this? How long have you been waiting? Cause something sooner. Turn on to think straight. You know, that has a double meaning. Rubbing you up and down, kissing you on the neck, wagging your tail. Oh, we actually have a face. I feel like in all the other scenes, our self-insert doesn't have a face. Now this just makes it look like, what's that? What's that meme? Hold on, let me. It just makes me think of. It just makes me think of Yaranaika. You know, the meme Yaranaika. I'm pretty sure it was like a gay porn manga or something. I don't know. It makes me think of this. Yaranaika. Anyway. But yeah, okay. Yeah, just what you want more. Not aggressively. Undoes your pants. Why is he so good at this? I don't know. I guess he has tons of sex. I guess that's the point. I'm assuming every time you make a new character, you know, where you have a sex scene, he just has sex with everybody. Now, did he ever get tested for STDs? Is that like a thing in this universe? I don't know. When you have like multiple sexual partners, you know, it's just a thing you gotta check for. He doesn't give me mind one at all. The hand over your mouth. Yada yada yada. Good dog. Good dog. Kind of weird roleplay. And then I guess we have multiple options. Does this one matter? Actually, let's check the timeline. Oh, it's like, yeah, I don't know if this matters. What about you? Nah, I'm fine. Go to sleep. Okay. If I don't know, he just jerks you off, I guess? Do you come in your pants now? Or he does undo your pants. Anyway, I just think about the logistics. Your face get hot. It's a one-time thing. It's a memory to be cherished. Yeah, it's a memory to like jerk off to late. I don't know. Anyway. And then you kiss him. Now why the hell would you go and do that? He asks sarcastically, but you can barely hear him over all the barking and howling around you. You guys are sweethearts. No one told me anything about that. Nice, Timber. One of the walls turns tails and runs away. You think it might have been Crystal. I can't believe you NTR'd Crystal. What the heck? I don't know. I don't know the Crystal's relationship though. I mean, they feel like families. I don't know. Like family or is it actually like jealousy? You know? I'm never gonna hear the end of this. I changed my mind, Popcorn. Don't come back. You're too much of a troublemaker. He punched his arm lightly, giving a knowing smile. And then one last goodbye, you're on your way. It's still honorary wolf though. Very honorable. Honorable. I'll try the other option though. Call me a good dog. Nuzzles you. You're a very good dog. Okay, same thing. Well, the same thing, really. It doesn't matter that much. Alright. Anyway, go back over... I mean, let's see. What's the timeline? Gotta check the timeline. Very important. Okay, so this one... So for the other scene, we have to go back over here, I think, and say, yeah, that's fine. You know, we don't get too eager, I guess. I guess I don't want to take my pants off, but seeing as I have a guess... He trails off, then pauses a moment. Unless you were hoping I'd take him off for you. You didn't say anything about that. You pull your scarf over your face, but you can't hide how flustered you are. What about you, Popcorn? Gonna take that scarf off, or you planning on sleeping with it? Alright. The scarf stays on, I guess. The scarf stays on. It's a little awkward to explain, but you have a scar from your childhood hiding underneath it that you don't want anyone to see. Yeah? It gives you a sympathetic look. Sorry, should have asked. It's not like he could have known. You aren't offended or anything. Actually, since you already told him a little about where you came from, maybe it's best to tell the whole story. When you were in grade school, you were the only dog in your class. It made you a target for bullies. One day, during recess, when the witches a grade ahead of you started calling you their familiar. You didn't really know them, so it seemed a little weird, but familiars have a comfortable life, so you thought maybe it'd be okay. Until they put a collar around your neck and started dragging you around the playground on a leash. Ended up digging into your skin hard enough to leave a scar. They got in trouble for it. Timber has a kind of serious look on his face, so you try to laugh it off at the end. Saying it wasn't like you were traumatized or anything. Popcorn. You stopped babbling. That sucks. It's shitty that they did that to you. You shake your head, saying you were pretty young when it happened. You bet that witch just thought they looked cool for having a wolf as a familiar. Still shitty though. Timber stares at the icy ceiling above. You feel like you totally brought down the mood. It's just like you said before though. Being in Glaze, you don't have to be reminded of any of that. You're welcome as a fellow wolf, even if you're just some dog that showed up out of nowhere. You're grateful for Timber for that. It's why you start to like him so much. Well, like I said, I was just glad I ran into you instead of someone else. You're glad too. Anyway, good night. Good night. Content, you close your eyes. Ruffles your hair. He's so nice. He's just a nice guy. You know, he's just a nice guy. And then we friend zone him. No, I don't know. Anyway. Alright, well, obviously that's just the boring ending. That's not what we signed up for, I guess. Well, I mean, I didn't sign up for this either, but like, obviously the content is there, and I have to get those check marks. I'm not gonna make progress unless I see all these scenes, right? And we ask for a kiss. With the mood slightly salvaged, you muster all your courage and ask if he'll give you a kiss goodnight. Oh, so you weren't kidding about liking me. Well, he said he was single. If he's available and you're available, there's nothing wrong. Sure, I'll give you a kiss. Where do you want it? On the lips, obviously. What about... I don't know, I was gonna say, like, what about on the eyeball, directly? Probably something like that. Is that like an anime scene or something? Someone like licks someone's eyeball and it's like creepy? I don't know, anyway. Can do. He leans in and does just as you requested. It's chaste and only lasts for a second or two, but makes you feel really happy. You're happy, but you want maybe just a bit more, because this is eroge. Before you can pull away, you rush in for another kiss. Also, we have a face again. Weird. Popcorn. You feel his grin against your lips, but you wish he just kept kissing you instead. His surprise is only temporary though. Soon enough, he follows your lead. A small moan escapes you as you slip in your tongue. Feels going wild, you're impressed. Again, like I always kind of like mumble when it gets erotic. I don't know, I don't want to freaking read erotica. You have to pay, again, you have to pay me for that. Okay? It comes at a premium. You want to be closer. Why the sleeping bags are in the way. Slides your hands up, or rather, when your hands slide up to his neck, he grabs your wrist and pulls him away. Ooh, brought down the mood. Not there. Not there. You stop yourself. You can't do far and done something he doesn't like. You know, he got the ick, I guess. Is that what you call it? I don't know, actually. I don't know what you call it, man. You didn't realize this whole time. You thought it was just an accessory. The bandages, of course you shouldn't touch them. Concerned, you ask if it hurts. Yeah, sorta. He releases your hands and rubs the back of his neck. You apologize and ask if the wound is fresh. I don't want to talk about it. He moves away from you. I can't believe you've... I can't believe you ruined the sex, Popcorn. Every other character... Well, I'm gonna say every other character was able to, like, not mess it up. But then again, some other characters literally died. But, you know, I can't believe Popcorn has zero riz. Sorry, kind of spoiled the moment. You really messed up. Why'd you even ask? Could've just left it alone. The shame is so unbearable, you start apologizing again. It's fine, you can just go to sleep. You can forget everything or anything ever happened, because you'll be gone in the morning anyway. That's probably for the best. Stop apologizing, I'm not mad at you. I just hate that I reacted that way. Now I can't even... Timber grumbles in frustration. You look up at him, a little lost on how to feel about this whole thing. I'll just fucking show you. Gives you a serious look, then suddenly starts unwrapping his bandages. The scarring on his neck is... It's a lot worse than yours. You know how you said you were collared? So was I. This isn't from any normal collar. They almost look like burns. The burns look like that? I don't know, actually. I feel like burns would look a little bit more... Well, I wouldn't know. I was gonna say like a little bit more pale, I guess. But again, I wouldn't know. I got snatched up by some real sadists. It's mostly healed now, but the mental stuff, fuck, I don't know. You begin to cry. Hey, you alright? It's the same, you feel the exact same. The place where that collar dug into your skin, the pain there went away a long time ago, but in your thoughts, your dreams. Every time you see your body in the mirror, you remember it. The reminder that, oh yeah, that happened, huh? No matter what you're doing, how far away you're from the people who hurt you, sometimes you can only see yourself as a small, defenseless puppy being dragged around the playground. You try to explain all this to him, the tears keep pouring out and you're not being very coherent. Timber puts a hand on your head and pulls you close. Sorry. His voice is quiet and firm. I hadn't really talked to anyone about this before, so didn't realize it'd be something anyone else would understand. You apologize for suddenly crying. You apologize for apologizing. Nah, if it hurts, you can cry. Timber isn't crying, though. He said it hurt, but he isn't crying. Come on, I'm not gonna cry in front of someone I just met. No offense. The touch of humor is welcome, and you laugh with him a little through your tears. You're calming down. You decide to unwrap your scarf so you can get a look at yours too. But it's really cold in here. You're wearing it to bed after all. Again, the scarf stays on. You each tuck yourselves into your sleeping bags and finally call it a night. That wasn't very sexy, you know? No, that wasn't very sexy. But technically, it is part of the pink timeline. Which is interesting. Normally the pink means fucking, you know? But like, that wasn't fucking at all. That was just revealing emotional scars. Anyway, you wake up with the sunrise that morning. You just never wake up this early, but you feel so motivated. It's something you thought about all night. You think living among cats and witches isn't something you can bear any longer. As soon as you can, you're gonna move to Glaze to be with Timber. You sure about this? Kinda like leaving your life behind and all. It's not like your life was any good before. You could use a fresh start. Okay, but besides that, you feel like no one's ever understood you the way Timber does. We have a deep bond. It's called trauma bonding. You know, it's what happens when mentally unstable people get attached to each other because they have very similar trauma, and then they tend to have like well, I don't know. At least I don't know how it is, how common it is in real life, but at least in fiction anyway, they tend to have like a very toxic relationship where like they're very dependent, like codependent on each other. You know, and like it actually isn't very healthy, as it turns out. But I don't know. Anyway. I hadn't even known you a full day. Yeah, it's like, you know, just like in a lot of like I was gonna say dating sims, not even dating sims, like any kind of like video game, I mean just movies, like stories just in general. For some reason, like characters get like the relationships like skyrocket very quickly in the plot, and it's just silly. I don't know, but it's often like I feel like it is very common in movies though. You know, when there's like a hero, usually it's a male lead. Like, I'm the hero, you know, and there's always the female character. He's like, hello, I'm the female character, you know? And it's like, at first they don't get along, but then they do. And by the end of the movie, they're fucking kissing or whatever. But like, it's only been a day, you know? I don't know. If he's against you coming to live here, you should just say so. If he thinks you're not cut out to be a wolf. That's not what I'm saying. I just don't want you to decide something like this on a whim. If you're coming back, make sure you're not gonna regret it. There's some fucked up shit that goes on out here. I can't speak. There's some fucked up shit that goes on out here. Joining us isn't gonna solve all your I can't speak today. I mean, I've been feeling a little bit under the weather since yesterday. I think I'm sick, but you know. Anyway, there's some fucked up shit that goes on out here. Joining us isn't gonna solve all your problems or nothing. It's not that you think it will, and you know you're being imposing by suddenly deciding this, but you give Timber a hug. There's nothing more to say about it, so you'll be taking your leave now. He pats your shoulders and nods. See ya, Popcorn. Actually, that name is... well, you think it's about time you got rid of it. Oh yeah? New name for a new era. That's exactly right. You think really hard about what you like Timber to call you. How about Twigs? Oh, we become a real character. You know, we transform suddenly. And now we're Twigs. Like a real character now. Crazy. Is that stupid? You have to tell me if you think it's stupid. Where'd it come from? Did you just look around the ground and name yourself after the first thing you saw? You know, like Klingons or whatever from Star Trek, I think? Or was it Klingons or something like that? Or, I don't know, maybe some other franchise, like sci-fi thing? No. If I did that, I would have said Snow. Snow's a cute name. But I like Twigs. Be Twigs then. No, but you haven't told me whether you think it's stupid. Whatever name you pick, I'm not gonna call it stupid. You could be thinking it through. If you are, you have to tell me, Timber. I don't want to say it. But we're Scar Buddies. I can't care what my Scar Buddy thinks. Okay, don't call us that. Now there's a name I can tell you is stupid. Your bickering continues until Timber finally relents and tells you that Twigs is a fine name. Still aren't sure you believe him, but you've gotten used to it by now. You're sticking with it. Satisfied, you finally wave goodbye and set off to your campsite. As soon as you get home, you'll be making arrangements to move to Glaze. You have to make sure to bring plenty of food to share with everyone. As you walk along the icy path, you ponder what Timber's first snacks might be. Twigs! The canonical Twigs wolf. You know, all the other wolves he's fucked is not canonical. You know, anyway. You received the captor's key. Huh? What? Check the content warnings? I don't want spoilers. Is the problem. Is the issue. I'm gonna say no. Give you an ending screen. Oh yeah, that does remind me. I should like put like a thing. I should put like a content warning. Where is it? I haven't done that technically, so I guess I'll just do it right now. Some of the games I play may contain mature content that isn't appropriate for a younger audience. Your discretion is advised. In message. Alright. Is this when it gets like fucked up? I don't know. Let's see. There you go, we have that. So we did all the check marks for the wolf routes. Now we have the captor route, which seems a lot shorter. Is this just a flashback to what happened to Timber, I guess? Which, by the way, when they were talking about names, you know, like Timber, isn't it Timber? What does Timber mean, I guess? It's not Tinder. Tinder's the dating app, but also like firewood or whatever, right? Timber. When I think timber, I think of timber, you know, like when a lumberjack cuts a tree, they yell timber. I actually don't know what timber means exactly. What does it mean? Timber. Wood? What's this say? Wood prepared for use in building and carpentry. Oh. Which is different from tinder. But very similar, I guess. Alright. So there is an epilogue for the wolf route. And also an 18 plus epilogue? Okay, how long has it been? Well, it's been an hour and 54 minutes. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I can take a quick break now. It's almost 2 hours. Let's do that, you know, before we look at the epilogue. And then after the epilogue, I guess maybe the 18 plus epilogue, I'm assuming unlocks right after. I don't know. I guess more kissy with like twigs or whatever. And then, I don't know. And then we can explore the captor route, which has content warnings. I don't know. I don't want to show the content warnings only because I don't want to be spoiled, you know? I actually want to keep it a surprise. Yeah. To me, anyway. That's when it gets interesting, right? And then there's this, and also another 18 plus, also CW, and then a last one, I guess. Anyway, but yeah, that will be the plan. But for now, I'm going to take a quick break. I guess I'll continue playing, this Gaia music? Hold on, let me have to like change things. You know, it used to be a lot simpler. Where's the thing? Or can I just open like a... I don't know, Windows 10, there was like a sound mixer I could use. I could just pop it up really easily. But now Windows 11, I can't do that. As far as I can tell. Unless there is an option, I just don't see it. I don't know, I have to like open like the freaking volume mixer or whatever as a separate window. It's not the end of the world. Oh no, I can. Oh, I can go over here. Wait. Ah, there you go. There's a Windows mixer. Rather, volume mixer. It's just hidden for some reason. Just scroll down. You can click on this, and then you have to scroll down for some reason. Anyway, let's continue just playing little Sky music. And I'll be right back after a few minutes. BRB.
「
Alright. Also very heroic. When did this song play? Is it when they play when the Earth heroes? I remember some of the plot. It was like when people from Earth, you know? They come and like, they're like the heroes, but actually they end up joining you anyway? Right. Captain Gordon, defender of Earth. Something like that. Anyway. Pause. I stopped the music. The defender of Earth is dead. This is a dramatic moment. He freaking dies and the music stops. No, Oop. Let's head back to Night with Timber. Nom Nom Nami. You know, something I've noticed with Nom Nom Nami's writing. Oh, I gotta change back to different display capture up because the display capture keeps flashing and I hate it for some reason. Anyway, I was gonna say something to do with Nom Nom Nami. I've noticed that they never capitalize, or they rarely capitalize their writing. Usually, I mean, in the game itself, it's capitalized properly, but for some reason they don't like capitalizing things, and yet they capitalize their name here. You know? Well, I don't know. Let me see. Or am I mixing it up with like another developer? You know? Hold on, let me check. Let me see if I'm simply like making stuff up, you know? It's simple. I made that up. Source, I made it up. You want my source? I simply lied. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, here. Just looking at the website, for example, it's like, surprise, new game just dropped. See, they do the thing. I mean, just like in like when you text on a phone, I guess. So even when I'm such a stickler for like grammar, like even when I text, I don't really text a lot recently, but you know, back when I text on my phone a lot, I also still use, you know, proper spelling and grammar. I don't like using autocorrect. I'm such a boomer when it comes to that. So ironically, I feel like boomers would also do the same thing and not like really, you know, spell correctly. So I don't know what I am. I'm just a weird millennial, but basically whether I'm writing an email or like writing an essay or, you know, texting somebody, like I'm always using correct spelling and grammar. I don't like to like not do that. It irks me. Anyway, all I want to say is that, yeah, usually I've noticed like Nom Nom Nami's writing, for whatever reason, they like to not use capitalization. You know, they'll put a big S here. They don't put like a big I here. Even when they're saying I, even the freaking proper I, you know, you gotta use the capital I, right? Not even that. They don't do that. So for a lot of their stuff, they don't do that. Or she doesn't do that. I hate saying. I don't like to say he or she for some reason when I'm referring to like people. I just like to use they, but like not even just the gender neutral term they, but like they as in like an entity, you know, like it. But like I don't want to say it. It doesn't feel right. It feels like it's not a person, you know, or like not a I don't know what the word is, but like not a human, I guess. If you say it is. It feels better if it's like an alien, you know, like a literal alien. I don't know. Anyway, caps lock did not work. Might be a Tumblr thing. Tumblr thing. Also guest book. We'll still use this, by the way. November 22nd. In case you're wondering how I play Batman Theater without knowing what Ichu is, I didn't. I watched Manly Bass Hero play it, and then listened to the soundtrack on loop for a while. Haha. So you simply didn't buy the game. You simply pirated. Frost, you simply pirated the game with your eyeballs. You see, anyway. No. Actually, Batman Theater was a paid game, right? I mean, I paid for it. I played it and paid for it. Now, if I have an option to not pay for it, you know, a lot of like games on itch.io, you have like, you know, option to not pay. I totally usually not pay, but you know, that's just because I'm a penny pincher. Penny pincher. I'm just very cheap. Anyway, but let's see. Yeah. Anyway, that's all just to say. That's what I've noticed. You know, Nom Nom Nami doesn't usually capitalize their letters, but they do it here. You know, I guess to differentiate between Nom Nom and Nami. I guess. I don't know. It's like Nom Nom like a adjective. I mean, similar to my name, I guess, like SighingSlider. Like I want to capitalize the S in slider because the slider is different from the Sigh. You know, it's an adjective. Anyway, you watch me play Batman Theater, so I guess you eyeball pirated too. Oh, I can't believe you wouldn't download a car, would you? Crazy. No. Anyway, what are we doing? I think we're seeing the epilogue, right? We want to see the epilogue for the wealth route. And see what's up with Twig, I guess. That's what I'm gonna do. Is there anything I want to say, by the way, before we start? I can't remember. I feel like there was something else I wanted to say. Oh yeah, well, I also wanted to mention that Nom Nom Nami's name, which I don't think is a real name, but it's on their website. Apparently, their name is Sophie Gray. Again, I don't know, it might be just like a pen name. But they already have a pen name, right? Nom Nom Nami. It was weird, why would you have another name on top of your already like screen name? But I don't know. Maybe it's like a OC character name, I don't know. But that's just something I've noticed, you know, while browsing through the website, you know, I just noticed they have a name. They already have a name. You would think the name is Nami, you know? Anyway, let's read the epilogue for the Wolf Route. Jump to this scene? Sure, even though, well, it's kind of weird it says jump to this scene when we can't even go to the scene normally anyway. We have to do it for a year, right? Let's read the epilogue. When you step off the Instarail and onto the platform, your oversized bags roll easily on the tile. Instarail? Instarail, a magical train that connects the many worlds across time and space, allowing for instantaneous travel between all kinds of destinations. The name is short for Interstellar Railway. I think I remember that actually. That was, I think, featured at some point in one of the Nom Nom Nami games. I think Lonely Wolf Treat in one of the episodes, something like that. It also had like a reference to their other game, like I think literally time and space, as in like the character's time and space. The freaking Yuri game, I think. Okay. Now to get these down the stairs. You lift the plastic sled from off the top of your luggage, untying the small bow you made it to keep it in place. It's long and unwieldy, but its size will be good to carry your bags all the way to Glaze. We just wish you had some extra muscle to help you out. You should have worked out. Should have get some protein, brother. Do you even lift? You aren't the strongest, and one of these things is filled to the brim with bags of rice. Rice? Well, funnily enough, I got some. Well, I'm Asian, basically. You know, just to mention that real quick. So I've eaten rice for most of my life. So I want to try something different that's a little bit more healthier. Because rice itself, I mean, it's alright, but like it doesn't have a lot of nutritional value, I guess. So I got some quinoa, which I couldn't get normally in my local grocery store. It was like the last bag, you know? Like you can get like tiny ones, like for like boxes and stuff, but like you can't get like an actual like, you know, bag of like quinoa. There's also couscous, I guess, but I'm not familiar. I never tried couscous, but I tried quinoa, and it's alright. I like it enough. But anyway, that's just to say, like, I got some quinoa, like, literally yesterday. And I just want to mention real quick. It reminded me of that. It's kind of expensive, though. Like, 20 bucks. Anyway. But you're determined. You go down the steps, then place a sled in the snow. Next comes the hard part. Look back up one of the 2 giant suitcases, but what surprises you is that a witch is standing next to them, looking down at you. Oh, Spice. You are... Which one are you? What, are you... You're... I forget which character this is. This is the... Hold on. Let me, like, Alt-Tab real quick. It's the time and space one, right? Or is... It looks familiar anyway. It's, is it this one or is it a different one? Well, I think it's this one, right? Yeah, this one. Her Tears Were My Light. They were the one that were, that was in the train before, in another Nom Nom Nami game. I'm pretty sure. Right? They look very similar. Just comparing, you know. This one, right? Anyway. Like, they're called different now. They're under a different name. Forget the lore. Did they, like, become a witch? Or were they always a witch? Or is it a different character? I don't know. Hi, sorry. When I saw you with all that luggage, I wondered if you might need some help. Oh, thank goodness. Yes, please. The kind train attendant uses her magic to levitate each of her bags onto the sled, stacking them neatly. Oh, no, okay. They are, like, yeah. They are part of the whole train thing. Oh, yeah. I think they're the same character. Apparently, they started, like, a train business. Or they're simply employed. I'm not sure. I had no idea how this was gonna go. I really appreciate your help. No problem. You have a long way to travel. Yes, but it'll be a lot easier to pull everything on the sled. I got it from here. The witch waves goodbye and wishes you well on your journey. How lucky. Strangers usually aren't this nice to you. Then again, Timber was a stranger once, wasn't he? He was always nice to you too. You naively wonder if it's something about the mountain air that makes everyone a little kinder. Or rather, the fact that they are cameos from the developers' other games, and therefore they need to look good, you know? Otherwise, like, why would they be evil? You know, suddenly, like, she's an asshole, you know, after one of the games, you know, that would be like a disservice, you know, to the fans of the previous game. So obviously they have to be nice, you know? That's why you choose to believe about, that's what you choose to believe about Mount Sorbet. Which reminds me, you know, I wonder, is there any, like, true villain characters in the Nom Nom Nami games? There might be. I don't know, but that's what I feel, you know? I don't know. I like Nom Nom Nami's games and everything. And this is comparing apples to oranges. But I like Nemle's games a little bit better. At least in the characters anyway. Because Nemle's games, their characters are a little bit more villainous. You know, they're a little bit more... They're like assholes, you know? Compared to like Nom Nom Nami's characters... Most of them are pretty nice, and in fact, I think all of them are nice, really. I mean, maybe... What was it? I think the one of the witches, I guess, in the Syrup game was, like, a little mean a little bit, but then, you know... But then she, like, softens up or whatever. So it's like, whatever, you know? I think that's what's missing, you know? Spice, ironically, the name Spice, but I wish the characters were a little bit spicy in terms of, like, their like, personality, I guess, you know? I wish they were a little bit more... thorny, I guess. Is that the right word? I don't know. Everyone's just so nice, usually, you know? It makes me feel like it's freaking Teletubbies or something, you know? Just too nice. I want them to be mean to each other. Maybe we'll get to that later. Apparently, again, this game has dark themes, so I don't know. I mean, I guess the only exception is maybe... I guess the mother is a little bit... you know, like, what's her name? Tundra? I guess Tundra is a little bit like, you know, a bit of like a badass and all that. So, I don't know. That's one character I can think of that's like a little bit like not like wholesome, I guess. But even that, you know, even like it's understandable why she's that way. So like it's not really like a great example. But yeah, anyway. It takes you all day to make it through the snowfields. You almost worry that you get lost along the way, but thankfully you have a pretty good sense of direction. The only problem now is the darkness has you feeling a little paranoid. You feel as if someone's watching you from the shadows. Well, we know who that shadow is. Yeah. That someone just wrapped their arms around you out of nowhere. I guess Timber is also kind of like, you know, obviously you didn't know anything about the game, even though it says on the game that you're literally gonna fuck Timber, you know, like literally says it on the game page. I mean, he seemed kind of almost scary in the beginning, but again, I already knew where it was going anyway. But yeah, anyway, that's just thinking. I like true like villainous characters in Nom Nom Nami's games. I feel like there isn't a really good one, you know? It's gotta be a villain. You gotta have an antagonist, is all I'm saying. It makes it more interesting, you know? If there's like a true antagonist, I feel like. Like this, you know, freaking Voldemort. You know, I was just thinking randomly of Harry Potter, like Voldemort, freaking Darth Vader, you know. What are some good villains? What are some iconic villains? For some reason, I think of Kingdom Hearts, like Riku. You know, sort of, not really. He's more like a rival character. It's like kind of evil in the first game, but really he's being possessed. Anyway. Yeah, anyway. Sorry, did I scare you? Thank goodness, it's a nice kind of stranger, you know, not the illegal kind that, like, kills you. What? I don't see you for a week and now I'm a stranger again? The nice kind, I said. It's a compliment. He gives you a little squeeze before letting you go. Once he does, you take a moment to adjust your scarf. It came a long way with all this. You gesture to the large bags piled up on your sled, which was a great idea, by the way, although it was still a huge effort dragging it all the way out here. What's all in there? This one's my clothes and snacks. This one's practically all rice. Just rice? That whole thing? I guess it makes sense, by the way, that we're bringing a bunch of rice. I guess, you know, it's for the village. It's food. I was trying to think of foods that would last a long time, and this is the best I could come up with. I guess so, yeah, rice. I mean, rice can go bad. But I guess as long as you keep it in a safe place, you know, where like bugs don't eat it or whatever. I think there's some kind of bug like can eat rice, I think. They get into it, like, I guess rats or something. I guess it's not a bug. You know, like pests, rather. Anyway. Sorry, I guess I should have brought a better variety. Everyone's gonna get sick of eating rice, aren't they? No, this is great. We don't need to worry about food for a long time. Good, he seems happy. You're trying to really hard to make sure you won't be a burden once you join his pack. And while you have joined them, you're joining them. You're almost there even. I try to guess your favorite snacks. I'll show you once we get the glaze, and you can pick something out. When you glance back up at Timber, he's giving you such a soft and genuine smile that you worry your heart might stop right there. It's true that you barely know this wolf, but you already feel like you would die for him. You know, your social link is already maxed out, apparently. That isn't healthy, is it? Uprooting your life to move out here suddenly is beyond risky. Even your dad kept asking if you were sure about all this. But if it means you can see that smile... Oh, that reminds me, I also brought... You slip your backpack off and kneel down in the snow to dig through one of its pockets. Oh, why are we pretty? Dig through one of its pockets. And then you present to him your many, many packages of condoms. You know, of course, safe sex, kids. Always use protection. He nearly doubles over in laughter. What? I hope I'm not being too presumptuous. Apparently, this is a lot. That's a lot of condoms. What? Was this the real reason you decided to move out here? Come on, you can say it. Your face flushes, but you don't back down. You know, this... I mean, this character design looks very innocent, I feel like. So, I don't know, I just can't, like... I can't, what's the word? I can't combine? That's not the right... I don't know if that's the right word, but I can't... I don't know, anyway. I can't accept that this innocent-looking character wants to have sex like 10,000 times. Actually, not like they're like a sex fiend. What the heck? Yeah, I don't know. What? That's the implication, I feel like. I just wanted to come prepared. We didn't get to do much before, and sorry, I'm not trying to make fun of you. It's just such a ridiculous amount. I didn't want to run out. Okay, horn dog. I didn't realize you were planning having sex every night. Not every night, you know, only every other night. Maybe I should have kept these a secret until later. You hastily shove everything back into your bag and zip up the pocket. Again, it's only been like a day. You know, you're already expecting that much sex. Anyway, once you're back on your feet, Timber gives your head a firm pat. I'm glad to have you around, Twigs. You feel like your smile could almost match his in warmth and sincerity. Almost. He takes a rope to help you drag your sled and its ridiculous amount of luggage into Glaze. To your new home. Like, what else have you got in there, you know? The sex toys or what, something? I don't know. Alright, well, that's it, I guess. Well, that's just kind of it. It's just kind of like, they move in. And they have a bunch of condoms. Alright, well, obviously there's this. Oh, we haven't unlocked that, though. Huh, interesting. I thought that would show up immediately. Right after, you know? We just see them going at it, you know? Like rabbits. Ironically, even though they're wolves. But I guess not. Oh, interesting. Well, main menu. Now what? Well, obviously we can, I guess we go down the captor route. We have to freaking kidnap them. You know, we have to kidnap Timber first and torture them before we get to the fun part, I guess. A fun part, quote unquote, but you know. Oh, alright. Well, let's do that, I guess. Tofu, you know, imagine Tofu comes back. I'm back, motherfucker. No, remember Tofu? Lettuce. Nettle. Night. I don't know, I want like a good... Like, I feel like this is the fucked up route, you know? This is where we friggin' like torture him or something. So this has gotta be like good... You know, I was talking about something about like a villain character. Does it count where we're the villain though? Yogurt. You know what? Well, have we been a yogurt before? I don't remember. Maybe we have. Ichigo. There's something like Ichigo Kurosaki from Bleach. Strawberry. I'm hungry. Wins. Croissant. Croissant. Adzuki. Juice. Ginger. Rando. Woofer. Narcissus. Random name. Hello, random name. Qwerty. Gouda, escargot. Whatever, it's gonna be yogurt. Yogurt! My name is Yogurt. Skip. Oh, actually, this is different. You've been running for a while now, a brisk walk on the first, but eventually in your sprint. Something is following you. The throat burns with each panting breath, you stumble and fall. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Oh, this seems the same though. You're... Funny. What do you mean his captor? Sorry, I'm just gonna drink some water. Alright, we've been a rabbit, we've been a human, a witch, a wolf, named Twigs. And now, you're his captor. Like, what is the situation though? I thought we were gonna be like a flashback or something, but actually, we're just his captor? Like, are we just like before we were like a former captor? Well, I guess we'll see. You're his captor. Yogurt? Question mark. You smirk back up at him. He's fallen into your trap. You fool. You fall into my trap card. Kaiba. Now that he's close, your magic won't miss. You fire off 3 cuffs, 1 for each wrist, and a collar tight around his neck. A chain bursts out of the back, snapping itself around the nearest tree. The wolf barely has time to react before the wrist cuffs snap into each other behind his back. Too bad. You won't be eating anyone tonight, wolf. The hell is this? Is that any way to greet a guy? Greet a guy? Is there any way to greet? And so he's like doing the Spider-Man thing, you know? He's just making a quip. You get to your feet and dusting the snow off your clothes. The wolf leans toward you, testing the limits of restraints. What does it remind me of? It reminds me of freaking Gilgamesh. You know, when Gilgamesh used the freaking chains on Hercules or whatever? I remember. In Fate Stay Night, I believe Unlimited Blade works. He seems surprised, but otherwise unfazed. You pull out your badge and hold it in front of his face. I'm the goddamn cop. No, apparently you are Osmanthus? Osmanthus. Osmanthus, how you pronounce that? I don't know. Agent Osmanthus, undercover cop, investigating a series of missing persons cases here in Mount Sorbet. Okay, Osmanthus. I can't say his name. Okay, Osmanthus. You gonna explain why you got me chained up? Probable cause. You see, these people who went missing. We received a few tips that they may have been murdered. We believe the perpetrator to be a wolf, or a group of wolves, and here you are, a wolf, chasing me down. Chasing you? I was just out for a run, officer. We gotta remain silent. We gotta call a lawyer. Where's a wolf lawyer, you know? The wolf stands there calmly as he lies to your face. A simple misunderstanding. I don't appreciate being profiled here, but I know you're just doing your job and all. Who was it that went missing? Maybe I can keep an eye out for you. You walk up to him, testing to see if he'll bare his fangs. He doesn't. He merely looks up at you, the same stiff smile on his face. You can call it profiling, but some of the wolves that live out here have a bit of a criminal history. It's all in the records. Sorry, whose records? The town of Frosting. It's where I'll be taking you tonight. You snap your fingers and the chain around the tree disappears, while a new one springs forth right into your hand. Buddy, I'm telling you you're mistaken. You walk forward with the chain held taut. The wolf doesn't move. You hold it there, glaring back at him. You'll like Frosting. It's full of tasty rabbits. I know where Frosting is. You yank hard on the chain and he falls chin first to the ground. Then you better get moving, unless you want me to drag you the whole way there. He grits his teeth with a bit of a snarl. He can't talk his way out of this one. Your magic's pretty strong. I bet you catch a lot of bad guys using this spell. Unamused, you start dragging him forward until he staggers to his feet. Alright, I'm walking. You chuckle to yourself. It's so hilarious when criminals put on such a big show being cooperative like this. The brick walls of Frosting stand out against the rest of the barren wilderness. Finally, you're back to civilization. Brick walls. Destroyed by a witch after a certain incident in which a local rabbit was threatened by foxes. Play Lonely Wolf Treat to learn more. Was it foxes? I actually don't remember it was foxes, actually. I know it was like a whole thing where, like, I forget her name, but you know, the rabbit was, you know, like the rabbit brought like treat, you know, to the town and everything, right? Fox. Oh, Moxie, was it? Was it Moxie? I guess it was Moxie. I didn't know it was Moxie that did this. Make the brick walls. I thought it was treat. Anyway. You push open the metal gate and tuck your prisoner through it. House is clear. Why not menace them in the residence? Oh, I would never. His tone has only a hint of scathing, but you notice it, because you have a keen eye for criminal psychology. Right now, he's thinking he'll worm out his way out of this one. Yeah, I can't speak. Right now, he's thinking he'll worm his way out of the situation somehow. He thinks you've got nothing on him. But smarmy assholes like this aren't too hard to break. 3 days is gonna be more than enough. Actually, you give it 1. Maybe you should stick around town. If the turnaround is gonna be that quick, you hear they got a nice hot spring at least. You lead the wolf down the short path to your contact's home. A large brick mansion matching the walls surrounding it. You knock twice. The rabbit with pitch black ears opens the door. Senbei. Have we seen Senbei before? I don't remember. I mean, you look like the... Well, you look like the other character. I remember. There was like another character that had like a very similar face. It was a guy though, I think. And he was like the gate guard. Are you related? Or is... I don't know. Anyway. Senbei. I caught one for you. He takes a quick glance at the criminal behind you, then smiles. Come in. You enter the brick house with brick walls, brick floors, and this brick of a man. Everything's bricks with this guy. When you look into it, you found his dad makes a fortune doing construction magic. You follow Senbei through the corridor, then descend down a narrow stairway. No, wait. This is a guy? Oh, this is a guy. Look, the long hair, you know, makes me think feminine, you know? No, it is the same guy. Is it the same guy? Is this the same guy? I don't know, actually. I don't remember the names or anything. Only wolf treat. Only wolf treat. I mean, this shows, like, the other stuff. Where's the original version? Not here. So we don't see them here. Updated version, of course. And here you don't really see all the other ones. Let's skip over that. Not safe for comics. Don't worry about it. I don't know. Anyway, it was one of the characters. I swear they look very different, though. They were like wearing like a uniform, I think. If I remember correctly. I could be wrong. Senbei. Again, they look very different from what I remember. Okay. Anyway, you enter the house. You follow Senbei through the corridor, then ascend down a narrow stairway. The wolf takes in his surroundings. You yank the chain again to keep his attention focused. My father's away on business. Your timing couldn't be better. I've been wandering out there every night for the past month. Damn near thought you were making this shit up. Also, I feel like I'm not differentiating the voices enough. What does those mindless even sound like? It's like... I wouldn't have wasted money on you had I not been confident in my theory. At the end of the stairway is a heavy metal door. Is this guy's family really fine with their house being built like a prison? Eh, whatever. It's at least convenient that he's got a dungeon to hold his prisoner. No chance of the wolf getting out of here and wreaking havoc on the town. The door opens up to what looks like a home gym. Workout equipment is placed throughout the room, with a chest fly machine in the center. Just specifically a chest fly machine, it's very specific. It's an odd one though. Instead of your typical weight plates, there's a shit ton of bricks behind it. Chain him here. You grab one of the wolf's arms roughly, then pull the cuffs apart with a quick snap. Surprisingly, he complies with your movements and takes a seat right where he's supposed to. Does he think he'll be able to get off on good behavior? Sorry, guy. This ain't the kind of place for that. Before you snap the cuffs to the machine, though, Senbei cuts in. Take his coat. I don't want him hiding anything up his sleeves. You do so, then toss him on the floor. The wolf glares at you for the offense. Once you finish binding the cuffs to the arms of the machine, you attach the chain to the vertical bar behind him. This wolf isn't going anywhere. Can't even move his arms thanks to those brick weights. Senbei contemplates his prisoner. Scrawnier than I expected. You're basically starving those wolves out, aren't you? It's not that surprising. You're certain this is the one. I know what being hunted feels like. He's definitely your guy. The wolf flicks his tail, staring between the two of you in silence. You've been quiet, wolf. Haven't you anything to say for yourself? I got the right to remain silent, don't I? This isn't a police station. I actually prefer that you talk. I don't know. I was told not to menace any of the residents here. Figured if I opened my mouth, it would count as menacing. Senbei takes a step closer. You're no threat to me. Then why you got me all chained up like this? Seems unnecessary. Osmanthus? Yeah. You pull out the previously discussed device and hand it over to Senbei. Hold down the buttons on the sides to detach the cuffs. Big red one's the shocker. Wonderful. I'll test it now. What do you mean shock? Yeah. Your magic surges through the collar, released by the button on the charm. You know, I didn't know this was inspired by Hassan. You know, the Hassan. I mean, I don't know much about it. I just know people were talking about it. And, you know, obviously there's jokes about it. I like the memes. But, like, wasn't there, like, Hassan? You know, Hassan's like a popular... I don't really watch really popular streamers. But there's a streamer called Hassan, I guess. That's like a very popular streamer. Like, there's something about him, like, shocking his dog or something. I don't know. And there's like a lot of memes and edits about him, like, you know, like shocking his dog. I guess it's like one meme. What was the shock collar edits? Where like he like shoots lightning or something. Like he's like freaking the guy from Mortal Kombat or something. Look, I find that funny, even though the implication, I guess, that he's torturing a dog and like his animal abuse and all that. But you know, no, I still think it's kind of funny. Is what I'm saying. Anyway. But that was like a thing for a bit. But then everybody forgot about it. So like it doesn't. At the end of the day, nobody cares. Oh well. I don't know. When you have like a gazillion followers, when you have a gazillion social media followers, it doesn't matter. You can just do anything. It doesn't matter, you know. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I'm not the adjudicator. Is that the right word? I don't know. I'm not the judge, I guess. I wouldn't know. I don't know. I just like the memes, okay? Your magic surge through the collar, released by Button the Charm. Because you're not sitting on the platform correctly, you know, you gotta face the camera. No, it costs a pretty penny to craft a custom device like this. But that's what Senbei's paying you for. The wolf huffs and pants, catching his breath. His tail twitches violently to express his agitation. Ugh, that fucking hurt. It really is incredible what a touch of the right magic can do. Uh-huh. Just don't go overboard with that thing. It only has so much charge in it. Noted. Yes. Noted. Hey, there's gotta be laws against this kind of shit. You're torturing an innocent civilian. You give the criminal a condescending smirk. This ain't an official arrest. We're clearly operating off the books here, dipshit. Which means we got to do whatever we want. Your fault for chasing down a cop. I wasn't chasing you. I said I was out for a run, didn't I? Your guilt or innocence isn't a factor. You'll be useful to us either way. Or will I? Yes. Over the years, dozens of rabbits have disappeared on this very mountain. We believe these to be unsolved murders, perpetuated by the woes of Glaze was the name, if I recall correctly. It's the pack of woes that had to be forcibly removed around the time frosting was established. Are you a member? Forcibly removed. Live through that shit, you asshole. I'm trying to fucking soften what you rabbits did to us back then. You want to murder yourself? There's plenty. What I'm looking for is a scapegoat. If you confess to even one of these many cases, we'll be able to protect this town, and many more just like it from predators like you. The wolf begins to cackle. Oh, so you don't care at all that you chained up an innocent guy, you just need a wolf to take the fall for some made-up crimes. In other words, you don't have a shred of evidence for any murders. You just captured me because you felt like you'd get me to do whatever you want. You're a little sick of watching these guys mouth off to each other, so you cut in to wrap up the conversation. You got 3 days to get a confession out of him, Senbei. Any longer, I can't make that gap of time disappear. 3 days? Come on, I got better shit to do than this. The sooner you confess, the sooner you'll be released. Yeah, and then you get your excuse to kill me and my whole fucking family. I ain't got nothing to say to you. And then enjoy the next 3 days of torture, Wolf. You brought this on yourself. Stuffing your hands back in your pockets, you head for the stairs. The rabbit can take it from here. You make sure to step on the wolf's coat on your way out. You know, I was talking about villainous characters previously. Turns out this guy's an asshole. But not like that, it's like 2 characters. Suddenly out of nowhere, it was Memphis and like Senbei. Which I swear, Senbei was a character before, right? Or maybe not, I'm not sure. That's a very familiar looking face. It's been a while, so I don't really remember it was the same character. But Senbei is like somehow even more of an asshole, you know, despite how he looks. I guess, by the way, he or they, I don't know, I can't tell. Again, I just misgender everybody, I guess. Unfortunately for you, the workday isn't over just yet. Senbei meets you at the door. Osmanthus, I appreciate you making these arrangements for me. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. If you can pin all these missing persons cases on the woes, that news is going to spread far and wide. You better push through whatever kind of legislation you want. No one's going to be able to defend a predator murder spree. And by the end of all this, you'll be the famous cop who brought a loathsome serial killer to justice. I was right to come to you for this. You're an ambitious man. That's right. I've been worth running around in the snow for the past month as long as there's a big arrest to make by the end of it. You smirk back the rabbit and wave him off. Come even gives you any actionable evidence. Otherwise, I'll be back in 3 days. Also, I don't know how the laws in this universe works, but like in real life, I guess it depends on the country. But like usually in most developed countries, a confession is not enough for like I don't know. I guess it depends. I mean, back in the day it was, but I think these days, I could be wrong, but I think in these days a confession is usually not enough. Because like a confession, because the problem is that when you torture somebody to confess something, it's often a false confession. Like you can like it's not really like based on any evidence. You can always, if you torture somebody, you can always get like a, you know, like you can torture someone enough for them to say anything you want anyway. So like it just doesn't work for like you know, like an actual testimony that they actually did something. More often than not, you just get like a false confession, right? So like usually, I think, unless, I don't know, maybe it's backwards, but like I think in modern countries with, you know, a normal, I feel like, law system, you can't just get a confession from somebody and that counts as like a, you know, like them being guilty for the crime. You still need to have evidence, actually, like real, like actual, like other testimonies, other witnesses, things like that. I don't know. I'm trying to think though, like, I guess, I mean, there have been cases though where that has happened. People have confessed they were like tortured by the police, you know, or interrogated, you know, like for a long time and then without a lawyer, and then they confessed to a crime they didn't do. So I don't know. It happens a lot in like, what was it, in Phoenix Wright as well, you know, like for some reason, like you get the confession and suddenly you win, you know, usually that's not enough, but anyway. Osmanthus will be back in 3 days, though. Senbei retreats inside, and you decide to head back to the station. We'll continue as... Well, we don't get to play as Senbei. We gotta get the torture key first. Of course, duh. You have to play the torture key first. It's funny, like... For half of the game, we're kissing... like, I don't know, it's like... It's weird. It's like we're half of the game we're kissing Timber, and now we're torturing him. I wonder what kind of message is the Nom Nom Nami trying to tell us here. Anyway, Osmanthus, I guess we just play Spencer. It's not the fun part though, because we don't get to see what happens. Oh well, go home, I guess. Those 3 days pass in no time at all. You've been preoccupied with a few other cases, always juggling more leads. This one sticks out in your mind. You're surprised you hadn't heard back from Senbei yet. Not too shocking, shocking, if the Nepo baby was all talk though. It's either that or the wolf was tougher to break than expected. You get a clearer picture of things once you make it back to Senbei's basement. There's been an incident. Great, that's never fucking good. Mind elaborating? The collar shattered. It what? If it shattered, that means it overloaded. If it overloaded, the wolf's gotta be in rough shape. You have to see this for yourself. Rough was an understatement. His entire throat is soaked in blood, and his flesh is flayed around where the collar previously sat. If the wound was any deeper, it could have severed his jugular vein. Doesn't seem to be the case though, considering he's still breathing. How long did you leave it on? I must have forgotten to switch it off. The wolf's head is limp as you tilt it to inspect its neck. I'll need you to cast another. Fuck no. You need some goddamn medical attention. You really underestimated this guy's hate boner for wolves. There's some twisted shit he's gone up to down here. This is funny. It's like we're fine with torturing him, but like this is too much. All in all, though, the wound looks a lot worse than it actually is. Despite the amount of blood, it seems to have clotted up nicely. He'll live. It's gonna leave a scar. Scar caused by your magic. Did they link this shit to you? That's not something you should let happen. When you take your hands off of him, his head droops back down. You kneel to eye level and snap your fingers in front of his face. Hey, can you speak? The wolf looks you in the eye but says nothing. He hasn't said a word since last night. Is that when you did this to him? He pushed me. Hell of a push. Listen, I'm gonna clean you up. Gonna hurt like a bitch, but it's for your own good, understand? You rifle through your pockets looking for a small vial of healing tonic. As soon as you pull it out, Senbei has something to say about it. You're healing him. Just some first aid. You can't walk out of here looking like this, can he? I'm not through with him yet. You can't help but think this guy sounds like a child about to have his toy taken away. Too fucking bad? Time's up, Senbei. I'm guessing you can get your proof. If you wouldn't confess anything before, why do you think you talk now? I'll pay you double for a second round. Well, there's an interesting proposition. I'll think about it. Now, could you shut up for a second? He smiles a contemptible smile. So fucking annoying. You turn back to the wolf, popping the cap off the vial of tonic. You pull a rag from the same pocket and douse it with liquid. Like I said, it's gonna sting. He braces himself and you work quickly to disinfect the wound and wipe the blood off his skin. Soon enough, he looks halfway presentable, breathing still shallow, but at least he won't get an infection. Plus, it would take care of any identifiable marks from your spell. This way, you're in the clear. That's all you care about, because you're a fucking sociopath. You know what happens. But Senpei's asking for another 3 days. The money's more than you expected from this job. You even have to pay that temporal witch again. You still have a lot left over. Temporal witch? This is used to manipulate time. Low-level spells include fast-forward reversal, while more complex spells can merge multiple existing timelines, altering the memories of the souls who exist within them. As a sign of the witch Ozymandias refers to during his route is a criminal and not time. As in, the other from the Yuri visual novel. Not the cute anime girl. Don't worry about it. It's tempting, but can you really trust a rabbit not to go overboard a second time? The fuck you've gotten yourself tangled up in, Ozymandias? Senpei, I'm looking to solve murders, not become implicated in one. If you end up killing this guy, my ass is on the line, so take better care of him, will ya? I understand. 3 more days, then. I appreciate it. Hey. The wolf's voice comes out as a raspy growl. That's not what you said. There's a desperation in the wolf's eyes. He repeats himself. That's not what you fucking said. See? He can still talk. So he can. Can you fucking count? You said 3 days. You can't just add 3 more. Unfortunately for you, I just did. Because I have money, You see, when you have enough money, I can just do anything, and I don't have any empathy for any human ever. Because I have no limits to what I can do. Hee hee. You can't let him do this. Fucking free me. Hey, the shot collar's busted. He's not getting a new one. Count your blessings. The wolf howls in frustration, which quickly devolves into a coughing, sobbing fit. If he's still got this much fight in him, he doesn't seem so broken yet. The rabbit can keep his toy. You head back upstairs with Senpei to receive your payout. Money. Money. 3 more days. Too bad we can't spend the money. I wish there was a gameplay mechanic. As a method, we just just enjoy the amount of money that we have. Just buy things, go to the hot springs, have a great time while Timber gets tortured to death. It'll be great. Another 72 hours to get any information out of the wolf. And of course, he failed again. But at least this time, you didn't have to play medic for a murder suspect. You wonder if he really has ever killed anyone. You know you were being hunted that night, but it's not like he tried to maul you. Could've, if you hadn't chained him up, but the question remains. Would he rather save his own skin by taking a plea bargain and spend 6 whole days in that rabbit's dungeon? Looking at it through that angle, it starts to read more like the zealous martyrdom of the falsely accused. That doesn't matter now. You don't want anything more to do with this case. You walk the wolf out of the brick mansion and into the snow. Put your damn hood up. Can't have the happy little townsfolk seeing your fucked up scar. When the coast is clear, you head back to the back gate to exit the town. The wolf follows along behind you, tugged ahead by the chain in your hand. A week ago, you walked through the gate with a feisty predator. Now you're taking a hollow shell back. Hasn't said a word since you showed up for his release, just quietly obeying whatever you ask of him. It's honestly creepy. You like it better when criminals act the part and fight back. As you venture into the wilderness outside Frosting, it begins to snow. All the better to cover your tracks. Once you sever this chain, it'll be like nothing happened. You were never here, that wolf was never held captive and tortured. Who would believe a story like that anyway? That a rabbit would do something so heinous to a wolf. Once you reach the area you originally picked them up in, turn back to the wolf with a sneer on your face. If I were you, I'd tell the rest of the wolves in your pack to knock it off with the murder shit. Stop eating rabbits. You raise a hand to release his bonds, but... Hey. The wolf speaks. His tone isn't accusatory, indignant, but warmed down. What's a guy to do when his choices are to be exterminated by starvation or by force? You took a moment to consider your answer. Dunno. Lie down and take it like a man. You sever the chain. Then he raised a pointed finger aimed at his legs. A small magic bullet burst out and exploded against his thigh. He recoiled soundlessly. Don't follow me. And stay away from Frosting, will ya? You leave the tattered wolf on the cold, snowy night. You won't be seeing him again. Captured and release a suspected murderer! Hooray! We didn't even get like a choice though, you know? We didn't get like a choice or anything. Memphis, let's Memphis. Has Memphis ever appeared in any of the other Nami games? I don't know actually. I don't really recognize him. He just seems like unapologetically evil, I feel like. Kind of like neutral, you know, in D&D, like neutral evil. He's like neutral evil. It's a typical bad guy, you know? Well, like, all he cares about is himself. That's kind of it. Kind of shallow, I feel like, but oh well. There's like no other motivation, you know? It's just like money! And like me! Money and me. That's it. Torture route. Start the torture route, everybody. It's time to start the torture route. Hold on. Let me see the epilogue of the capture route, though. Content warnings. Nah, whatever. You know, we don't need to see the warnings. We already lived through it, I guess. The epilogue. He hasn't come home. It's been 6 days since he left to go scavenging, and he hasn't come home. The others have been searching for him. They're worried there must have been some sort of accident, that he's fallen and hurt himself. No, actually, this is just her thoughts. I thought I was just saying it. But you know better. They can't guess at the type of risks he's been taking, and you won't tell them. That's all you can do to quell their fears and prevent a panic. Your own search tells you that your son was taken unwittingly by some witch. When you followed the usual route, you found 2 things: signs of a scuffle and traces of magic on one of the trees. You erased the evidence so that the others wouldn't follow the scent. This is a burden for their leader alone to carry. The place he was taken is now somewhere wolves can reach. You understand that more than anyone. If the rabbits were to see your face, to see wolves prowling around the edges of their town, it would only incite more violence. That's funny because Treat later goes into town anyway. He knows not to get close, but they came for him anyway. They came for him, they've taken him, and there's nothing you can do to retrieve him. So you stand watch at the edge of Glaze, as you usually do, waiting for his silhouette to emerge from the tree line. And tonight he does. You rush to meet him. Mom. Made it home. He's hurt. Of course he's hurt, considering where he was taken. You're lucky he came back alive. You know, I mean, obviously it would take a darker turn and it would make sense for the story, but like, I'm surprised he just wasn't killed. You know, like, like Osmanthus is the whole excuse of like releasing him and everything was so that he wasn't, that he wouldn't get implicated in the crime of like, capturing and torturing an innocent civilian. Not that anyone will care, but I guess it would just give him bad luck, considering his customers are rabbits and they don't give a shit. But why not just kill him then? Just simply kill him, and just like do the Breaking Bad thing, where you just melt his body in some kind of like what's it called? Hydrochloric? Was it hydrochloric acid or something like that? Something just melt the body. You're a cop, you know how to hide bodies. Wasn't there like a show like that where like a serial killer was a cop or something? Or am I just thinking of like Mike Ehrmantraut? I guess he was technically a cop, and when he was first introduced, it was about him hiding a body. Anyway, yeah, but I guess not. He'd rather just like take him out, shoot him in the thigh, and leave him in the snow, I guess, instead. But listening to his thought process, though, he didn't seem like had any inkling of guilt, really. So I don't know. In that case, just kill him. No, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm the psychopath. Anyway, he needs help immediately. You take him inside as quickly as you can, telling the rest of the pack to give him some space. Tell me what happened. You wrap your son in a blanket. You clean the wound. You're preparing to salve. Well, I followed someone. Turned out to be a witch cop. He was investigating the missing person stuff. Did they have you do any paperwork? Yeah, paperwork, Yeah, right. Nah. Off the books, he said. You squint. Interesting. I'm going to rub this in. Tell me if it hurts. His shoulders tense as he applied the salve, but he offers no complaint. It's fine, just tingles. What happened next? They kept me in the basement, Black Rabbit's house. The cop left. It was supposed to be 3 days, and the rabbit brought 3 more. Or bought 3 more. Bribing the police. They can't solve it officially, so they're skirting the law to try and gain the evidence they need. What did they do to you there? I mean, you're looking at it. Did you answer any of the questions? No. Why did they release you? Because, I don't know. They couldn't hide it if they kept me longer. It was supposed to be 3 days. Yes, you said as much. Why did they extend it? Because the guy's fucking obsessed with me, I don't know. He's getting evasive. Now may not be the best time to press the issue. You put your hands on his shoulders to soothe him. You did well, Timber. His tension doesn't ease. His tail remains still. You know, he probably told them something. Hey, Mom. I think we shouldn't scavenge for a while. You take your hands off of him. If they find even a tiny shred of proof, he said he wants to exterminate us. I think it's too dangerous to keep doing this. They're really determined. So maybe we can figure something else. What do you think? You stare at him for a moment. Do you want this pack to starve? No. His voice is small and weak. You might think it's cruel. He might come to despise you for this. But you know the reality of your situation. Each winter you're barely getting by, even while scavenging. Scavenging. Each winter you already restrict everyone's diet, even while scavenging. Each winter the pack grows weaker as you're slowly starved to death. You've already seen so many wolves fall to illness wrought by malnutrition. Eating less is not the answer. Eating less means you will all die, so there's no choice but to scavenge. He understands this, he's just desperate for a way out when there is none. Timber. Do you see the scar on my face? He doesn't look at you. This is the price we pay for standing up for a way of life. And now you have one too. That's the only thing that's changed. We've always been in danger. I know it may feel more pressing now, but it's always been the same. Do you understand? His trembling stops. Yeah. Good boy. Now let's get you wrapped up. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Tundra is an interesting character. I don't know. I like Tundra. It's too bad the game's not really centered around her though. But I mean, Tundra is like kind of like a, I don't know what the word is, but like a hard ass. You know, like she's a badass, but also a hard ass. I don't know, like tough love or whatever. It's interesting. Anyway. Well, that's done, I guess. Epilogue of the capital route and everything. I guess it's time for torture. It's time for torture, everybody. Load the game. We're gonna continue assembly, I guess. You know, POV. You torture a wolf boy in your basement like a fucking psychopath. You know, like, who wants this? But, I mean, we gotta see it. You know? They do say that there's I don't know what the word is, but like there's a lot of commonalities of like sex and violence, you know? What's that song? The Family Guy song, you know? It seems today that all you see is what's it, how's it go? Like, it seems today that all you see the violence and violence in movies and sex on TV or something like that. Anyway, you know. Anyway, I'll play Senpai. Senpai. Again, is it a woman or a man? I can't tell. I think it was referred to as a man, right? I don't know. Anyway, you make your way back down the stairs and into the basement. Soundproof, cold, and inescapable. It may have been improvised, but there's truly no better place to keep a wolf. You open the heavy steel door. Okay. 3 days, huh? Guess that means we're gonna be spending a lot of quality time together, Rabbit. You look comfortable. Well, you've got me by the balls here. Figured I may as well relax into it. The sooner you realize I got nothing to hide, the sooner I'll be out of here. You're wasting your fucking time. His condensation irritates you. He doesn't seem to recognize the position he's in. By the way, does Daddy know what's going on in his basement? Aren't you getting in trouble when he comes back? My father keeps his nose out of my business. You said that you're in it to protect the town, right? You sure it's me those rabbits need protection from? Sure, we probably hate each other about the same amount, but you never catch me throwing you in a dungeon about it. You're letting him steer the conversation. You need to find a way to take control. Listen, Wolf. About that, could you stop calling me Wolf? My name's Timber. You can't keep the hint of annoyance from seeping through your voice. Is that what you'd prefer? Yeah, I think I would. The way you and that cop were saying it sounds like a slur. Then listen, Timber. No, on second thought, keep my name out of your mouth. Sounds even worse. You want to shock him. You want to press this button over and over until he submits to you. But as soon as you raise the device, the wolf interrupts again. Oh, careful. If you press that every time I piss you off, you'll break it. Didn't Osmanthus warn you? He pressed it anyway. Ah, fucker. Are you finished? Good. Then let's begin. Extract information. Even though we know by the end of this, nothing really comes out of it, but you know. It's time to interrogate. I'd like you to answer some questions. And I'd like you to send me home. We can't all get what we want. I know you're probably not used to hearing that though, living with your parents in a fancy house like this. You shouldn't presume to know anything about my background. Why not? Sounds like you decide all sorts of things about mine. I've done my research. Sure you have. I'll bet I'm the first wolf you bothered talking to. You'll continue to lead the conversation to gauge every little remark. You need to be aggressive with him. Are you acting alone? Don't wolves typically hunt in packs? Like what I've learned from the video game, Dragon's Dogma, you know? Wolves hunt in packs, look out the risen. We're not hunters. How do you get your food? Origin trade. Do you use all of the meat? What do you do with the hides? Do you use our bones as toothpicks? The corpses can't have entirely disappeared, so where are they? You've got an active imagination. Why don't you use that creativity on something less destructive? Where are they, Timber? You can't hide from your crimes forever. Don't remember committing any. You deck him in the face. Punch! Speak, dog. His expression is a mix of shock and indignation. How do you pronounce that? I don't know how to pronounce that, by the way. Indignation? Indignation? Indignation?
Indignation.
Indignation. Why does that sound British? Indignation.
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 Ah yes, the real pronunciation. America.
Indignation.
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 Indignation. Indignation. Indignation. Indignation. It's like saying indignation. Is it like a nation, like a country? The indignation. Until the indignation attacked. No, his expression is a mix of shock and indignation. That he realized the collar would not be your only method of inflicting pain, it may not have come as a surprise. He underestimated you. You think this should put him back in his place. But then he laughs. That's a damn strong punch. Maybe you should take up boxing. I'm not interested in the sport. I just want to see what it felt like to punch a wolf. How was it? Did it make you feel big and strong? You won't be dignifying that with a response.
Extract information.
Search. You pick his coat up off the floor, then dig through the pockets. Inside you find a small silver case. When you open it, it appears to be a regular lighter. Interesting. What is? You don't carry any weapons. Why would I? Do you rend your victims with tooth and claw? Sounds messy. Think I'd get caught if I was doing that. So you admit to having victims. I'm fucking humoring you. What do you think you'd go with, smartass? Say you encounter a wolf in the wild, you decide they gotta die. Gonna bludgeon them with your bare fists, kick their skull in? Or maybe you carry a brick around in your pocket for such an occasion. You got plenty of those. He's wasting your time. You slip the lighter back into his coat pocket and lay on the bench to the side. His line of questioning is a dead end. You need to try a different angle. You know, I'm not sure what the timeline is. I'm assuming this is when he got the bandage, right? That's what I was wondering. Did he always have the bandage? I think so. So this has to be like a prequel, technically. You know, the route timeline thing. This had to have happened before he met all the other characters, I guess. But then he got the lighter. The lighter is like after the rabbit route, though. So did he have the lighter like, or did he have the bandages in the rabbit routes? I don't remember. Anyway. Extract information. Time to inspect. You step closer to the wolf to get a good look at him. There are massive dark circles under his eyes. They're particularly apparent as he stares up at you. Is it lack of sleep? If he does his hunting at night, it's entirely possible he stays up until dawn. What draws your attention next is his build. It's very lean, as if Nom Nom Nami draws all male characters as twinks. No, he looked more appropriately threatening in the oversized coat, but that seems to be merely a facade. There's a hint of muscle, though. He decided to lift his shirt out of curiosity. Your frame is rather pathetic. I expect you to have more protein in your diet, you know? Do you even lift? Yeah, well, my diet's pretty fucking irregular, so... If we were to pump your stomach, I wonder if we find any rabbit meat inside. I'll save you the trouble and let you know I haven't eaten anything today. His stomach is flat, almost concave. You believe him. The wolf squirms away from you as much as he can once you drop your shirt. You're not gonna take off my You're not gonna take my pants off next, are you? Not interested. You got a funny way of showing it. You check the time. It's gotten rather late. You know, I was thinking. I mean, I don't think it's gonna go in that direction. It'd be rather kinky. I don't know. It'd be funny. Like, it's not. But it'd be funny if the torture was not the shock collar. It was something else. Is all I'm saying. You know. Anyway, you leave him for the night and resume the interrogation in the morning. Hey, where are you going? You're boring me. I've decided to retire for the evening. You leaving me like this? Did you expect me to have a bed prepared for you? My arms are falling asleep. This is cruel and unusual. Cruel and unusual, You tap the button and he jolts in response. Oh, does it really entertain you that much, you fucking sadist? I don't even hear that from a murderer. Apologize to your victims and families for consuming their loved ones. You're delusional. I'm not apologizing for shit I didn't do. You roll your eyes and exit the room without another word. At least turn off the steel door closes behind you. You wake just before dawn, the usual schedule. It's time for your morning routine. Luckily, this coincides with checking on your prisoner. You enter the basement quietly. The wolf seems to be asleep as you expected. But you're certain what you're about to do will rouse him. You turn on the machine. And you do your workout, you know? It's a home gym, you see. The hell? Oh, you're awake. Yeah, because of that thing you're on. You don't know the names of the equipment. Sure, I got names for him. Torture device number 1, torture device number 2. My fucking shoulders are sore. I can speak. My fucking shoulders are sore. Thanks to the torture device number fuck you. He leans his head from side to side to stretch his neck. You've never been to a gym before? No, I get all my exercise outdoors like a normal person. Hey, speaking of outdoors, you wanna unchain me so I can get out of here? You continue to run. Come on, don't ignore me. You've yet to confess to anything. Okay, you got me. I'm a killer and I do it again. Too bad there's no proof, cause gotta let me go. You step off the treadmill. If you want to be released, then take this more seriously. Trust me, I'm serious about getting out of here. I'm not gonna last through 2 more days of this. I will free you right now if you give me the location of a single one of your victims. Alright, come closer. He intends to mock you again, but you have no choice but to approach. Closer, you want to hear it, don't you? You like nothing more than to end this miserable game and get on with it. He whispers aggressively. Bite me. This time, you press and hold the switch longer than you have before. It's like Metal Gear Solid, you know? When Snake gets tortured by Ocelot. He goes, and don't you dare think of using the turbo controls or whatever. What do you say? What did Ocelot say? That don't use the turbo button or whatever. It seems I didn't make enough use of this last night. You need further training. Whatever, it was worth it. You give him another since he seemed to enjoy it so much. Okay now, alright. I'll return after breakfast, considering cooperating if you'd rather this be painless. Again. Save the game. Not what matters. Question. When you re-enter the room, the wolf is sitting up straight, nearly docile. This is progress. You're pleased to see it. Are you ready to cooperate? All I gotta do is answer whatever dumbass questions you have, right? I can do that. You raise the device, he flinches. I won't have to press this as long as you keep your attitude in check. You stand before him with folded arms and a serious expression. You, wolf, are a dangerous predator whose modus operandi is to victimize any rabbit who happens to wander too deep into the mountains. Modus what? The method of your crime. It's in your nature to prey on rabbits after all. Yeah, I still gotta deny that part. Your big dick theories have no basis in reality. Tell me what you do with the remains. Where do you hide them? Proof of even a single body will be enough, no matter how small. Sorry to break it to you, pal, but I've got no clue where to find any bodies. Try calling the cops or something like that. Sounds serious. You hold the switch, contemplating it. The wolf glances at you, glances at it, then back at you. Burying them will be a challenge, yes, considering the temperature. Ground's too hard to bury much of anything. A cave, then. You drop the remains in a pit once you're finished with them. You want to go spelunking? Be my guest. Just don't think you're going to find the pile of bones you're expecting. You tilt your head, rotating the device in your hand. They're spread out then, never disposed of in the same place twice. Sounds like a pain to keep track of. What would be the convenient option? Dunno. Toss them in a lake? Is that where they're less likely to be discovered? Not like anyone's gonna be swimming up there. You thought this through. Hey, you asked. I'm just helping you brainstorm. Honestly, as the guy who's lived here his whole life, doesn't sound like all that odd to me for a few hikers to go missing. 27. There have been 27 known disappearances within the past 15 years. I'll round up to simplify the math for you. That's 2 bodies a year. I can do math, asshole. The rate of these hiking accidents in other mountainous regions is far lower. This is how Mount Sorbet gets its reputation as a dangerous place. But the wilderness can be tamed. Just look at this very town. This is tame. You got a guy locked up in a dungeon here. I have a suspected murderer in prison. It's a sign of a healthy society, not letting criminals run rampant. You pocket the switch and stand to leave. The wolf doesn't seem to be ready to answer anything just yet, so it's best to let him stew for now. But as you turn back, he speaks up again. Hey, I got a question for you. Maybe he's willing to give you something after all. How many wolves do you think have died since you rabbits showed up? Or do you not keep track of those? According to my elders, there used to be hundreds or more. Nowadays, my best guess is that maybe there's 30 of us. Is that why you kill innocent rabbits? For revenge? I've never killed anyone. No matter how many times you say it, my answer is not going to change. Still resisting. He weaves his lies with such a determined look in his eye, it's almost admirable. But he's wearing down. It's gradual, but his barks are losing their bite. You aren't getting anywhere with this, so you decide to take a break for now. Fun torture sim, everybody. We thought it was a dating sim, but now it's a torture sim. Great. Observe. When it comes to torture, pacing is key. How does Nom Nom Nami know this? You know? How does Nom Nom know all about torture? Does Nom Nom Nami have a torture basement as well? Or no, when it comes to torture, pacing is key. Constant torment will not get you any closer to the desired result. You need to keep him second guessing what you do to him next. You need to learn his quirks and observe his reactions closely. That way you can pinpoint his weaknesses and strike him where it hurts most. And so, for the next hour or two, we just sit in the chair in front of him reading a book. The wolf gnaws idly to one of the wrist cuffs. You're unsure what he expects is going to happen. Hey, can I have some water? These things taste nasty. You turn the page and continue reading. How can you stand living in a house like this? The magic smells burning in my nostrils. It doesn't bother me. You got like a witch parent or something? You turn another page. Yeah, stupid question. No full rabbit family's got a house like this. Are you calling me a half-breed? Oh, someone goes... Excuse me. I had to sneeze, I forgot how to mute. There you go, it's the alt, period, god damn it. Keep forgetting what the mute button is. The mute hotkey that I literally made myself. Anyway, now I'm gonna be sniffling the whole time. Let me blow my nose. You know, I've been sneezing since yesterday. Again, hopefully I'm not getting sick. All signs point to me getting sick, though. Anyway, I want to get through this game though before I get freaking bedridden. I guess I don't know. All right, what I'm saying. Are you calling me a half-breed? What? That's a whole new sentence. You don't bother glancing up from your book, but you aren't taking in the words you're reading either. Is that your sad backstory? That the other kids picked on you for having mixed parents? Because of that you're pissed off, so you gotta find an acceptable target for your rage, is that it? I never had issues with bullying. The wolf continues to stare at you. You don't look up at him. This really is torture. I'm bored out of my mind. Is that why you're trying to evaluate my character? The fuck else is there to do? The wolf mutters, shifting in his seat. You know, the more I think about it... You glance up at him. This is definitely a sex thing. Like you want to fuck a wolf, but you can't, so you can do the whole song and dance. Silver tilts his head as far as the chains allow, trying to get a read in your expression. Repression really fucks a guy up, huh? Imagine what you'd be like if you just dropped the pretense and did what you wanted. You finally close the book. Are you arguing for me to have sex with you? I'm arguing for you to be normal. Challenge impossible. Do you play with your food before taking their lives? What did I just say about being normal? I gotta think of a stronger word than impossible. You won't answer? I'm trying not to encourage your dark fantasies. Let's see, hopeless? Is there a word for never in a million years? It's gotta be succinct. You think for a moment. Inconceivable. Inconceivable! You know, from the movie. Yeah, that's a good one. A challenge so impossible you couldn't even conceive of it. That's you trying to be normal. You press the switch to deliver another jolt of magic to the captive wolf. Oh, fuck. Do you really need to keep doing that? You're boring me. The longer you draw this out, the more painful it will be for you. You're the one drawing it out. Goddamn. It doesn't seem like you'll review any weaknesses this way. You'll try another method. Again. You know, I guess it's not going to be the kinky sex torture thing. I don't know. I mean, again, we know that because of his scar and all that. He seems traumatized, though. Again, it'd be funny, though. It's not just, like, I'm not just referring to sex, though. Like, it'd be funny if it wasn't the shock collar that he was traumatized about. Like, instead he was, like, forced to, like, I don't know, like watch, like, a movie or something. Like, a really bad movie, you know? And then that's why he's so traumatized or something. I don't know. But again, that's not the case because of the freaking shock collar, you know, injury or whatever. Anyway. Relieve. What are we relieving? Hey, I gotta take a piss. You hear him but don't respond. Unless you want me to mess up your fancy gym equipment, you better unchain me. He raises his voice again, annoyed. You know what must be done. You prepare for this, after all. You stride over to the wolf, then begin to undo his restraints. Let's call it a day, huh? Enough of all this. I'm ready to forgive and forget. You unlock his wrists one at a time, then snap them together at the front. Cuffing me like this, it's really not necessary. You ignore his attempts at smooth talking as you release his collar from the bar, and you stand to retrieve something from the metal shelving on the wall. Place a bucket on the floor in front of him. Seriously? You fold your arms while he stares at you in disbelief. We're very prepared, you see. When we have a torture victim in our basement, we gotta make sure, you have a pee bucket. What about pooping, though? It's gonna be, gotta pee and poop. I guess he hasn't eaten anything, so, I don't know if he needs to poop. Go ahead. Relieve yourself. The wolf turns his body away from you with a huff, fumbling with his belt and zipper. This is what you're into? Locking guys up, making whip it out for you? You pull the device from your pocket and press the switch. It delivers another shock to the wolf's collar. Ow, damn it. Okay, I might have deserved that one. He resumes his business as you keep the switch raised in the warning. Okay, did you do it while he was peeing? Because that would I feel like that would make it go everywhere. As he finishes, you press it again lightly just for fun. Just for fun. What the hell's wrong with you? My finger slipped. You're lucky I don't take a shit on your floor. I would kill you. Yeah, I fucking wish. It's time for dinner. Dinner. I wonder what's for dinner. You've yet to feed your prisoners, so you should be quite desperate for a meal. Are you hungry? Is that a trick question? Lonely wolf trick, Trick is also a wolf. I have a meal ready for you, as a reward for enduring our second day together. Your ass is not gonna reward me. You're pulling some shit, I just know it. Vulgar as ever, but you did indeed bring his dinner. You present a plate of chicken straight from the package. It's fucking raw. Fucking raw. Gordon Ramsay. At least cook it, you asshole. You smirk, taking back the plate. My apologies. I'm not familiar with a wolf's usual diet. No one eats raw chicken. You get sick. Stop fucking around. What about raw rabbit? The wolf grins at you, laughing a little. Okay, I see. I get it. You don't know how to cook, do you? You're avoiding it because you're embarrassed. That isn't the reason. He's trying to provoke you. You won't entertain the thought. Here's what you gotta do. It's simple, so listen up. Paprika, salt and pepper, onion and garlic powder, dried parsley if you got any. Mix them all together, you got a whisk, don't you? Now he's giving you a cooking lesson. You've lost control of the conversation once again. Coat it in oil, season it, and let it sit for a while. The meat's gonna absorb the flavor. Question. Should I kill the animal with my own hands? Does that affect the taste? Look, I'm just trying to teach you to cook what's on that plate you're holding. You're not gonna let it go to waste, are you? His provocations are getting to you. You know perfectly well how to cook meat. Arguing about it won't prove anything, though. You just have to show him. You calm your temper and exit the room. After half an hour, you return to a beautiful plated dinner. Roasted chicken breast with a side of carrots. Steam rises from the plate along with delicious aroma. It's something the wolf would never deserve, the kind of meal he'll never have access to again. The wolf glances over it and looks up at you. You're gonna undo these restraints, or am I gonna be spoon-fed? I'll release one wrist. Choose. Right or left? Right. You snap his left cuff off the bar and now from him a fork. You just do the opposite. Damn, tricked me there. He rolls his eyes and awkwardly prods the chicken with a fork you handed him. I'm basically ambidextrous anyway. Not like this is a problem or nothing. The fork clacks intermittently against the plate as he attempts to separate off a piece of the chicken. You're struggling. I said basically. My arms are weak from being starved and tortured and shit. There, see, fucking got it. If I was... Well, I guess we'll see where this scene goes, but if I was a torturer, I wouldn't give this food so freely, I would make him, work for it. That's all I'm saying. If I was the torturer. Anyway, he lifts the bite of chicken to his mouth and gives you a pointed glare before putting it in. When he does, his expression twists into a condescending grin. It's under-seasoned. You're taken aback. You're freaking critiquing my cooking. But you don't let it show. You can't show any weakness. It's kind of silly. Rookie mistake. Guess I could have given you more advice if you let me into your kitchen. This wolf is mocking you. He's in chains and yet he's mocking you. Clearly you're still being too soft on him. You will show him his place. You take the plate away just as he struggles to break off another piece of meat. If it's so underwhelming, I can't possibly force you to eat it. I promise you, tomorrow's dinner will be an improvement. Hey, I said it's under season, I didn't say I wouldn't eat it. He protests, upset without being deprived of meat. Worthless. My guests deserve only the best. I'll just toss the rest of this. Don't fucking waste it. Why not? Frosting's a town of abundance. You slide the food into the garbage can in the corner of the room. And as soon as you do, the wolf throws his fork hard at the wall next to you. You're really pissing me off. Something died to be put on that plate, you piece of shit. You quickly nab the device from your pocket and give the switch a firm press. A jolt runs through the wolf's collar. He grasps at it helplessly with his free hand. I'll excuse your violent outburst for tonight, but I won't be giving you another fork next time. You shackle his wrists cuffed back in place and take your leave. The wolf remains seated there, panting, fuming with rage. You'll have him fully trained by tomorrow. You decide to skip your morning workouts today. Instead, you prepare yourself a plate of fried eggs and sausage, then relax in the parlor of your mother. Would you like a salad? Really, it's no trouble at all. No, Mother, I am not distressed. It's merely that things aren't going as smoothly as I'd hoped. You listen patiently as she expresses her concerns. Agent Osmanthus will be coming to retrieve him tomorrow. That is, assuming I'm able to get what I want out of him. I know that having a wolf in the house has not been ideal, but I can assure you, there's no chance of his escape. Mother. She exits the parlor. You finish your breakfast and take some time to think while you wash the dishes. Your mother feels that your time is better spent on healthier activities, something other than confronting the wolves directly. She fears you'll be hurt by pursuing this obsession. On the contrary, improving the world we live in can hardly be called an obsession. It's an admirable goal. It's unfortunate that she's unable to see past her fear of wolves to understand the greater objective. Her resistance has renewed your determination. Your prisoner awaits. Okay. I find that the mother didn't have any dialogue, and she was also just in beast form, I guess. It's kind of weird. Anyway. The wolf is asleep, head tilted off to the side with his bangs falling gently over his eyes. His breathing is shallow and silent. You study his face. Without detestable smirk and rebellious attitude, he's infinitely more tolerable. You imagine he may even use those good looks of his to lure in unsuspecting victims. You briefly exit the room, then return with a bucket of cold water. You toss its contents roughly over the wolf's head. He jumps awake, legs kicking wildly in surprise. He curls into a startled ball, poses ready to dropkick his assailant. Once your eyes meet, he pauses for a moment before relaxing slightly. He then shakes his head vigorously, sending water droplets spraying everywhere. Come on, tell me that's not the piss bucket. Ire instant. You toss the empty metal bucket aside with a clang. The wolf flinches at the sound. Asshole. You place the folding chair in front of the wolf and take a seat. Osmanthus will be returning here tomorrow morning. Nothing to say. I thought you'd be thrilled. Nah, this is just gonna make you more desperate to get something out of me. And I'm sick of you anyway. Even if I was the murderer, I wouldn't want to kill you. You wouldn't? Really? Yeah, because you're fucking insane. I don't want anything to do with you after this. You tap your foot. Are you still upset about last night? Am I? What, now you're worried if I still like you? That isn't what I asked. You're holding me fucking captive. I hate you more than I have ever hated anyone in my whole life. Oh no, are you still upset about last night? I'm upset about fucking everything you fucking done to me. It's unfucking unforgivable. You seem to have set him off. Am I still upset? I'm gonna be pissed about this the rest of my goddamn life. I'm not happy about that either. You think I want this to haunt me? You think I want to remember any of this shit? Fuck off, human rights violation. You decide to leave him for now. Human? I didn't know wolves were human, at least from the rabbit's point of view. I don't think they count as humans, Provoke. Time to provoke. It's not that you particularly enjoy resorting to violence. Sometimes violence is exactly what is necessary to achieve the desired result. Physically, between you and the wolf, it's no contest. Even if he was unchained, in peak condition you would overpower him. You train your body for such occasions, although this is the first time you've truly gotten to put that training to use. It's the perfect opportunity, really, turning this despicable criminal into your punching bag. So you strike him in the stomach again. Time out! Fuck, time out! Wait for him to catch his breath. What the hell is breaking my ribs gonna do for you? Where would you prefer to be punched? Nowhere! Why are you doing this anyway? You run out of questions already? You haven't given me the answers I'm looking for. So you think you can punch them out of me? Possibly. Grit your teeth, Wolf. You swing for his face. He dodges then bites down. Yes, harder. Sink your teeth in, Wolf. I want you to break the skin. I want you to leave a scar so that I can use it as proof of how dangerous you really are. You press into him, but as you do, his jaw loosens and he wriggles away. You're deranged. Get your arm out of my face. The marks fade within the hour. Either his jaw is weaker than you expected, or he has incredible restraint. Perhaps both. This method yielded nothing once again. I mean, this whole torture thing doesn't even work anyway, you know? Again, I feel like it's been proven before, you know? That police interrogations specifically, I mean, even though this is not really the unofficial police interrogation, but like back in the day, you know, police interrogations involving like torture and all that doesn't work really, you know, in terms of actually getting criminals. It's the thing. Anyway, water. You've been interrogating the wolf for days now, and you will continue to do so until he offers a confession. You're sorely missing information on his background. Asking about Glaze could be a better point of attack. How large is your pack? There you are again, always flirting with me. Don't dodge the question. How many other wolves are there to feed? 3. That's a far cry from the 30 you estimated previously. There are other packs. Do you hunt to feed them as well, or do they have their own designated killer? I don't know, whatever. His head lolls to the side, he seems exhausted. How are you feeling? I'm fucking miserable, you're relentless. Wait, why'd you ask that? You don't care. I was curious. Well, curiosity killed the rabbit, I guess. No, rather, it's the wolves who tend to do that. This is unproductive. You go upstairs briefly, then return with a glass of cold water. Drink. What is it? Water. You're dehydrated. It's affecting your cognitive function. Okay, undo one of the cuffs then. No, you'll throw the glass at me. I'm not gonna... Fine, I don't want to argue. He relents and does as he's told. Once he's finished, you set the glass to the side and return to your seat. Telling you, this is kink shit. You know, this is like developers' thinly veiled fetish. I have no such ulterior motives. Yeah, right. You better not have spiked it or something. If only there was such a thing as truth serum. You know, there have been I think there's been experiments like that where people like have used like certain chemicals as quote unquote truth serum, but like it doesn't actually work. It's just like a way to get people high or something, you know, I don't know, something like that. Like get people intoxicated. I think you not wanting to have sex with me makes this worse. At least that I can wrap my head around. If I were to have sex with you, would it lead to a confession? No, don't get any ideas. Why not? There's no senbei route. Where's the senbei? I don't know. Where's the senbei like ending? He's lively again. The water did the trick. Anyway, time to be silent, I guess. The worst torture is simply not saying anything at all. You aren't making any progress. Time is running out, but he's resisted everything you've thrown him thus far. You sit him again in silence, knowing that if nothing else, your mere presence will put him on edge. That's enough for now. Until he suddenly speaks. I think I got you all figured out, Senbei. You overcompensate because you can't do magic. That's your deal. Excuse me? I'm right, aren't I? Having a high-class witch parent but no power of your own. That's gotta fuck with your head. You realized as a kid that your only power was gonna be your family's money, so you started reading books. What was it that you were reading yesterday? Political theory? Seemed like it from the title. I'm surprised you're illiterate. Oh, you would be, but I'm not done. That intellectual shit, it starts to turn impractical the more abstract you get. Makes you think everyone else is stupid for not knowing what the hell you're talking about. That's where the muscle comes in. For everyone you can't manipulate with smarts or cash, a swift punch in the face. Now you think you're so strong, you do whatever you want. He's looking down on you. Tell me I'm right, that you're doing all this because you're that fucking insecure. He's always looking down on you. What, can't think of a response? Could always just shock me again, that'll shut me up. Go ahead and use that thing the witch cop gave you. It's as close as you can get to using magic yourself. You press the button, but not because he told you to. It's because he frustrates you to no end. It's because he won't learn his place. No matter how many times you force him down, simply because you detest him, there's anything more to it. You let it go. Look at that. It really did shut you up. You know, instead of getting Batman, by the way, I feel like Batman, because that's kind of like the backstory of Batman, sort of. Well, I guess he didn't lose his parents, but you know, Batman is kind of like the concept of it. It's like a hero that doesn't actually have any powers, you know, instead uses money and smarts and muscle, you know, to like fight crime. But like Senbei's the opposite though. Well, sort of, I guess. Well, in a way, in this fucked up point of view, he is fighting crime, you know? So he is Batman. I'm Batman. No, you know, when you think about it, this is just like a Batman Joker fanfiction, really. You know, when you think about it, if you really abstract this is just simply Batman X Joker. Anyway, the third day passed without any progress. You took her frustrations out on his body, beating him, shocking him, but nothing you did could force him to submit to you. With all the other methods exhausted, you ask him a different kind of question. You mentioned being there around the time the township of Frosting was first established. His ears twitch. He wasn't expecting this approach. What was that like for you? The Wells' perspective. You really want to know? He sounds disinterested, perhaps not believing the sincerity of your question. But you ask because it's not something you can read in an archive. It was never recorded. What do you want to hear? The order of events? My feelings personally? Anything that seems important to share. I'm curious. Alright, here comes fact number 1. I watched my dad get beat to death by rabbits when I was 10 years old. You blink unfazed. Fact number 2. He was negotiating with you people because he believed you'd be able to talk things out. Ah, so Timber is the son of their leader. Fact number 3. You rabbits killed him and everyone else because you don't know how to share. He seems fixated on the issue. You can use this. Timber, I'm going to offer you a deal. I'm not taking any deal from a rabbit. Were you even fucking listening? I can get justice for your father. Would that please you? You're not gonna do shit for me. Actually, the head of the so-called Big Bad Wolf is mounted in the Warren. Warren? An apartment building in Frosting. A total of 9 taxidermy wolves are stored here, with one on display in the lobby. Really? I don't remember that, to be honest. I guess that might have been a thing I didn't even think about. You know, I didn't even think, was it actually a thing? Was that actually a Lonely Wolf treat in the game series? And like, I just didn't think about it. I was like, oh, it's just a normal building in here. I do think taxidermy is kind of creepy though. Like even in real life, you know, it's just kind of creepy. I don't like the fact of like you mounting animals' heads, you know, corpse parts on like the wall. You know, that's like creepy. I don't know. The building's owner is a taxidermist. It's a beautiful piece of work. I've seen it many times. I could have that returned to you. You'd be able to lay him to rest properly. That's your idea of justice? There's an intensity in his voice, but he isn't lashing out at you like I can't speak. But he isn't lashing out at you like usual. All you have to do is provide evidence that the missing rabbits were murdered. We can pin the crime on any old wolf. Doesn't have to be you, as long as the killings end. Well, tell me your thoughts. You want to know what I think? I think you really are insane. He's not going to take this. You've essentially told him to get away with murder. Some other wolf would take the fall for his past crimes and he could escape to wherever he dreamed. His father's remains will be even returned to him. Is that not enough? What could possibly be enough? Refusing this deal is that not the insane choice in the situation? Well, I don't know. That's how what a selfish person would think, right? To pin the crime on someone else. A cold sweat runs down your forehead. You're going to run out of time, and he's going to get away with everything. After you finally capture the wolf, most likely of being the culprit, he's just going to slip through your fingers like this. You know what, Senbei? Here's a thought for you to chew on. Since you seem to care so much about justice, I'll let you know. There's just nothing here. It's a waste of time. It isn't. You know it isn't. Because as much as you wish there were a long string of murders for you to solve here, there just aren't. If that were the case, then why? Accidents happen on this mountain all the time. Hypothetically, if a rabbit was to wander around the woods at night, and that rabbit spotted a wolf, they'd run, wouldn't they? You narrow your eyes at him. Wouldn't they? He repeats himself, his voice a deep growl, a weak attempt at intimidation. They might. Running on icy ground at night, you slip and fall if you're not careful. The cliffs are steep. The rabbits don't always land on their feet. You scoff. So that's your method. No, it's a hypothetical situation. You ever heard of those? Or do I need to explain that to you too? Your grip on the device tightens, thumb held over the button where he can see it. Why stop short of a full confession? You must be aching to boast all of the rabbits you let to die. The wolf smirks but says nothing. You press down hard. He grits his teeth to endure the shock but otherwise remains still. He won't give you the satisfaction. Answer me, wolf. He leans his head back, looking down on you. That's the difference between you and me, Senbei. You think murder is something to brag about. You think killing in itself is the reward. In the burst of violence, you kick the folding chair across the room. The wolf barely flinches. Confess to your crimes. You're livid now. He's driven you to the edge. Oh, I'm never gonna tell you what you want to hear. You have to kill me. You slam your thumb on the switch, but this time you don't let go. The wolf howls in agony as you compose yourself and stride calmly out of the room. His screams echo up the stairway when you open the heavy steel door, and then quiet when it shuts, as if he wasn't even there. You kept the button held down until you fall asleep that night. You don't see what happens? But I guess that's what causes the collar to explode, I guess. You just hold down the button the whole time. And he goes, the whole time for like 5 hours, and then explodes. Asmanthus arrives the next morning. How long did you leave it on? I must have forgotten to switch it off. You can't tell him you let your emotions get the better of you. The wolf is a criminal. You wanted to make him suffer. Without the collar, though, you lose a convenient tool for controlling him. I'll need you to cast another. Fuck no. He needs some goddamn medical attention. Asmanthus seems to be in a panic. You feel his reaction is unwarranted. It's not as if this particular wolf would die so easily. Hey, can you speak? Timber is silent as expected. He hasn't said a word since last night. Is that when you did this to him? He pushed me. Hell of a push. You were so close. What he said last night, that was his confession, pushing the boundaries of a plausible deniability as far as they can go. There's nothing plausible about this, it's absolute. Timber is a murderer. He chases rabbits to their deaths, and the wolves feast on their corpses. This is what he was doing when he pursued Asmanthus 3 days prior. He must give chase to anyone who enters his territory. The rate of missing rabbits has been more or less consistent. He's been doing this for years. If we don't find proof, he'll not be stopped. He's a figure that would inspire terror in the hearts of rabbits all over the world. When this is widely known, he will become a symbol of fear. He's perfect. It's exactly what you were looking for when you set out to capture a wolf. Okay? It's funny because it's kind of true though. This is true. Because none of this is wrong. Even though Senbei and Asmanthus are psychopaths, like they're not wrong. He does, Timber does chase rabbits to their deaths, technically. And like, it's not direct murder, but it is indirect. I feel like the story doesn't exonerate Timber of that. So like, it's, I don't know. You snap back to reality once you realize what Asmanthus is doing. You're healing him. Just some first aid. He can't walk out of here looking like this, can he? No, he can't. I'm not through with him yet. Too fucking bad? Your time's up, Senbei. I'm guessing you can get your proof. You wouldn't confess anything before. Why do you think you're talking now? Oh, that's right. You'll need to be bribed. This is the same dialogue, but... I guess from Senbei's perspective is all. I'll pay you double for a second round. Osmanthus holds your gaze for a moment. I'll think about it. Now could you shut up for a second? He's so easy to control, it's almost comical. Truly a man with no principles. Like you though. Well, I guess the whole point of Senbei is that he does have principles, but like it's fucked up principles, but you know. Osmanthus tends to the wolf's wounds, wiping up the majority of the blood. It sure will be another issue. You suppose it falls on you to wash it. That is, if Osmanthus is still concerned with appearances by the end of this. You had hoped to gain any evidence you need within a day or two, but thanks to this development, you're certain it won't be much longer. The wolf's spirit is broken. You're not even sure he's listening right now. Osmanthus finishes up and approaches you with a scowl. Senbei, I'm looking to solve murders, not become implicated in one. If you end up killing this guy, my ass is on the line, so take better care of him, will you? I understand. 3 more days, then. I appreciate it. As expected, he easily accepted your bribe. Now you can think about how to... Hey. So he was paying attention. That's not what you said. The look of despair on his face is exhilarating. Okay. That's not what you fucking said. See? You can still talk. So you can. Can you fucking count? You said 3 days, you can't just add 3 more. Unfortunately for you, I just did. Wonderful. His spirit isn't so broken after all. The game continues. The game, developed by Nami continues. You can't let him do this, fucking free me! Hey, the shot call is busted, he's not getting a new one. Count your blessings. Osmanthus waves dismissively as he heads out the door. Full of howls and coughs and crowds out in pain and sobs. You wish you could stay and watch, but you have a bribe to pay. You follow Osmanthus out and make sure you let him know how much you appreciate the extension. With a bunch of money. Crime must always be punished. Save the game. Question. Now that he's explained his methods, there are so many things to ask. When you re-enter the basement, you get right into it. How do you retrieve the corpses? Carrying them back up the mountain must be quite difficult. They will be well preserved in such low temperatures. Do you leave them there for days at a time? Are you acting alone? Or is the rest of your pack in on it? Is it a well-kept secret in Glaze? Are there wolf children you're feeding these corpses to? He won't respond, so you continue down your mental list of questions. Do you prepare the meat yourself? Is that why you learn to cook? Is there a particular reason you're most active during winter? Is it food scarcity? Are there really so many wolves to feed that you can't do without victimizing rabbits? What do you do for the rest of the year? What foods does your pack normally subsist on? And must you really resort to murder? When was your first? How old were you the first time you took someone's life? How old are you now? And why not leave Mount Sorbet altogether if the resources to sustain your pack are insufficient? Why go through all this trouble? His silence frustrates you. You step out of the room for a cup of tea. Ask another question. It seems he hasn't moved an inch. Usually when you enter the room, you find him stretching his limbs, kicking his feet about, or otherwise curled up in some strange position. He's lifeless. No, dormant. He's acting this way on purpose. He thinks it can make you feel pity, but he's wrong. What pity would you feel for a murderer? No one in their right mind would pity a predator who's taken so many innocent lives. If he wants to be released so badly, then... You know, what this also reminds me, by the way, sort of, it's kind of spoilers, but, what's it called again? I actually forgot. What was it called? It's a manga. Was it an anime? I don't think it was an anime. It was a manga. I forget what it's called. Ah, damn it, I forgot what it's called. What's it called? Manga... Vampire. You know, it's like, it's related to vampires, but I forget what it's called. Manga about vampires, village, then humans start hunting them. What's it called? Shiki, right? Shiki. That's right. You know, AI did find it. It's Shiki. It's basically Shiki. Apparently, it's a novel. I didn't know it was a novel. A Japanese horror novel. Well, I read the manga. But an anime TV series as well. I didn't know it was an anime. I just read the manga. Anyway, it's Shiki. Basically very similar. Where like, again, it's kind of spoilers, but like the idea is that the humans become the monsters, essentially. You know, you are the monster, you know, or whatever. It's that trope. And that's all I'll say. But that's the theme, I guess. Similar theme. Or like the idea is that you don't feel any empathy for the other side. Even though you do exactly the same thing that, you know, that you would be called a criminal for, you feel like it's justified, I guess, and so you become the monster, right? Anyway. Timber. His eyes twitch? No, his ears twitch. What will it take for you to give me proof? You approached and kneel before him. You do understand that you'll be freed as soon as I have a single shred of concrete evidence to work with, yes? He looks away. This wolf. You lay your hands on him and force him to look at you. He recoils at your touch. You feel his vein pulsing just beneath the skin. He's afraid of you. As he should be. But still, he won't say a word. Even as you hold him here like this. There's still plenty of time. You release your grip and step out of the room once more. Crime must always be punished. You sit a comfortable distance from the wolf in your usual seat, except he does not make his usual remarks as you enter, and you do not hear his usual complaints. You came prepared for usual questions, but when you saw him in his pathetic state, you know you wouldn't be getting anything from him this time either. So instead, you began talking about yourself. During our time together, I've heard many theories from you on why I am the way I am. You were trying to discern it before, the reason I decided to target woes. I'll tell you the reason. I'd simply like for you all to be exterminated. There isn't any deeper meaning behind it. The world will be improved with fewer predators running about. That improvement in itself is my goal. He says nothing. Even to that he has nothing to say. I've paid quite a bit of money to keep you here. The least you could do is respond. Still no reaction. How very boring. You leave him for the day. It seems you pushed the wolf too far. You know, there's an art to it. You know, there's an art to torture. You can't push him too far. Otherwise, they say nothing. He's going to continue being unresponsive to you unless you do something to shock him out of it. You release his bonds, and you stand. He stares at the floor. When you pull him up by the arm, you're surprised by how light he is. That's right, you've been neglecting to feed him. He stays on his feet without your support, but his gaze is still fixed on the floor. You lead him to the door to the shower room, then give him a light shove. He stumbles through the doorway. Leave your clothes in the basket. Why? The wolf's voice comes out as a hoarse whisper. I'm going to wash him for you. Timber looks around the room, seemingly unable to process your instructions. You do know how to use a shower, yes? Go on. Oh, that's funny. Hey, that has a dark meaning to it now, you know, in hindsight, when we have that shower scene of the other witch. Why are you doing this? Because your smell disgusts me. Wash yourself. You lean against the wall, looking away from him. Once his clothes are in the basket, you take it and exit the room. You know, I'm trying to think, is there like, I don't know, like a memorable torture scene, I think, that I remember is literally from 1984 by George Orwell. That's something that kind of like comes to mind when I think of like an extended torture scene in fiction, you know, so it kind of reminds me of that too. When does he get like rats in his face or whatever? Was it like, you know, spoilers for 1984, even though it was like a really old book. But you know, the protagonist gets stuck in a room where like his deepest fears are in or whatever, and like there's a bunch of rats in his face. Was it rats or something else? I don't remember. Anyway, you don't notice it because you're preoccupied with the laundry, but the wolf cries out from the place where you left him. Third time in my life I get to use a shower and it's like this. Third time. Maybe not actually. Well, actually, this is after, right? I guess this is after. The timeline is weird to me. Like, I'm not sure, because he got the scar, right? Because there's the scar that he has around his neck and like the thing. So that has to be like after. But then he's saying this is the third time in the shower. Well, the second time, because the first time was in when a merchant came by to his tribe or whatever, right? But the second time was in the witch route. So this is the third time. So I don't know. I can't remember. Did he always have that bandage? Maybe it did appear randomly, and I only just noticed it. I don't know. Anyway, droplets fall from his eyes. It's to ruin this for me too. The water hits the sobbing wolf, indifferent to his suffering. You hear none of it, thanks to the thick walls of your home and the sound of running water. And even if you were to overhear it, couldn't comprehend it. Because it would be silly for a dangerous predator to cry over something as simple as getting to take a shower. Because it doesn't fit your narrative. But because you're not there, he's free to express these emotions and regain a shred of resolve. Good. That's exactly what I want. You stand by the door after returning the wolf's clothing. You're at a loss as how to proceed. Also, hello, Blue Dragonfly. I'm just playing a torture simulator. You know, don't worry about it. You know, before I was playing a dating sim, now I'm playing a torture simulator. It's totally fine. Do I wonder where this goes? After the whole like shock collar thing, what else does Senbei have? You know, other than shocking him. Apparently something even worse. Anyway, you're at a loss as how to proceed. The wolf hasn't responded to your questions or provocations. He won't respond to further violence. Will this stalemate hold until Osmanthus returns? Is that exactly what he's counting on? As much as Timber's attitude deeply annoys you, it's confusing, trying to face him without it. A tennis match where the opponent has left the court. Any point scored offers no sense of victory. It isn't a fun at all. Timber emerges from the shower room. He doesn't even so much as look at you before returning to his seat. Even when you stare expectantly, he gives you nothing. How long do you intend to hold this silence? Fuck you, throat hurts. It's an improvement. You shackle his wrists to the machine and leave the room. You know, there's a scene I believe... Well, I don't know. Another torture scene I remember, and I never really watched the show, but I watched... Again, I'm just weirdo that watches YouTube clips sometimes. I remember wasn't there like a scene in the Game of Thrones or whatever, where like there's also like a torture scene or torture, you know, in torture arc, I guess. Like some guy's being tortured or whatever, and like the idea is you make it like the torturer made it seem like he was able to escape, but then at the end it was all a show, and then it was like, actually, you know, I was just pranking you. You were not able to escape at all, haha. And then the victim was like, oh no, or whatever. And then he got his dick cut off or something. I don't know. Was it? I can't remember. Something like that. I was just wondering, you know, is Senbei gonna do something like that? You know, basically just give him like a false sense of hope and then crush it, Danganronpa style, right? That's something you can do, I guess. I don't know. I'm just brainstorming here as well. Anyway, time to feed. Really, you have no other option. Feed. Something easy on the throat. You heat up a can of chicken noodle soup. Since it isn't your cooking, he can't complain about the taste. You even release both wrists from their restraint so he can eat however he likes. You lock the door behind you anyway, though you aren't sure it was necessary. He hasn't attempted to escape a single time since he's gotten here. Perhaps he's all too perhaps he's all too aware how fruitless that effort would be. The soup sits on the bench in front of him untouched. It's still cooling. You aren't going to talk, are you? He's still ignoring you. Is there someone in particular you mean to protect? We could negotiate a deal in which you are not the only wolf to come out of this with immunity. You know, you lean forward in your seat. I've heard from other people. You're supposed to feel a certain way when you're hungry. It's how you know when to eat. Your body's supposed to tell you. He takes a spoonful of soup and blows softly. Steam continues to rise from the bowl. Hunger cues. Yeah, sounds right. I don't get those. He takes a bite and then returns the spoon to the bowl, lightly stirring its contents. Were you hoping for my sympathy? Dumbass question. He takes It takes him a while, but he finishes the bowl down to the last drop. When you take the dishes upstairs, you drop them in the trash. He's going to get away with it. Perhaps there isn't even any proof he could provide you. He sings out individual rabbits. There are no witnesses, but that consumes the remains. Does he grind the bones to dust and sprinkle them into the snow? What about their clothes? Their personal effects? Stolen, sold. 27 confirmed disappearances. The death toll could be higher. You aren't willing to concede that any of those deaths were accidents. It would weaken your case. If there were just one straightforward, clear-cut victim. Someone he couldn't deny, that you have no choice but to admit to. The problem vexes you, but you have no more time for questions tonight. Your father has returned from his business trip.
Senpai, my boy, you haven't been torturing people in my basement, have you? Have you been well this past week?
Well indeed, father.
Staying out of trouble, I hope. Totally not exterminating the entire race of wolves. Even though rabbits we're totally fine with that, though. By the way, but don't do it so openly, and basically be Hitler and create a freaking genocide or anything. We have to do it discreetly so it doesn't look bad. We simply assimilate them into our culture and erase their entire identity. Do it like Canada. Duh. Anyway,
yes, of course. By the way, do people know? I don't know. It's a common thing. I mean, I guess other countries as well. But even though Canada is often seen as a nice country and everyone's polite and everything, but nobody talks about the residential schools. I feel like we don't really learn that in school very often. I feel like, but Anyway, does it happen in America though? Or rather, in the United States, they also do the same thing. I'm not sure. I don't really know. But anyway, your mother tells me you've been in a bit of a mood the past couple of days. Perhaps getting out of the house for some fresh air and sunshine would do you well. We go on a family outing tomorrow. Well, just us men, eh? Your mother has her agoraphobia. I have somebody's saying this. I have plans tomorrow. Oh, is that so? Perhaps another day then. Please do get out of the house when you can. You don't waste your youth on, what was it you've been preoccupied with lately? Local history and politics. Certainly hobbies for much older men than yourself. Oh, Senpai, as your father, I wish for nothing more than your continued success and happiness. Please do remember to go out into the world and have some fun every now and then. Yes, father. Anyway, I'm gonna go over here and continue being a billionaire. And be ignorant to any of your problems. You pretty sure? Yeah. I guess so. What's it called? It's called cultural genocide. Anyway, your mother seems to have stressed to him that you have not left the house this week. This is the end then. No matter how much you might desire to do so, you cannot hold Timber here indefinitely. When Osmanthus comes this time, you have no choice but to relinquish your prisoner. When that happens, this will all have been a waste of time. You mustn't panic. There's still one more day. But you run out of strategies. All of your attempts at instigation have gone ignored. You toss and turn in your sleep that night. When you wake, you do not feel rested. Is your throat feeling any better? No. I was hoping you could answer some of my questions today. Just did. About the murders. He won't look at you. He's responding, but he won't engage. If he doesn't engage, you can't get more information out of him. Why did you tell me what you did? You seem to be thrilled to get to say it. I remember the look on your face. You knew it would get a rise out of me, didn't you? You knew I would punish you. So why say it at all? Don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do, Timber. Then I don't have an answer for you. Your hands tremble with anger. You grip your knees tightly to stabilize them. If you'd been able to sleep properly, you might have better control over your emotions. But he handed you a near confession, and now he's going to disappear back into the wilderness without consequence. Think about that makes you so. You begin to pace around the room. Does my desperation entertain you? You must enjoy driving me mad like this. You get off on it, don't you? You enjoy holding this power over me. You love being the perfect villain, the one who got away. Admit it, Let's be the one thing you admit today. Admit that you're... Senbei. You pause. Why the fuck would you think I had any power over you? Like I ever had a goddamn choice. Look at that. The perfect villain has made himself the perfect victim. Sitting there, looking so small, miserable, wretched. Doesn't he understand that his actions are the reason he's in this position to begin with? Does he truly believe he had no choice in the matter? If you were to approach him now, if you were to touch him, you would certainly strangle him to his dying breath. So instead you go outside. The fresh air and sunshine do nothing to improve your mood. Then again, your father has always been rather clueless about what is necessary for your happiness. I guess it's time to give up. You place the meal you made on the bench in front of him along with a tall glass of water. Osmanthus will be returning soon. The wolf stares blankly ahead with deadened eyes, but you don't care that he's refusing to acknowledge you. Eat. We can't have you looking this emaciated when you're released. Obediently, he takes a potato, says, I'll take a potato with you. And eat it. You decide to leave him to his meal. Hey. You stop, then turn back to look at him. Seasoning. Your lower lid twitches involuntarily at the word. It's better than last time. He glares up at you a moment before resuming his meal. I'm pleased to know it is to your liking. Your false smile falls as soon as you turn your head. You can't help but slam the door behind you. Torture route ending! Guess it just kind of ends there, and of course, you know, we learn that he simply gets released. He also gets shot in the thigh randomly, just for fun, I guess. I unlocked the 18 plus epilogues, so after all that torture, you can have sex with him, I guess. What? What kind of story, what kind of lesson are we supposed to be learning from Nom Nom Nami here? So I unlocked the Black Rabbit route. Also, there's an 18 plus epilogue in the torture route? How's that work? What does that mean? Like, with... what's his face? I already forgot his name. I don't know, what's his name again? Like with, you know... Not Osmanthus, because that's the cop. Senbei, right. Like with Senbei, like, I don't know. I don't think that's the case, though. Anyway, let's see. It's been about 4 hours. Man, I want to finish this, though. Hold on. I'm gonna take a very quick break. I'm just gonna go to the washroom. I'll be right back. And I guess we'll see what the epilogues and the final rat will look like, I guess. BRB. Alright. I should have got more water. Oh well. I'm just sipping the very last drops of my water bottle. Alright. I'll just have to make do. You know, Timber was dehydrated for like 3 whole days. You know, this is nothing. Anyway, alright. Anyway, we had a bunch of fun torture time. Let's go check out the epilogues, I guess. Let's see. It's like 18 plus epilogue. No, well, hold on. Okay, let's do the normal epilogue first, right? This one isn't 18 plus. This is just like an ending, or rather, you know, an epilogue to the whole Senbei thing. So let's see. Charcoal. Oh, one of the wolves, I guess. It's been quiet in Glaze. Everyone was relieved when Timber came back, but the somber mood has kind of stuck around ever since then. He's been staying in bed a lot lately. He won't really talk to anyone either. You think only Tundra knows what actually happened to him, and all she says is not to worry about it. That's why you've been giving him space, but you miss your friend. You end up walking by Timber's house again, so this time you poke your head in. You wonder if you can get him to come outside today. Timber? What? He's awake, definitely cranky, but at least he's awake. Ember made a snowboard. He's doing tricks for everyone. I forgot, again, I don't really remember which wolf is wolf, or which wolf is wolf? No, which wolf is which, rather. So I don't know what voice I even gave Charcoal. Who's Charcoal again? Anyway, Ember's made a snowboard, he's doing tricks for everyone. Wanna come see? Not right now. A little less cranky, he seems really tired. You sure? Yeah. Hey, tell him not to hurt himself. Okay, see ya. Timber is pissing you off as always. You don't know why he came back injured, but he's being a baby about it. He's been in bed for 2 weeks. Enough is enough, you have to say something. Are you gonna stay there for the rest of your life or what? Leave me alone. No, you're being pathetic. How long do you plan to sit there licking your wounds? Not. Couldn't even do that if I wanted to. It's an expression, stupid. He continues lying there She continues lying there like an idiot. You think he can just ignore you now? If you hate seeing him like this, you have to say something to snap him out of it. If you won't get up, should I come to bed with you? What? I thought you were through with me. Well, if it wakes you up, I'll do it. I'm not in mood. That implies they fuck, you know, or maybe, I don't know. Again, I can't tell if the wolves are like a family, or did he have relationships before in this like small little tribe? I don't know. Or is it just simply snuggling? Or cuddling, or anyway. Really, that's funny. Did your dick get injured too? Okay, that does imply that they were fucking, you know? Also, I assume Crystal's a woman, but I don't know. Crystal sounds like a woman's name to me. I don't know. I might be misgendered. I can't tell just by looking at this wolf sprite. Oh, you feel really sorry for saying that if it had. Let's have a look then, huh? Go ahead and prove it. Seriously, Crystal, I'm not gonna have sex with you. Fine, your loss. Also, do they have sex like in wolf form? You know, really taking the whole furry thing to the extremes. Yep, thanks for worrying about me. You always argue and then he's nice, then you argue and then he's nice. Seems like you got a bit of a reaction from him anyway. Maybe he'll go back to normal soon. With a small huff, you finally turn and walk out the door. And clarifies it, I guess so, I don't know. Does it stay in well, does it just stay within the family? Here's Pine. Who's Pine again? Like, I already forgot who's Pine. Or is Pine... Well, Pine's the wolf we saw before that was pink, right? But then we only saw them in wolf form, as far as I remember, right? For the past few weeks, it's been your job to cook for everyone. You aren't the best at it, but you're good with your hands. That's why everyone voted for you. You're trying, but they still complained that your cooking wasn't as good as Timber's. You feel like you let everyone down. That's why it's such a relief that he came to help you prepare lunch today. Does Pine just have like a goatee? I gotta say, that's a goatee, right? I could be wrong, but I gotta say, goatees are not in. You know, like, I don't know. Is it just me? Goatees don't look good. Then again, I'm very like anti-facial hair though. I have a bias against facial hair. You know, I don't like facial hair usually, unless it's like maybe a full beard, I guess. Maybe, like, you know, like the stereotypical Giga Chat, I guess. But generally, like most, like a mustache If it's just a mustache, like sideburns, or a goatee, they all look bad. I don't know. They make you all look like douchebags. Is all I'm saying. Anyway, then again, people do say that about man buns or whatever, right? Which I don't call a man bun though. It's not a man bun. It's a top knot. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, but that's like a different thing. You gotta cut the potatoes more evenly. That's why some of them were coming out undercooked. But oblong, how am I supposed to make it come out even? Cut off the tip, then set it upright like this. You watch as Timber cuts the potato down the center, then into sticks, then cubes. Oh, that's way easier than how I was doing it. How were you doing it? You grab a potato and cut it into chunky discs, opposite way from what Timber showed you. No wonder. Were you cutting these one by one like that? Yeah, it takes forever. How do you do yours so fast? For starters, you're holding the knife all wrong. Let me show you. Good to see him laughing again. If all the cooking would have been up to you from now on, this pack would be in trouble. What next, onions? When you look over, he's already started on them. You can go ahead and heat up a skillet. Yeah, I'm helping. Am I helping you or are you helping me? Equal shares, don't worry about it. You give him a nod and follow instructions. He's the leader after all. You okay, boss? Strong onions, that's all. Maybe I'll go lie back down. We barely started. Don't run off now. Not like you do this without me. It's just a skillet. Or you can't do this without me. I think the rest of the pack's gonna have something to say about that. In the end, you convince him to stay and cook with you. And for the first time in a few weeks, lunch was really, really delicious. Right. Epilogue. He got tortured, but then he got better. Basically. It's funny, it says torture epilogue. By the way, he got tortured. Let's see. What else? Oh yeah, the 18 plus ones. I don't want to click. I'm more afraid with the 18 plus epilogue or the 18 plus like sections than I am the torture route. That's I don't know. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. Anyway, I'm assuming this is the one where Twigs brought along condoms. Like, we can see how many condoms he uses. I guess I don't know. Fine, but like I'm not gonna like read out the whole thing if it's spicy or whatever. Anyway, he brought Timber to your usual private place. His body's tense as you lie side by side. Okay, go ahead. You press your lips to the side of his neck just beneath his jawline. Here is fine? Yeah. Is this like hickeys or whatever? Are you doing hickeys on his scar? It's kind of weird. You get it a little lower than wait for his response. Still fine. A little further then. Stop. You pull back and look up at him. Think it's gonna work? I can't relax at all. That's why we're practicing. He tries to roll on his back, but you wrap your arm around his side and pull him back toward you. Hey, you said I shouldn't let you run away. It's not gonna work though. You want to help him. He wants to be helped because he asked you specifically, and you think he might be pretty well equipped for it. Can you try to describe how it feels? Timber grumbles, squinting his eyes and looking off toward the space over your head. It's like, it's fine, but then there's sort of lack of sensation. I get unsettled and shit. You hold up your paw where you can see it. Can I touch? He looks away again. Sure. You place 2 fingers directly on his scar, pressing lightly. Can you feel that at all? Oh yeah, but more like the skin around it. I mean, nerves can die, like the nerves of your skin or whatever can die from damage, so noticing the part where you can't feel it, that's unsettling? Exactly. He sighs in annoyance. Doesn't feel good anymore because of that. Then it gets me all thinking and shit. Nothing turns me off faster than seeing his face in my head. So I can't relax, because I'm expecting it to pop up, I guess. You rub his chest with both paws to distract him from those kinds of thoughts. So it's just a bad association. You can change yourself to get rid of that. You just want me to be your dog. Serious. When you try really, really hard not to think about something, it makes it all you can think about, right? Timber grumbles, but you can't say anything back. He doesn't want to admit it. I'm gonna make it so you don't give him a chance to worry about that other stuff. You kiss him on the cheek, but he's still being stubbornly quiet. Ah yes, we're gonna fix you you know, by having tons of sex. How about instead of thinking about the past, think about how your cute partner who you love is trying their best to make you feel good. Wow, so simple. Just think of something different. Yeah, okay. He's complaining of the usual grin on his face. Only think about me, got it? Mm-hmm, okay, you kiss him. Back to work. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Is this okay? Or either do it or don't. I'll fucking say something, just... Okay, nah. Don't choke me, pressure's kinda nice. Progress. I don't get... It's hickeys, right? Is that what it's called? Personally, I don't get it. But anyway. Because doesn't it, like, leave marks and everything? It just seems... Seems annoying, you know? A small sigh skips your lips as you bite down again. Totally working. You said it wasn't gonna work? And then you freaking get his belt undone. Tonight you're on a mission. And then he rewards you by erupting into a complete mess. Did he come in his pants again? That's all that's the only scene I really remember about this game. It's like he came in his pants or whatever. Anyway. Oh, it's funny. So, he said, didn't think of him, you know, didn't think of my abuser. That's the first thing you have to say? No, not a thank you? Oh, thank you, Twigs, my amazing partner. You wanted him. Don't say it sarcastically. Thanks for making me come. You're really good at it. Now that's another line. That's another one-liner. You know, you should put it. That should be the 2 screenshots of the game page. You know, to advertise it. Like the one where he says, "You made me come in my pants," and then the other one is, "Thanks for making me come." You know. Oh, they're pretty funny lines, is all I'm saying. You make it sound like sex is I'm good for. Not what I said. And then they kiss you, and then love you. I put the toys away. It was sensitive. I used to making sense I'm good for. I love you, Timber. Blah, blah, blah. Flirting and kissing into the night. Okay. They have sex. They don't really use the condoms or anything. You're supposed to use the condoms. You don't use the condoms. Maybe they did use the condoms. I mean, it would prevent you from getting, you know, from making a mess. Anyway. Okay, so that's them having sex to, what's the word? Replace the traumatic memories. What else? There's this one. The 18 plus epilogue of the torture route. Again, what does that mean? What does that mean? I mean, I don't know. Is it with Senbei or is it not? Because that would be the fucked up part if it was with Senbei, you know? That's what I'm saying. Well, let's see. Oh, I mean, it is the whole torture thing. I was thinking if it was gonna get kinky or not. Unable to sleep, you head down to the basement. Your prisoner is waiting for you there. He appears to be fast asleep. The way he's leaning, his face is tilted ever so slightly up toward you. You look down at him in contemplation. Well, you have insisted that the torture thus far has been kink shit. You disagree. You were aware of your kink. Really? Or at least you assume it's only been the one. Copulate while in beast form. Ah yes, so really, you really are a furry. This is the true furry. Senbei is just a furry. Even though everyone is already a furry because they have like, you know, what's it called? I was gonna say like Nekomimi, that's for cat ears though, but you know, like Kemono, I think Kemono Mimi meaning like animal ears. Everyone's already like a kind of like a 10% furry, but like Senbei has 100% furry, you know? He is the true furry. Like in this universe, you know, like how weird is that, you know? Because apparently everyone has a human form and a beast form, and that's just kind of normal. But to like copulate while in beast form, is that weird or not? I don't know. Like from the perspective of you were just a normal person in this universe, you know? I don't know. That isn't something you're interested in doing with this wolf, or any wolf for that matter, and so you disagreed with his assessment. There was and is no sexual element to your torture. But, if you broaden your definition of desirable sex to include the act between human forms, perhaps, just perhaps, that is what has been keeping you awake. He had kept insisting this after all, unable to see from his perspective. Your mind continued to twist the argument until it fell into a shape you could understand. He is here with his head tilted up toward you, expecting something. And you, with insatiable curiosity, will be unable to rest until you confirm these thoughts by acting on them. Ah, yes. Okay. Because he is asleep, and this is technically like, you know, this is illegal, but anyway, this is an opportune time to test your theory without preface or argument. You lean down. His breathing is soft, his body is still, and will not resist your advance. In this collar, he is yours. He's been expecting this to happen. I guess 50 Shades of Grey. This is the 50 Shades of Grey segment, I guess. Even though I never really... Actually, I don't know what that book is about, I think. I just know it's like, people kept making memes about it, and how like it's SMN shit, or whatever. SNM? SNM. Anyway, so you don't hesitate when you press your lips to his. You act and you evaluate your body's reaction. I guess toxic yaoi. Or, is there a word for this? Like, you know, I feel like it's very common, by the way, in the yaoi fanfiction / fujoshi type community, and maybe it's like it comes up more often only because what's the word, like because it's like a stereotype, maybe, or I don't know if it's a stereotype, I don't know what the word is, but like, you know, like it seems to me more often than it is, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But basically, there's always a trope where for some reason in any kind of like story, usually anime, but not always exclusively anime, even other stories like cartoon shows or whatever, but it's almost always in anime, whenever there's a villain and a protagonist, they're always shipped together for some reason, you know? I feel like that's always true, right? It's always fanfiction like that. It's always the case. Someone always writes some kind of fanfic, and I don't know. I don't read it, even though that sounds suspicious, but I don't really read fanfiction, really. I don't like reading in general, really. I read visual novels, you know? I don't really like... The whole point of visual novels is the visual element. I don't really read, like, books, you know? To me, that's not enough visuals. My brain's too small, you know? I can't read books, usually. Like, I prefer pictures. I prefer my picture books, like manga. But anyway, what am I trying to say? But basically, yeah, it's a common, like, fanfiction, apparently, like a cliche, that the hero is always paired with the antagonist for some reason. You know, all the time. And it's like this weird, like, toxic yaoi. And again, is it like, I don't know what you call it. Is it toxic yaoi? I feel like I just use the word, like willy-nilly, I guess. But I guess toxic in the sense that, like, it's not a normal relationship, right? It's like this weird thing where, like, they hate each other, but then they have sex, I guess. I don't know. For some reason. Anyway, so you don't hesitate when you press your lips to it, and you act and you evaluate your body's reaction. You know, you're testing if you're gay, I guess. I don't know. And you've determined this could work. What? Nani? You pull away, but not far. The wolf's eyes remain closed. Now what? You just confirmed it for yourself. You had expected this result, so you had yet to formulate the next course of action. Why had you expected it, though? This wolf has been right about so many things. He's perceptive and cunning. He may have even purposely influenced you into feeling this way, into trying this out. It's totally his fault, you know, victim blaming. Why did he dress like that? He's just asking for it. Now, certainly that's exactly what he's done. Because in the scenario where you want to have sex with him, he wins. He has power over you. The wolf smirks. He was awake. He's been awake, and you step back in surprise. And I feel like it's gonna be like, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see. I have like a hypothesis what this actually is, but maybe I'll save it until later, because I don't want to accidentally spoil it. Right, you've been caught, and you need to explain yourself. How can you possibly explain this away? The only option is to admit to it. There's no other reason for you to have kissed him in his sleep. He knows exactly why you've done it because he planned for you to do this all along. As your mind erases, the wolf says two simple things. Told ya. A rush of emotion floods through you. His condescending look, the look he always has even while you stand over him, even while he's the one in chains. That maddening look that makes you want to dominate him, that makes you want to put him in his place, to crush him by any means necessary, Yugi. I mean, what? I just think of Kaiba and Yugi now, for some reason. You know, again, classic like protagonist. I guess Kaiba's more like a rival, I guess, but you know, either a rival or an antagonist, for some reason they get shipped together. Freaking Goku and Vegeta? I don't know. I don't know any specific fanfiction. I just assume, you know, this is a very common like thing that Fujoshi's right about. I feel like, I don't know. And I'm sure if you look up art, you know, there's plenty. And then build him back up so he can look at you that way again. He's trapped you in his vicious cycle and he knows it. He's getting off on this. Is he getting off on this or are you, bro? And now, what? Can't think of anything to say for yourself? Trying to come up with an excuse for experimenting on me? Trying to come up with an excuse for experimenting on like this? Or like that? I can't speak. Experimenting on me like that. I'm all chained up, Rabbit. You can do anything you want to me and no one would stop you. So either go back to being repressive shit or fuck me like I know you want to, your choice. I mean, that sounds like consent to me. He's won, but at the same time, he's just invited you to do whatever you want to him. You can still turn this around. What is this? 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 What is this writing? Stealing yourself, you close the distance between the two of you. As you close in, his expression turns from the confident to wide-eyed and tense as he realizes what's about to happen. The wolf tries kicking at your legs. Hey, I wasn't serious. Don't actually fuck me. What? You know? Say what you mean. As you kiss him, he struggles against you less and less. Soon he's relaxing to your touch, even reciprocating your passion. Okay, well, this is just porn, I feel like. But then, I mean, obviously, I mean, there's also other parts of the game that's porn, but like, this is like more porn, I feel like. I don't know how to describe it, but like, this is more porn. This is more pornographic than the other not safe for work scenes, I feel like, for some reason. I guess it's the interplay between, I don't know, I mean, it's classic yaoi, you know? It's like dominance and submissiveness is like... Anyway. When you pull back to catch your breath, his expression strikes you, a mix of fear and lust. It isn't just you, is it? Something new to confirm. And this is when it gets 18 plus. You undo his belt, but he's got a boner. But you also have a boner again, but it's fine. And then the lustful wolf? The lustful wolf begging a rabbit for release. Pathetic. And then you kiss, then you stroke. A lot of stroking. I feel like a Nom Nom Nami has a very specific way, you know, of describing how these characters have sex. Anyway, but you never expected to make a wolf come like this. That's another, like, one-liner. That should be the third screenshot. Well, it's long past the time to be surprised by your own desires. You're thrusting inside of him. You know, I didn't really... Well, I guess maybe there's some scenes. I don't remember. I've been skipping a lot of... Like, well, not really skipping, but like, you know, speeding by a lot of the more, you know, mature scenes, I guess. But I didn't see any thrusting because I usually expect, you know, when people think of sex, they think of penetration is all I'm saying, you know? So I don't really remember seeing the word thrusting, but maybe I just kind of like skipped over it too fast or something. Because usually it's mostly stroking. There's like a blowjob scene, I guess. But usually there's the stroking, blowjob, and like rubbing, I think. What do you call that? What do you call the thing? Anyway, I guess it doesn't matter. But you know, but not a lot of thrusting. So like, I don't know if this is the only scene with thrusting, but like, I don't know, I'm just surprised is all. It's morning! You wake up to message she's okay, yeah. I knew it though, I knew it. It was a dream. It was a wet dream. Senbei simply had a wet dream. When was the last time you had such a vivid dream of that sort of subject matter? You hadn't noticed you had been carrying so much pent-up sexual energy. This may have prevented you, or this may have been prevented if you had paid more attention to your body. But the fact that it was with Timber, you decide not to pursue the thought. You'd be happy to forget about it, the same as any other dream. Totally, it's funny how, like, I can't believe the developer wrote a fan fiction of their own game within the game. You know, crazy. It's time for your morning routine. Go to bed, and you don't let this consume you for the rest of the day. It's funny how, like, Senbei gives someone like a long life trauma, and all Senbei gets in return is a wet dream. You know, isn't that funny? And talk about pent up. Anyway, a lot of coming in this game. I thought that. Again, that should be the taglines. That should be the screenshots of the game to advertise it. That will definitely get you more views. You know what I'm saying? Alright, so there's that. Non-consent within a dream. Yeah, okay. I didn't want to click on that, it would spoil it. You know, so it's funny. There's like multiple layers of like, don't worry about it. You know, it's non-consensual, but don't worry about it. It's for one, it's fiction, but also it's just a dream. You know, we just have to have those multiple layers just to make it seem okay, I guess. All right, well, all right. That's all the things for now. However, there is one more route, I believe, the Black Rabbit route, whatever that means. So I guess we'll see what that is. How long has it been? It's been about... Okay. For 4 hours and 38 minutes. I do want to hurry up and finish this. So let's start a new character. Add zucchini, random name, Kiso, domino, non-binary icon. I don't know, it's just funny to use that as a name. Heather Pudding. Yeah, pudding. I don't know, that sounds right. Pudding. Sure. Okay. Though it might be like a thing where the name doesn't matter anyway, it gets overridden. Alright, you're the Black Rabbit. Well, there's only one Black Rabbit I know from this game is Senbei, you know, other than that, his parents, I guess? Let's see. Ah, it is Senbei. It's Senbei again. He's back! Exactly the man I'd hope. Timber freezes as soon as he hears your voice. You've been coming out here you've been coming out here. You're not, not just this kind of coming. No, you've been coming out here night after night waiting to be hunted by him, and tonight, it's finally happened. Before you can get to your feet, he's taken off in full sprint. Not even a hello? It's been so long. You call after him, but he doesn't respond. That's fine. You're very used to getting the silent treatment from him. Once he hears what you have to say, you're sure he'll answer you. You'll just have to catch him first. Where will your pursuit take you? Okay. Technically there's only, by the way, page 10, even though there's on the UI. According to the timeline... Okay, well, there's only 2 things here. Interesting. They all lead the same way, though. Okay, so this choice I feel like doesn't matter. Hold on, we'll just do it in order, I guess. Let's do trees and caves, I guess. Trees. You follow Timber into a heavily wooded area. He thinks he can hide himself amidst the trees, but he's wrong. As a prey animal, you have a keen eye for spotting distant movement. With each tree he dashes behind to try to put distance between you, you step ever closer in his direction. Aren't you curious what I've been up to this past year? I haven't stopped thinking about you, Timber. You speak loudly, initiating yet another one-sided conversation. Every little detail of our time together, I've pored over it all, in case I'd overlooked any important clues. And it turns out, I had. Your voice gives him a clear idea of your position, pressuring him forward. You walk slowly, giving him room to breathe. You want him to take in your words as carefully as you've taken in his. That lighter you were carrying. I didn't think much of it at the time. The more I considered it, the more it stood out to me. Where would a wolf get their paws on something like that? It was either traded for or stolen. A tree sways lightly, sprinkling bits of snow to the ground as he pushes off it to scramble behind the next one. I can't imagine you bartering away what little you have on modern conveniences like that, when you're in such desperate need of food. Of course, it's entirely possible that lighter was only a lost item, something you picked up from a forgetful hiker's former campsite. But it gave me the idea to speak to one of the witches you regularly trade with just to confirm. Let's remember, shall we? Okay. Thank you for meeting with me on such a short notice. Oh, it's no problem. Senbei, right? I'm Plum. Again, another goatee. I don't like goatees. I don't know, looks weird. You shake his hand and each take a seat at the table. Your coffee has already gone cold. And not only that, I guess, like if you draw like a cutesy character, because I feel like this is like, you know, most of Namnam's art is like cutesy looking. But if you like put facial hair on it, it just doesn't look right, you know? It's like having a baby face and putting facial hair on it. It just doesn't work. Anyway. But also I don't like goatees. It's just me. Yes. It's a pleasure to see you, Plum. Shall I order you a cup of tea? That's okay. I actually can't stay for too long. I made plans to visit a new client in Nyapata? Nyapata. When you asked around the trade guild in search of a witch who regularly does business with wolves, this was the name you were given. An unassuming man who began working as a merchant 5 or 6 years ago. Seems his clientele is made up of predators all around the world. So, what is it you want to ask me about? I'd like to tell me about the wolves you've been trading with on Mount Sorbet. He blinks once before answering. Sure, what do you want to know? Are you aware of the long history of this... Are you aware of the long history of disappearing rabbits on that mountain? Disappearing rabbits? I know people go missing sometimes, but considering the environment, it isn't as extreme as you might think. I'm actually a resident there. I've been looking into it and have reason to believe those rabbits are not victims of unfortunate accidents, but victims of predation. So, are you like a detective? Concerned citizen. I'm seeking justice for the families of those who have lost their loved ones. I need to know if the wolves have ever traded you anything you thought was strange for them to have, the sorts of objects you could reasonably believe to be stolen. The witch's demeanor shifts. Are you saying I'm trading stolen goods? It's kind of a serious accusation. I'm not accusing you of anything. You are simply unaware. Swindled, you could say. Nothing they traded me over the years has been stolen. Can you say that with 100% certainty? Yes, I can. He's of course sympathetic to the wolves he's doing business with. You expected as much. He takes out a pink notebook. I can show you my ledger. I kept detailed records of the past 5 years of my dealings with Glaze. He places it in front of you on the table, and you pick it up, lightly thumbing through. Wolves have sensitive noses. They're very good at sniffing out magical flora, the type that would take a witch unfamiliar with the area twice as long to track down. Such plants have various applications in medicine, potion making, and alchemy. Those are the sorts of things I trade them food for. I don't think you can call these wild plants stolen goods. That's why I'm confident our dealings are entirely above board. You review the contents of his notebook. He seems to be telling the truth, although you're unfamiliar with many of the item names listed. Would you mind if I borrow this to confirm it for myself? I'd mind that very much. I need to hold on to my ledger in order to do my job. But I'd trouble you for a copy then. Oh, please take it up with the guild if you have suspicions about the legitimacy of my trades. They'll be happy to investigate it for you. He gathers his things and moves to leave. I can pay. No thanks. I don't involve myself in shady dealings. Thanks for understanding. The witch walks away before you can say anything else. Another dead end. No. This was a valuable conversation. Even without access to those records, his reaction told you everything you need to know. Your steps hasten. You can't mask the fervor in your voice. Do you know what I believe? Are you know? After meeting that man, I'm sure that your trade partners are all in on it. What better way to dispose of evidence than by trading it all away? You're closing in on him. He's tantalizingly close. Your only mistake was holding onto that lighter as one of your trophies. Did you know there are spells that can trace the history of objects? It's possible we could identify its original owner. What other sorts of things have you kept over the years? How many of those will connect you to your victims? The trees grow sparse the further you advance. Soon timber is out of places to hide. He rushes back into the open snowfields ahead of you. You can hear his panicked breaths as he flees. The chase continues. Oh, okay, we can choose more now. Save the game. Let's choose the caves. Timber's light coat stands in stark contrast to the dark rock walls of the cave he's just dipped into. He hopes to lose you in the darkness, but that won't be possible. You remember the caves in this area well. You stand at the narrow entrance, watching as he disappears behind a large boulder. You call out to him again. This cavern has no other exits, Timber. You're hoping to draw me in and slip past me, but I'm well aware of the layout. You've done much to prepare for this confrontation. He's underestimating you, looking down on you again. But this, at least, is a good opportunity to inform him of your important discovery. Do you remember when we were discussing what you did with the bodies, helping me brainstorm, as you put it? Your voice echoes off the cavern walls, so you make sure to speak slowly and enunciate your words. I have to thank you for that. Considering your available options made it easier to look into the tools I needed to search for the remains of your victims. Did you know there's a type of magic that can detect the presence of bones? It's used quite often in missing persons cases. Did you know there's a type of magic that can just do anything, I guess? Magic can just do anything without limits, I guess. Did you know there's a type of magic that makes you come in your pants? Anyway, you listen for any kind of movement, but Timber is stubbornly silent. You imagine he's sweating from his hiding place. After learning about that, I requested Agent Osmanthus' assistance and brought him to a cave much like this one. Would you like to know what we found? Let's remember, shall we? I think he said that. Actually, he just says it to himself. Anyway, let's remember. It's early, much earlier than Agent Osmanthus would prefer, but your work must continue. You stop to check the map, then turn back to your companion. He's dragging his feet behind you. We should see it just up ahead. Today could be the day, Osmanthus. Where's your enthusiasm? In case it already wasn't crystal fucking clear, I'm not eager to be involved in your bullshit again. You think there's nothing to be found? I think your hobby is getting a little out of hand. How much of your allowance have you spent on this by now? You disregard his condescension and step inside the next cave. Light, please. Osmanthus rolls his eyes and tosses a small orb up to the cavern ceiling, illuminating the way forward. I was invited to go spelunking, and so spelunk I shall. Yeah, cave number 12. You sure ain't reading too much into whatever he said? Unless we are thorough, the case will remain unsolved. Osmanthus tosses a second orb ahead of you, further lighting the way. There's no we, I'm just a tech guy, keep that in mind. As you proceed into the cavern, the charm in his hand suddenly stirs to life. This means it's detected something. Hang on, could it just be calcium in the rocks? You follow Osmanthus' lead as he holds the charm in front of him like a pendulum. The pull toward its target grows stronger as you move forward. It's definitely found something. Unfortunately, you're led to a small passageway neither of you could reasonably fit through. The charm begs to proceed further, but Osmanthus holds it back. Something's down there. Rock's a bit slick. We're near a lake. It's quite possibly flooded beyond this point. Well, I'll send a scout. He pulls yet another charm from its pocket, a small dragonfly-shaped crystal which rises into the air, glowing a soft orange. I'm charging double for this one. These guys are expensive. I'll pay you triple if it finds what I'm expecting to find. The charm drifts down through the passage, taking the orange glow with it. You wait with bated breath. It returns after an achingly long moment, dropping itself back into Osmanthus' hand. The glow dulls as he holds it up to take in whatever it saw. You can't get a read on his expression. Finally, he holds the crystal out, offering it to you. Here, fair warning, this ain't a pretty picture. When you peer into the faucets of the gem, you see the frozen corpse of what appears to be a dark rabbit. A bit shaken, you hand this new evidence back to him. It's well preserved. Yeah, nothing could get to it. Osmanthus continues gazing into the crystal. Can't see anything else down there. No backpack, tools. Removed during the chase. Clearly the victim passed through here out of sheer desperation. Don't start theorizing too soon. There's still no guarantee your wolf was involved. But it's a body. As Timber said, not a pile of bones, but a body nonetheless. I'll call it in. Would you still prefer to forego credit for this discovery? Osmanthus rises to his feet, motioning for you to follow. It takes you a moment to calm your trembling limbs. Progress. We have a body. The coroner ruled it as an accidental death, but I know the truth. The rabbit was yours, wasn't it? It must have been so frustrating to successfully complete a kill and yet be unable to obtain its meat. Tell me, how do you feel? Are you going to deny your involvement with this suspicious death as well? Your grand revelation is met with silence, irritating, vexing silence. Tired of waiting for him to emerge on his own, you proceed further into the cave, toward the boulder you saw him disappear behind. We were able to identify that rabbit. Ginger was the name. I wonder if the game keeps track of that, actually, because that was one of the rabbits we're playing as, you know? How does that work? What if we just use what if all of our self-insert OCs are the same name, though, you know? What if they all named the same? How does that work? But I'm sure you don't bother to ask your prey for that kind of information. Is this the first time you've heard of it? I remember it's always Ginger? I don't know, actually. I don't remember. As you approach, you spot a bit of gray fur giving off a faint shine in the low light, his tail. You can't hide. It isn't his tail, but a lock of hair. You pick it up, then quickly turn to look behind you. Timber's retreating form is silhouetted against the night sky. He's invaded you once again. You pocket the gift he left to you, then bolt out of the cave after him. The chase continues. Well, it's the last choice. And it's the last choice in the timeline, too. This is where it all converges. The cliffs. Nowhere else to go. You pursue Timber up the sloping hills of the mountain. The incline slows the both of you down, but you're certain your endurance will outlast his. The cliffs here are the steepest in the area. He's led you here on purpose. When he reaches the edge, he finally stops, or rather, he finally slows to a stop, chest heaving from overexertion. You give me quite the workout tonight, Senbei. He laughs, but there's an underlying cadence of fear in his voice. He knows he's cornered. What will you do, Timber? Turn yourself in. Your words come between heavy pants as well. You feel as if you've been sprinting for the past hour. Perhaps you were. You steady your breathing, then take another step toward him. As soon as you do, he brandishes a small knife with a piercing blue casing. Fucking come any closer. His tone changes in an instant, from his usual endearing charm into a low growl. Feeling threatened? You didn't answer my question. You hold your position, and after a moment he lowers the knife slightly. I still haven't heard any proof from you. His hand is unsteady and trembling. Some uneaten rabbit you found in a cave? What's that got to do with me, huh? I thought the point was to prove that I'm out here eating rabbits. You still got fucking nothing that says anything like that. He dismisses you again and again, but he can't keep you at bay forever. He was right to call you relentless. It's true. I didn't come out here with the proof I need to convince everyone of your true nature. Then why fucking bother with all of this? He throws his arms out, completely exasperated. Next, are you gonna say I'm guilty because I ran when I saw you from the guy who fucking tortured the shit out of me? You smile at him. His grin falters. I may be without proof for the moment, but you're going to give it to me. You take a step closer. He steps back, but he has far less room to retreat. What, the lighter you're going on about? Sorry, don't have it on me. He turns his pockets inside out to demonstrate his innocence, but that wasn't what you meant. Please, I'm sure you tossed it as soon as I brought it up. That isn't what I'm going to get from you tonight. He raises the knife again, giving you an incredulous look. What you're seeking is more abstract. The fuck do you want then? I don't have anything. I told you I'm not a fucking murderer. Let's drop the pretense, shall we? Whatever you may call yourself, your actions have led to the deaths of many, many rabbits. So why don't you show me your killing intent? I want to see it firsthand. What? A rabbit stands before you. Fresh meat. And here we are in such a high a place. Aren't these the perfect conditions to create one of your accidents? Go on then. The wolf nearly chokes with laughter. Hang on. Let me get this straight. You came out here thinking that you could get me to try and kill you?
That's the best you got? Or that's... I can't speak. That's the best you could come up with, genius? My mistake the first time around was sending someone else to be hunted in my place. Wait a minute, who was that? I am here now, in front of you, Timber. There are no witnesses. If you're able to kill me, the one man convinced of your guilt in these cases will be gone. In other words, should you succeed, your problems will be solved. Wouldn't that be so convenient for you? You're so fucked up. He collects himself, then speaks in a calm and serious voice. Said it before. Even if I was a murderer, I wouldn't kill you. Go home, Senbei. You take a step forward again, but this time he stands his ground. You came out hunting tonight. That must mean your pack is running low on food again. Wouldn't it be nice getting to serve the flesh of the man you hate the most to your loved ones, to sustain the woes at my expense? Nah, not doing it. I can't win against you. He folds the knife into its casing, then slips it back in his back pocket. You hold your arms out, leaving yourself completely open for him. I'm telling you that you can. Try, and you might very well succeed. I'm not gonna do what you want. Do us both a favor and forget about me, alright? He moves to walk past you, but you won't allow it. You lay your hands on his shoulders. You feel his entire body tense under your touch. You have to try to kill me. This guy never takes no for an answer. He mutters to himself, but the attempt to play this off with humor only infuriates you more. I am laying my life before you on a silver platter, and you decide to walk away. Okay. You need a reason? It's because I'm not fucking stupid. You probably brought some kind of insurance, a magic charm that'll keep you from dying or something. You believe such a thing exists. If not that, then a way to ensure someone knows you got killed? I'm just not convinced you really die for this. Oh? Why not? Because then you wouldn't get to see the look on my face when they lock me up and throw away the key. Touché. See? The whole thing was a stupid fucking idea. He really isn't gonna do it. Your hands remain on his shoulders. You don't want to let go. Want to know what the saddest part is? You meet his gaze. You couldn't do any of this from your own power. You're still just relying on others' magic, same as always. Best you can do is beg me to kill you. Couldn't even do that on your own. That's quite enough. You had worried before about what you would do if you were to lay your hands on him. What you didn't know is that it would feel this good. This man. This infuriating man. He clutches at your hand. You can't tear it away from his throat. Maybe it is time I stop relying on magic. You dig into his back pocket and pull out the knife. I've been wondering, where exactly did you get this, Timber? You didn't carry any weapons before. Another one of your trophies, perhaps. He struggles against your grip. His boots strike at your shins, but the blows are weak and ineffective. Careful. You wouldn't want to fall from this height. Wolves don't always land on their feet. Isn't that right? All at once, his body goes limp. He looks down on you with an all-too-familiar condescending grin. Why? What could he possibly have to laugh about? He's mocking you even as you hold his very life in your hands. Or even as you hold his life, yeah. You're going to do it. You're going to disembowel him with his own pocket knife. You're going to flay him slowly so that he feels every painful incision. You leave him within an inch of his life, make him suffer as he slowly bleeds to death. Then he'll see who's begging to be killed by whom. Then he'll finally admit. In one swift motion, he raises both legs and kicks you square in the torso, dropkick, which causes you to release your grip on his throat as he launches you off of you and over the edge of the cliff. You hear a distant splash, but the last you see of him is his coat drifting slowly through the air. After that, silence. You study the water for a long while, but he doesn't resurface. And even if he did, he would surely freeze to death soon after. Not slowly, but surely rather. The heat of his body, which still lingers on your glove, is no match for the lakes of Mouser Bay in the dead of winter. Timber has drawn his last breath. Hasn't he? Suddenly, it's Synthesizer V. I forget which one, but it's the one that Nami always uses.
Okay. Does it just end there, or I don't know. I was half expecting Senbei to even dive after him, you know, because it wouldn't be enough to just let him just die like that. You know, I need this, like, he needs to save him just to kill him, you know, or whatever. Is the idea. But is it just that? I don't know. Also, someone named Moxie? You can't do that. It's Nom Nom Nami's character. You can't just copy the name. Special thanks. I mean, isn't always a movie trope though, where like, okay, yeah. They, for some reason, people always survive in movies when they fall and like dive into water from a very high height. Even though in real life, that would like, you know, kill you usually. That would actually kill you, but in movies, for some reason, it's like almost like a 95% chance of like surviving. Anyway, when you descend the cliff and reach the lake's shore, you found no trace of Timber. You circled the perimeter twice, once to check for tracks and the second time just to be certain you didn't miss anything. It's possible he never surfaced. It's possible that when he dove in, his head hit the rocks and he died on impact. But you don't believe that. Timber wouldn't die so easily. He wouldn't have taken the risk if he wasn't certain he could survive the plunge. He wouldn't have smirked at you like that before he... What you really like to do is ask Samantha's help in scanning the lake bed, just to be absolutely sure. But there are two problems with that approach. First, if you were to discover Timber's body at the bottom of the lake, Osmanthus would assume you're involving him in concealing a murder. That would be the end of his usefulness to you. The personal consequences alone will make this infeasible. Second, it would mean you're relying on others' magic again. Another win for Timber. Reluctantly, you realize there's nothing left for you to do here except return home. You hold his pocket knife in your hand, studying it closely as you make your way down the icy path. Whether or not Timber has survived, there's still a few remaining threads to unravel. You look forward to uncovering every one of his secrets. Let Timber get away. Epilogue! It's not over yet though. There's like one more epilogue thing, even though like there's like a whole, you know, freaking ending song that played. There's still a little bit more. Epilogue time. My throat's getting very thirsty and dry, but I didn't get water, so like I just have to keep going. Epilogue. It's late, past midnight, you think. Your watch ran out of batteries. Usually I feel like it's plural, even though it's one battery. But anyway, ran out of battery a few months ago, so you can't check. More importantly, Timber hasn't come home yet. This is what's keeping you awake. The other wolves tell you he's prone to disappearing some nights. He's almost always back by morning, they say. Even if that's true, why didn't he tell you he was going somewhere? You don't like this at all. You decide to step outside of Glaze just to have a look around. Maybe taking a walk will calm you down. Maybe he'll be home by the time you come back. Maybe. Twigs, is something wrong? Tundra, you're still up. I'm keeping watch tonight. Were you going somewhere? Just on a walk. This late? It's after midnight. You knew it. Who needs a watch when you have an impeccable internal clock? Alright, there's no time to be lavishing self-praise. Your partner's missing. I'm worried about Timber. I'm not even sure where he went, or when he left, or when he'll be back. You don't have to worry about him, dear. Leave that to his mother. Tundra's possessiveness irks you a little. You have every right to be worried. You spend every day at his side. Using condoms. Is it okay if we both worry? I don't know if I can stop. What I mean is, he already let me know he was going out. That's why I'm keeping watch. Oh really? Where'd he go? And why did he only tell Tundra and not you? You're getting even more irked by the second. He's working hard for the pack. Why don't you go ahead and turn in for the night, Twigs? It's very, very annoying how she always makes these demands disguised as suggestions. It's so manipulative. You don't let your irritation show though. She's basically your mother-in-law, and everyone kind of hates their in-laws, don't they? I guess or well, I guess it's fine since he told you he was going out, but I still like to take a little walk before bed. Again, I must remind you that it's very late. Walking around the mountains in the dark is quite dangerous. Maybe Timber ought to be the only one worrying about you. Or rather, yeah, maybe Timber ought to be the one worrying about you. I certainly do. No, she doesn't. Her worrying is more like constant judgment, like every little thing you do is just slightly wrong and never good enough for her. I won't go far. I'll be back in like 10 minutes tops. You walk away before she can make any more objections. No one tells Twigs what to do, you know, even though you're like, have zero combat ability and you're likely to just get lost and die or something. I don't know. I feel like the mother's right though, you know. Tundra's right, but I don't know. Once you're alone, you take a big breath and exhale slowly. It's no good holding on to these negative feelings. Your brain wants to pick at them, but it's not healthy. Focus on the good things. Living in Glaze has done wonders for your mental health. You don't get anxiety attacks anymore. Foraging is fun, and you're pretty good at it. The weather's been nice, no blizzards so far. If all you have to worry about is your partner stepping out without telling you, that's a pretty small-scale problem to have. You should be grateful. Maybe he meant to tell you, or he thought Tundra would let you know, or he expected to be back sooner. There's so many reasons that could have happened. That's why you don't have to worry tonight. That's why... A wolf is approaching, while dragging Timber's coat through the snow. Timber? He collapses. You shriek. You call for Tundra, you're rushing over to him. You hope she can hear you. You don't know what's going on, and you need to fix it and make everything okay again. When your panic finally subsides, it's because Tundra has calmly taken care of everything. She's really good in an emergency. You feel bad for getting so miffed at her earlier. It's a little scary though, seeing her son like that, not even batting an eye. Well, because it happens all the time, but you know. Well, that's not really fair for you to say. Maybe she's the type to hold all her fears inside. It wouldn't be very productive to tremble and cry at the thought of every worst case scenario. You know, because that's what always happens to you. And also Tundra, like, it's not just her son, but also she's seen people die before, you know? So like, it's nothing new for her to see, like, people get sick or like starve to death and things like that. She's seen some shit, okay? Anyway, if you were on your own, maybe you would have hesitated too long and he would just... You clench your fists. There's no use thinking negative stuff like that. Tundra massages Timber's paws, one in each hand. You assume it's to promote circulation or something. Now might be a good time to start asking questions. You're just waiting after all. Hey Tundra? Yes. Is he okay? What do you think happened? He'll tell us when he wakes up. It doesn't look like that's happening anytime soon though. His fur was covered in ice. Did he fall in the lake? It seems so, yes. He did well to change forms. Wolf fur is better insulated against the cold. He will lose heat too quickly otherwise. You want to ask her why this happened. You want to know where he went and what he was supposed to be doing. Tundra said it was for the pack. But seeing him like this, maybe it's best to worry about it later. You just want him to wake up. Tundra asks you to look after him and just keep him warm during the night. You don't need her to tell you twice. You give Timber as much warmth as he needs until he wakes up and complains that you're smothering him. Morning comes sooner than you expected, so much for your internal clock. Someone's nudging you and you rub the sleep from your eyes to see... Twigs, where's my coat? Timber! Timber! You know, like when the tree falls. You bury your face in his chest. He's okay, everything turned out to be okay. I thought you were gonna die, I was freaking out. Nah, I lived. Could have sworn I brought back my coat though. Why do you care so much about your coat in a time like this? You almost died. His father wore one just like it. Tundra steps through the doorway holding a bowl of leftover soup. It's a chowder that Timber made for lunch yesterday. Maybe you're imagining it, but you thought you felt his arms tense up as soon as she spoke. Eat, before it gets cold. Does that remind him of Zenbei or something? Your coat needed to be clean, so I took care of it this morning. Twigs, would you be a dear and fetch it for him? I left it folded on my bed. Okay, I'll be right back. You try to get up, but Timber puts his arm around you to hold you back. It's fine, I don't need it. I just wanted to know where it was. Let them bring it to you. We have things to discuss. I don't want to discuss shit. I'm recovering from my near-death experience. There's a strange tension in the air, but before you can even think about trying to smooth things over, Ember comes trotting in. Timber, you woke up? Hey, buddy, I didn't scare you, did I? I wasn't scared. You okay after last time, too. Happened before? Yeah, when he was little. I was out with him and Crystal, and she fell through the ice. Timber jumped in and saved her. He was so cool. I wasn't cool. I was fucking freezing. It sucked. Tundra quietly takes her leave while Timber and Ember happily chatter away. You remind him to eat his soup, and you notice his hand trembling as he holds a spoon. but you don't say anything about it. Instead, you do your best not to look too outwardly concerned. You're just glad he's safe. You don't leave Timber's side all day. Actually, he doesn't really let you. He thinks because he doesn't want to be alone. He puts on a big smile while he talks to everyone, but he still hasn't clearly explained what happened. He hasn't really explained anything. He's given tidbits of information to each wolf who's asked about it. You've been able to piece together the general idea because of that. He says he was fishing, he says the ice was thinner than he expected, and he says he fell in. But why would he go fishing alone at that hour without saying anything to you? If he was searching for food, that lines up with what Tundra said about working hard for the pack, but he doesn't need to go on his own for that. You're here to help him. Everyone in the pack would be happy to help Timber, so why'd he go alone? Because he couldn't ask? Your worries are piling up in the back of your mind, but to talk to him about it when you go to bed tonight. And before you know it, the sun's gone down. Tundra makes dinner for everyone that night. Portion is smaller than you'd like, but there's nothing you can do about that. If you had anything left in savings, you go into town, pick up lots of food, everyone. Maybe you should go back to work. You know, get a job. Get a job, you slacker. But if you were working, then you couldn't be with Timber. Also, the commute would take forever, too. You know. You have to be around witches who look down on you, cats who run away from you. And if all your anxieties compounding on each other, if you had more money to buy everyone more food, Timber wouldn't have to leave in the middle of the night. It would be worth it if it meant he wouldn't have to do anything dangerous. It'd be worth it if you could keep living happily together in Glaze. Yes. The conundrum of capitalism, you know, you need money to do all the things that you want to do, but then you spend all your life making money that you never actually enjoy the things that you spend the money that, you know, you spend the money on the things that, on the people that make you happy, and therefore, like, you die alone and unhappy. I mean, what? Things eventually quiet down and you finally get a moment alone with Timber. So you go ahead and bring up the first thing on your mind. What if I get a job? What? What job? Like in town, so I can make money, so I can bring home lots of food for everyone. I thought you liked not having a job to go out to. I do. It's more fun doing stuff around here to help the pack. But if I had money, I would bring all sorts of things home. We'd be feasting like kings. It'd be great. You know, again, we just need money. We need money. You'd be gone all the time. Maybe just for the season then. I could just leave for a while and come back. You give him your best smile, but he isn't convinced. He curls up on the sleeping bag. Don't leave. Why not? I don't want you to. He looks so small. For the first time, you worry about breaking his heart. You shouldn't have brought this up when he's still recovering from last night. He's in a fragile state. You just wanted to solve the problem. Instead, you gave him something new to worry about. But before you can begin to apologize, Tundra walks in. Timber, could I speak with you? Sure, go ahead. Twigs, would you mind giving us the room? No, stay. Whatever you want to say to me, Twigs can hear it. This tension is way worse than what you felt between them this morning. You worry that this is all your fault, but you can't move. I think Twigs would prefer not to overhear this conversation. Don't tell me what Twigs would prefer. Ask them. Your stomach drops. You're afraid to speak, but Tundra is looking at you expectantly. You have to say something. I don't want to cause a problem, but if Timber wants me to stay, then I'll stay. In that case, we'll just have to speak around it. Now tell me what happened. I went out like you asked. Got chased around all night, then had to dive into the lake to get away. Chased? He dove in on purpose? That's way more serious than the fishing story. I can't believe he lied. This is why I didn't want to go back out there. He was fucking waiting for me. I see. Who was? The guy who fucked up my throat. He points to his neck, then thrusts the same finger in Tundra's direction. Just as dangerous as I was always been. Yeah, it's fucking not. It's worse. It's worse, and you still told me that I had to go back out there. Why won't you protect me? I am protecting you. I'm protecting this entire pack from starvation. Well, let's just calm down. Timber backs off, then climbs into his sleeping bag, kicking off his boots in a huff. I suppose you've answered my question. Just be more careful next time. I'm not doing this shit again. If you think I am, then you must be as insane as he is. Twigs, I'll be leaving Timber in your care. Sure. Tundra steps out and you're left in the aftershock of this very heavy and confusing conversation. Timber, can you please tell me what's going on? No. I'm worried about you. I've never seen you so upset. It's too much to explain. You know, you have to play the whole game. You have to play like 6 hours or whatever. It's 6, 7, 8 hours of Timber Night with Timber whatever game by Nom Nom Nami. You go to itch.com. Anyway, his voice is muffled by the blankets. I know I'm being pushy, but this is upsetting for me too. I mean, not that my feelings should take priority or anything. I just want you to know that I know. He pulls the sleeping bag down far enough to peek out at you from beneath his messy bangs. Twigs, I know. I can't tell you the whole story because I'm scared you'll hate me. What? Why would I hate you for, like, eating rabbit corpses? I thought I already knew that, you know, in one of the other timelines. I guess I didn't pick that choice in that other timeline. I don't know. Because you're a good person. I only hated you if you cheated on me. You know, that's the only thing I don't like. NTR. Well, I was gonna say, like, he has multiple partners in the past, I feel like, you know, but I guess, you know, he didn't do it while they were in a relationship, I guess. Anyway, I'm serious. So am I. I'm not that good of a person because I wouldn't be able to forgive you. You betrayed me. Twigs. You can't help but laugh a little. I don't think I even believe you if you said you cheated on me. I'll make up some reason why it doesn't count. I think that makes me an even worse person. Does that make me a worse person? Timber sits up and looks you in the eye. I'm not gonna put you in that situation. Yeah, but would it make me a worse person if I did that? Why are we talking about this? Because you won't talk about what happened. Fine, come here. He pulls you into a sleeping bag with him and then holds you close. Remember what happened with my scar? Also, we're not transparent this time, by the way. You know, we're not transparent like self-insert OC anymore. What the heck? That guy's wanted to catch me again ever since. What? Why would we leave you alone? There's a lot of reasons. Is it just because you're a wolf? That's so mean. It's not just that. He thinks I've been killing rabbits, so he wants to hunt me down and make me admit it. Why? So he can feel important, get rid of all of us, maybe even just for his own personal satisfaction. That's so ridiculous. Why would he even think that about you? It's nothing for you to admit to. Why is he even targeting you in the first place just because you're... Problem is, he's right. You fall silent. The shit I've done for the pack. It's mostly for the meat, but I hate him too. So sometimes I go out and see if I can goad him into dying for me. You can't move, much less speak. How are you supposed to respond to this? I'm not gonna make excuses. I used to think it was fun, using their own fear against them. And the only reason it stopped being fun is because I got caught. And they gave me this scar. And I've been scared every time I've gone out scavenging since. Your chest feels heavy. So why'd you go out again? You heard the boss. We gotta eat. You lower your voice to a whisper. Is she making you do this? Did you not hear me? I told you it used to be fun. But after you wanted to stop. You wanted to stop, didn't you? But the way she talked before, it's like she won't let you. If I don't go out, she will. So I went, because I'd rather it be me this shit happens to than anyone else. At least I got away. Timber, you sit up pushing the blanket off so you can look at him. I don't hate you. I think that makes me a really bad person. Ah yes, toxic yaoi. Was it yaoi? Well, they've been using the gender, by the way, gender neutral term them. So does it count as Yuri or not Yuri? What did I say? Yuri? Yaoi, rather. I don't know. Anyway. I guess it's just toxic. You should probably hate me a little. Or, no, Timber's saying this. You should probably hate me a little. But I don't. Is that bad? You know, are you like the, like the fangirls of like prisoners or whatever? The right letters to like, serial killers? Anyway, you don't want to do it anymore. If you don't do it again, then it's fine. That's your idea of fine? It has to be fine. I told you betrayed me, I'd just say it doesn't count. Does that make me a really bad person? Listen. He puts his hand on yours. I'm the bad guy. You don't have to worry about things like that. I'm gonna worry, I'm a warrior. Warrior? Warrior. Like a sword and shield warrior. Then forget I said anything. Pretend it never happened. You lay your head on his shoulder. I can't just forget this. He wraps an arm around you, rubbing your back gently. Your mind is racing with 1,000 questions. Timber. Last night, right before I found you, I was just... Last night, right before I found you, I was just thinking of how good my life was. Did I ruin it? No, that's what's messed up. You lean in and give him a kiss. No matter what he's done, you can't help but love him. That's just the kind of horrible, awful person you are. You need to learn everything about this. You ask your questions little by little, you make sure he answers honestly. The more you know, the better you're able to protect him. So nothing bad ever happens to him again. And that's why we sneak into the town in the middle of the night and frickin' slash Senbei's throat. I mean, what? That's probably the best way for you to be happy. As two woes who are just making the best of what they've got. That's all there is to it. Despite everything, you sleep comfortably in his you sleep comfortably in his arms that night. Ending. Okay, it just ends there. All right. Bonus gallery. Wow. All right. There you go. Just kind of ends there. I mean, yeah. I do feel like, and this is a complaint that I have with every dating sim, but like I do feel like the self-insert, designated, OC character, I guess. Not an OC, but like Twigs, but even just before them, like the whole like transparent self-inserts, they tend to have not much of a personality. They don't have much of a impact on the plot. So that's how I feel about it anyway. I don't know. I mean, it was interesting. I mean, let's look at the gallery maybe. The good stuff, apparently. Bedroom. Completion tracker. Huh. Wait, how do I don't know how to use this. I mean, there's the stats. There's the route. Human route? Oh, there. Oh, you scroll. Oh, that's weird. You can scroll? I didn't know that. Okay, so yeah, this is the rabbit route and everything. 18 plus. Epilogue, and yeah, it's just seeing all the stuff that we saw before already, essentially. But I got everything. I'm a completionist. Music room, I imagine, is just music. This one's a title theme. And they have a little commentary, which is funny. Twigs, they made a fucked up version of your theme song too. I'm so fucking sorry. Kind of crazy how shifting those around makes it change the vibe so much. It's more than appropriate. You are aware that timber is a corrupting force in your life, yes? Hey, don't ever speak to them again. I'll kill you. Okay, funny. Developer commentary. I don't know if I'm gonna read all of this. Maybe I'll I won't say it out loud. I'll just read it in my head. But developer commentary. Enjoyed making it. Introduce the first bad ending for Lonely World Tree back in 2023. Really? I don't remember that. The charismatic guy who's okay with killing to feed his family. Charisma is too powerful. His Riz is too powerful. So that's why they started making this game. Put aside. But what if I made Date Timber? Right, the date treat games. So they started making this one. Joe became more and more about Date Timber. A lovable, circumstantial villain. If not for his trauma, he'd be a pretty normal guy. Okay. Basically, they enjoyed making it. But there you go. And that's kind of the game, really. That's Night with Timber. Anyway, I wanted to give my final thoughts. So basically, yeah. I don't know how I feel about it. I'll be honest, I do like the torture stuff. Maybe I'm fucked up in the head, but I do like the torture stuff. It's a bit short-lived though, because it doesn't really go anywhere, right? It's just kind of and then he got away, and then Senbei will continue obsessing over him, and then that's it. It kind of ends on a cliffhanger in a way. Funnily enough, because he jumps off a cliff, but there's no really conclusion to their arc. I feel Again, I feel like Osmanthus or whatever is kind of a shallow character. He's just kind of evil and greedy, and that's kind of it. Nothing else to him, I guess, but I don't know. I guess the main spotlight for the antagonist character, I was talking about how I wanted some kind of antagonist to make it more interesting. Turns out, as soon as I was talking about it, it comes up, so, coincidence, I guess. But Senbei, Senbei was the one in the spotlight, really. And, I mean, I don't know, it is interesting. It just didn't go anywhere, and it felt like, I don't know how I feel about it. I like the scenes, I like the back and forth. It really is like Batman versus Joker in a way, but the Joker's the good guy, sort of, not really, I guess. And then Batman's the bad guy, sort of, not really. But I mean, he's kind of villainous, I guess. But in a way, yeah. I was trying to figure out like if Nam Nam Nami was gonna go in the direction where Timber was actually like, you know, he did nothing wrong or whatever, but at the end he did admit to the fact that technically he did indirectly murder those rabbits, right? So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know. Like I thought it was gonna be like a thing where Timber was actually innocent and he was like a victim, but it turns out he does deserve it kind of. So I don't know. It's weird. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe he doesn't deserve like, you know, 3 days of torture or whatever, or 6 days actually. But you know, turns out he is complacent to those crimes, as it turns out. And so that's why I feel like how it ends with Twigs or whatever, the canonical partner for Timber, to be like, I still love you, hee hee, you know, it's kind of like, eh. Then it makes Twig kind of like a flat character, isn't it? You know, kind of like a lot of shonen anime, I feel like, where the female protagonist or whatever, female lead or whatever, just doesn't matter, you know? They just go with whatever the protagonist does, like, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. I don't know, it makes them feel like they have no personality, you know? When they just go along with whatever, like, Timber wants, right? They have no actual desire, you know, for themselves. It's just all about, they're like a, what do you call it, like a satellite character, where they all, really their only purpose is to like just be with Timber or whatever, or be with the protagonist, you know. So that's why I felt was weak. But then again, maybe that's just how dating sims are. Like I don't know, like I like the idea of having the multiple timelines. That was interesting. The rabbit route was more like a prologue really, but I found it somewhat, you know, kind of an interesting setup. And that was kind of like obviously circled back to, you know, at the end of the story and all that. The rest of it, you know, it really is kind of like a straight up dating sim. You know, it really is just like, oh, they hang out and talk, and you could choose to have sex with them, I guess. Like, that's it, you know. That's not really the part that's interesting to me, but, you know, that's just my preference, I guess. I don't know. I'm not really into like dating sims, like normal vanilla dating sims, unless there's some kind of twist to it, you know. Like, would have been, again, this is not like a fault of the game, but what would be more interesting to me if there was more of a twist in terms of dating sim elements, you know? Like, for example, and this is like a M. Night Shyamalan thing, so like, maybe it shouldn't be written this way, but it would be interesting if turns out for example, one of the routes where you were like playing as like a dating sim normally, turns out it was Senbei the whole time, and then it was like a betrayal, right? Betrayal of his trust. Like like Senbei, like before he captures him, was actually doing research on Timber and everything, trying to like, you know, infiltrate the Wolves group and all that, you know. And then later on, turns out he was Senbei, and then, you know, tricks him or something. You know, that'd be interesting, but maybe that's too dramatic, I guess. I don't know, but like, it's just that to me, you know, these ones are just kind of the human, you know, witch, whatever route, even the wolf route really is just kind of like, oh, and then you hang out with Timber, and then you kiss, smooch, smooch, and then you make him come in his pants, you know. It's like, that's just not interesting to me. I don't know. Some parts are interesting, like, but they're like far and few between. You know, Tundra, for example. Tundra to me is an interesting character because, again, she's doing everything she can to like provide for the pack and everything, right? And she's like I don't know what to call it, but like she's like necessarily cruel. That's interesting to me. I don't know. That is interesting to me. Or do you see on your CG or here? I don't know. It's like mostly cooking. See, Tundra. I like Tundra. I don't know. She's depicted. I don't know. I'm not sure how it is, but like I don't know what the developer is trying to say with her, but like, I feel like she's kind of depicted as like mean, right? And everything, but like, I like her though. She's like really cool. I can imagine her like, I don't know. She said, I don't know, but she said she wouldn't go into town. But like, I can imagine her like assassinating Senbei or something. You know, she will like go into town and fucking again like slit his throat or something. That's what I was thinking. You know, I was thinking like maybe if Twigs, you know, would have more of a spine, you know, and then it would actually confront, you know, this guy, right, Senbei and everything. It would come a full circle actually, right? Because I feel like this whole Senbei route, and that's how I feel about all the routes, you know, like the witch, human, wolf route and everything. They're always like separate, you know. I don't really like that. I want it to all just come together. So it would be interesting if Twigs confronted Senbei, and even maybe not even an antagonistic way, maybe even they just get along as friends actually. What if like Twigs and Senbei actually got along? and everything, and maybe Senbei didn't know that Twigs was actually related to the wolves and all that, and they actually like get to know each other, and then they were sympathetic to the villain, and then they fight each other, and then they got cool. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm. That's what I focus on. I don't really care about the 18 plus stuff. I care more about like, I guess, toxic relationships. Where everyone like is like they love but also hate each other. That's what I really want. And that's what's interesting about the Senbei relationship as well, because it's kind of going that direction, but it's definitely like, obviously there's the what is it again, the in-game fan fiction, where like apparently he has a wet dream or whatever, right? This one kiss, but that's it. I feel like the Nam Nam Nami just teases that, but the rest of their relationship is not that at all, really. It's just purely like hate, I guess. I want like a love hate thing. I don't know, is it just me? That's what I want, and not necessarily kissing either. It's more so like like a thing where like the villain, the hero, has some commonalities, just like Batman and Joker in a way, was it the Killing Joke or whatever? Where they have some similarity just by having like conflicting philosophies and like roles in the story. They have some commonalities that they agree with and stuff like that, and that's where the conflict comes from, right? Anyway, because I don't like it when it's like black and white, like just completely like, oh, I hate you, and this guy's also, I hate you, Anakin, you are my brother, Anakin, I hate you. No, anyway, it's more interesting when they actually do understand each other's perspective, but then fight each other anyway. It's like, anyway, but that's what I was thinking the whole time, right, about their relationship. Anyway, but yeah, there we go. I guess that's Night with Timber. Again, I played for the plot. The plot is kind of there, but I do feel like the arcs don't really like conclude. It's not like a traditional story, I guess, which is fine. It's like, again, it's not my preference, but like, I guess the idea is like it's more of a glimpse of the universe, right? The developers like Nam Nam Nami's like universe, Lonely Wolf Tree and all that, exploring their concepts, but not really like doing like a full on like, oh, this has a dramatic ending or anything. It just kind of goes on, right? Kind of like slice of life, sort of, in a way, despite the torture sequence, but it just kind of keeps going, right? Because it never really ends. And of course the whole dating sim aspect, of course, we're like, oh, it's all about jerking off Timber's cock, I guess. I don't anyway, not really my not really where I get my enjoyment, I guess, but whatever. I mean, sometimes again it is funny to me though. It's kind of goofy. Again, I still the one thing I will remember from this game is Timber coming in his pants, Again, that song, jizz in my pants. It's a real song. I'm not making that up. So I think Lonely Island or something. I don't know if I can show it because it's like I would get copyright claimed, I guess. Well, I mean, I could show it, I guess, but where is it? Then again, do I want this in my search history? Whatever. Jizz in my pants song. It's like this song, I mean, it's a parody. Jizz in my pants. Anyway, like this thing. I can't really. I feel like if I play, it'll get copyright claimed. It's a funny song though. Anyway, I guess that's it. That's the game. Nothing else I want to say. It's also been like almost 5.5 hours. I'm kind of tired. Also, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather, and I drank all my water, and my throat's very dry. So I feel like I just want to end now. So no more yapping. I think I'm just gonna press the button. Not even gonna like play like a background song. I'll just keep the main menu music. What's the button again? This one? There we go. Alright, so there you go. That's it for Nam Nam Nami's like sex game. At least the most recent one. I found it, again, there were some moments I liked. But overall though, probably not my thing, actually. Not really my thing most of the time, but I shouldn't say most, half the time rather. Half the time it wasn't really my thing, but I still enjoyed it overall, I guess. Again, I think I like the torture sequence the most. As psychotic as that is, it was the most interesting, I like the interplay between the, again, Timber and like Senbei and everything, It is interesting. And like, psychological thing, I don't know. Well, there you go. That's the game. I guess. Let me just say, my usual schedule is 11 a.m. Saturday and Sunday. Tomorrow, I will continue playing Void Stranger. Apparently, there's another character I unlocked, which allows me to go through the game all over again. So that'll be fun, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Assuming I don't get sick tomorrow. Again, like I feel like I'm gonna get like something's. I feel like I'm gonna get something, you know, like a flu or something, but like not yet, and I hope not. But I guess we'll see. Assuming I don't get sick right away after just waking up tomorrow, that's what I'll do. But there you go. That'll be it for today, though. Thanks for watching. Until next time. See you then.